lot of fuel if I wanted to.
Now, how did NASA get that picture?
I mean, I do have a bachelor's in mechanical engineering. I'm pretty sure I can. Well, in my mind, I can build anything anybody else can build, and probably better. That's my state of mind. I haven't lost it yet. I build shit all the time just to prove they started with them S10s, putting big motors in them. I had to build the biggest, best. Started tubbing them little cars. I tubbed out the best little car. I'm a gearhead for life.
How did you know what my freaking... Oh, yeah, I showed you. I shared it with you. I was like, how did you know what my gamer tag is?
What gearhead for life?
Gearhead 420.
No, but, I'm just a gearhead. I got more money in Snap-on tools than most people have in their entire life.
I like this right here.
Yeah, you can pass the virus around, bro. Fuck give. Fuck give, man. Don't be bogarting that shit.
I had to remove it because somebody let me know that my fingerprints are visible.
Hey, bro, I can see your fingerprints on there. That's funny.
Yeah.
They'll be on here scanning that shit, running it through the
criminal database. And who is this guy?
We got a lock on this bastard. Get that flat earther. Pothead flat earther.
Show your hands, you some bitch! I'm sorry. Like as if.
Yeah, that's the best part about having 300, damn near 400 acres. Bro. They come out here looking for me. You never know what part of the farm I'm on.
This is still my favorite map.
But they don't come looking for me now.
Top right corner is a bunch of dudes sitting there with typewriters. At the bottom, you have a modern naval ship of the right. On the left, you have the Dreadnought class. So this is the Britannia World Center cable and wireless Great Circle map. And if you look on the map, it doesn't have monsters or anything. It's got steamships.
Modern cable ship. SS Great Eastern.
And here's the fucked up thing, right? It only shows Antarctica underneath South America and Africa. What is that landmass that's underneath Australia? That's what I don't get. And it's kind of funny, the radio waves don't they don't propagate all the way.
You mean that strip?
Yeah.
That aisle? Kind of looks like an arrow to show the direction. You're going that way, motherfucker.
It says way. New Zealand.
Yeah, they could go on a walkabout for a long time on that strip, eh?
I know, right?
I'll be on the walkabout. Yeah, I got lost on the walkabout. I need some help. Walkabout, find me home, shit.
You know who hates this map?
Who?
Dumbass ballers. They're like, oh, well, what is that? You know, it's like, look at it. Oh, I'm going to look at it. No, look at it, debunk it. You can even go to the Cable and Wireless archive and the whole thing. Okay. And it even has like the distances and all that stuff. And how do they know the distances? Like wires are strung all over there, right? From what I ascertained, the only way they know the size guesstimation of the realm is the cable that goes from Newfoundland to Britannia, the undersea cable. Based off that length, they've determined how big of a landmass, how big the realm is, right? Makes no sense. Because if you look at it, that's just a little portion. Newfoundland, Canada to Britannia. And then right there at the North Pole, it's Greenland. Thule. Tucanon. Oh, chemtrails is just a con trail. Get it? Con trail. The whole thing in itself, it's like, if you guys don't understand language, you're never going to know anything. You got to know the math of the words and the math magics of meaning of the words. You have to get down to the root meanings of everything. Once you get down to the root meanings of everything, then and only then can you know anything. Oh, wow, that looks like a checkerboard. Homogentus circus. The math of the words.
I like that numerology that man used to bring up there. It's fun time.
No, I'm not talking about numerology. I'm not talking about gematria. I'm talking.
Yeah, that's gematria.
That's fallen
Cobble.
Sounds.
That's what.
That's fallen. That's fallen Kabbalism, which is cabal.
Oh, okay.
Right. That's fallen cabal. What I'm talking about.
It's eerily
the math of the words, the root meaning. Right. Just like if you have a problem, you got a weed. You don't pull the individual
right.
leaves and the stems. It's going to grow back. Right, and it's going to be bigger.
Well,
so if you don't get it at the root, the problem's going to come back and it's going to be bigger than it was. So you got to get it at the root.
That's what weeds do. Yeah.
So what is the root reason why people believe in the ball?
Right.
Mic check.
Checked out.
What is the root problem why people believe in the ball? Let's see. Our history books and our science books and what they teach us in school. How about that?
That's a pretty good one.
Indoctrination. Yeah, that's a first.
TV media.
Well, that just the TV and media just what do you call it? That just reaffirms it. But they teach that in school as fact and a definite, and we live in a solar system, and we're we're on a planet, and there's other planets, and there's galaxies, and none of this is verified. But it's taught as fact. I think
Yep.
that's a problem.
And these guys, they'll eat it up like candy because they trust an authority. They will yield themselves over to the master because they're slaves and they do not know it. I'm
That's
saying
why I know Jim stands with me too on this one. This whole Corona thing came out. I think they directly let that out because Flat Earth was gaining momentum, and the more people's eyes are opened up, down comes the system. All of a sudden, Corona, lockdown, stay away from each other.
I have a running theory. If you kill a giant, curses are released. Didn't they get a giant in Afghanistan?
I didn't
So
hear
I
that.
believe
Come
it's a
back with that.
curse.
I missed that. What'd you say?
Didn't they get a giant in Afghanistan? Didn't they take one out?
No, before that,
Kandahar.
when you said to kill a giant, and then I lost you.
Oh, when you kill a giant, curses are released upon the land. Right? And I believe this pestilence is a curse from Yahuwah. It's got to be, right? There's no other
that's if you
no other
believe-
reason.
Oh, that's if you believe it's what they say it is. To me, I don't. I just think it's the flu. You know,
I'm
I don't
talking
think-
about the pestilence with the poles and ticks.
Oh. Where is that?
Politics, poles and ticks, the bloodsuckers.
Where are they? I didn't hear anything about that. What? I gotta worry
The
about that shit
politicians?
now. Oh, the politicians.
Next level.
Yeah.
I'm
Next
saying there's
level.
something else I gotta worry about now. These freaking.
There is. Unfortunately, there is. Yeah.
This is the dawn of the great deception, and pretty soon they're going to
Unfortunately.
lie about an alien invasion.
It
Oh, yeah,
doesn't end there, man. It doesn't end there, man. I know what you're saying, man.
The alien
doesn't even
invasion
end
is
there.
real.
Oh, the supposed.
But they're not alien, they're angels.
Yeah, they're the fallen angels. They're
Yeah.
looking. They're the disembodied spirits that are looking for a place to dwell. That wander around and then go to God's throne and says, "I've been wandering up and down looking for a place to dwell." And
Yep.
then have you considered my servant Job? Yeah, they're out there and they're looking for a place to freaking dwell.
Sounds like a beautiful New York man. Hello, sir. What are you doing? Sir?
What's up?
How you doing? You sound like a beautiful New York man.
Oh yeah. I'm from New York.
Straight up from the Bronx, man.
Is that obvious?
Fuck yeah. Straight up. I'm a
A little
Canuck.
bit of Bronx, yeah.
It's beautiful.
Canuck.
I love hearing it. I'm a Canuck. Yeah, bro.
Canuck.
Yeah, they call me the Puck. I'm that Canuck.
Is it
Puck. Well,
Is it Canuck or Kunuk?
No. I'll have you know.
I'd rather not to be, say on those terms, but it's Canuck or Canuck. I
I'll
say
have to-
Canuck.
Well, listen, Canuck. This Brooklynite from
It's
New
not
York,
Canuck. It's Canuck.
Canuck Puck
Yeah.
happened. This Brooklynite happens to love the game of hockey.
I love it too. I remember the Islanders and the Oilers in
Hold on, dude.
1989.
I was just gonna tell you when the Islanders first came into the league.
Man, you guys are the best.
Listen,
Yeah.
my uncle Carmine had a part-time job as security in the Coliseum.
Man.
And he used to get me in. I was like freaking 10 years old. He used to bring me, and I would have to stand next to security guard. I didn't have a seat, but I was at the game. I got sticks from Lorne Henning, freaking Eddie Westfall. I learned how to shoot freaking right-handed because whatever stick I got, that's what I shot.
That's what you get. That's
I
right.
killed myself because I could have saved those sticks. I had them signed by Bobby Nystrom, Clark Gillies, Gary Howard, all the old greats, man. I used to play
The best.
with idiot.
You knew it. Oh, man.
Yeah, I had them all.
Best. I grew up in the Edmonton Coliseum. We beat you New York Islanders, eh? You remember that?
I remember when now.
My Wayne Gretzky and my Mark Messier. My boys were there.
Yeah, but see, here's what. On the
I'm a
island,
Canuck.
on the island, they strive for 5. They were kind of old, you know.
It's rivalry now, boys. No, we love you, man. I love you, brother. It's good. We don't have to bring up old hockey debts. You can do your kids are awesome.
Yeah, I'm pulling for the Rangers, man. I'm seeing what they could do, man. They're young. Well, the Russians have invaded the game.
Oh, man, that happened way back before we. That's not even now.
Yeah,
It already happened,
So
man.
many of them.
Of course. Sorry to interlude. Sorry to bring up hockey and interlude that, but yeah.
All right, back to flat Earth.
And the ice is flat. When water freezes, it's flat. And at the end of the day, the whole world's flat.
That's my man. The Canuck
That's
knows how
what it
to
is.
tie it into flat Earth. You go, baby.
And that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
What is flat?
It's what it is. At the end of the day, the water is flat. You can't deny it.
I'm not trying to.
Nobody is. No, you didn't show up doing that. No. No, you didn't.
Okay, so what do you think? What do you think causes where you are able to see it? I am able to see it. Everybody else that's a flat earth is able to see it. But then you got the Rumpuses and the Xanax and these freaking people that don't want to see it. Or what do you think's blocking them from seeing the obvious?
Because they don't want to know, man. There's other.
There's a darkness upon the land, brother. As far as I'm concerned, the darkness will fall upon the land of confusion. That means we're in the land of confusion. They refuse to see the symbols that's out in front of them. They refuse to see the occultic idols that's everywhere. And what I mean by occult is hidden. Right there in plain sight.
I think you're onto something, because if you believe in flat Earth, right? Listen, if you relinquish your beliefs of this nonsense of us,
I got 2 bumper stickers telling me I do believe in flat Earth. So
I believe it. I think it's because they realize that, subconsciously, if I believe this reality, and it is reality, we're on a flat Earth, then there's a creator. And I'm going to be held accountable for the things I've done and my thoughts. And wait a second. Now there's a God.
Ain't that a bitch? Yeah.
And they can't fathom it. They feel that because they don't trust. They don't trust in Yeshua. They believe in the lawless one and all that. And then they go, well, wait a minute. Maybe the whole thing is about. Well, I'm agnostic, atheist. The atheist just means without God. And you can debate it all you want. Definition is without God. You looked at the root of the problem to get to the math of the solution. I mean, it's very simple. And they also don't believe in magic. Magic is very real.
Of course, they did the same things Moses did. All the magicians did the same thing.
And so it's like when you're a confused witch when you graduate from the secular seminary school, right?
I like that word.
You're a confused witch because you've learned your spells, you've learned your math, you've learned your medical, you've learned all this stuff that you think you know, the alchemy class, all that stuff.
I'm a smarter person.
But you're ignorant about it, right? So what I'm trying to do is dispel the great delusion so that people can see it, so we can destroy the Mason, get rid of the King of Tyre.
Well, I always say if just a working man, just with this whole thing going on now with all the countries uniting to shut down. Now, if anybody thinks that the countries, well, everybody's working together then, huh? Because NASA, we have NASA, the Japanese have the Karawari, whatever they have. So you're going to tell me all countries work together? Well, just look at how every single country shut down, right?
Yep.
They all worked together, didn't they? So
Yep.
it's not out of the norm that these countries are all working together. Hello?
And all the countries that have space agencies also have Masonic temples.
Exactly. So my point is this.
Dude.
They're all working together. Okay? Now, if we would just unite, just the working man, just to the average American, but in every country, just would get together, forget about this racism stuff. This is something they throw in to keep us divided. You understand? You got to take block, town, city. You got to take them one at a time.
See, this is also one thing that I believe. Where did the word salary come from?
I don't know, but it sucks because I can't keep one because they freaking shut me down.
Salt. Right? The Roman army was paid in salt. Man ain't worth his salt. That means payment, right?
Right.
So if Rome used salt and Egypt used bread and beer for money, we don't need the engraven image. Is money not the image made from an engraving?
Yeah, no, money is. That always fascinates me how they came up with this money system and how they came up with this social status and how I freaking wind up at the bottom.
Rockefeller.
Fair.
What's Rockefeller? Stonecutter. And they go, oh, well, that's just convenience. Like, the daemon, the daemons that are all over the place, these programs like the email daemon or say daemon tools for running and mounting virtual drives and all these other cool things on your computer running purely in RAM. Daemon is how you, this is the exact same spelling. It's demon in the Latin.
Demon bastards.
So, and then the thing that I have to say is, if you claim to be a Christian and you believe in the globe, you're a friggin' liar.
Yeah, but this is my point.
Convince
and I don't
me otherwise.
understand why a church is not. There's a few, and when I say a few, I mean a few. I think the guy Dean Odell,
apologetic fucking motherfuckers.
Yeah, because if you bring it, if you read Genesis, you cannot believe in a ball. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Not just that, but Exodus 20, it talks about the waters that are underneath the earth. How do you get waters under the earth on a globe?
Well, they'll tell you if you go all the way through the globe, there's waters underneath. Yeah, the oceans. Listen, why are they not? Here's the little monkey wrench they throw in there when you bring up flat Earth. I hear it from my wife. I think the most important thing is about Jesus and the blood of Jesus. Yes, but if you what the enemy has done was he took the foundation, Genesis, the beginning. If you disrupt the foundation, then the whole house falls down.
Exactly. No house can stand that's built on sand.
And the enemy has come in with this cosmology of a spinning water ball. And I think that's the great deception.
It is the great deception. It's part of the great deception. It's just one piece of it. And it goes so much deeper down the rabbit hole.
I could prove it. What did Lucifer say? I will exalt myself above the heavens. I will be like the Most High.
Yep.
So he comes up with this heliocentric. Hey, listen, it's a beautiful thought, this heliocentric thing. It's not no little, nothing. Think about it. It's extravagant.
And they also perverted the rainbow, which is a promise of no more destruction.
Yep.
I mean, it's plain and simple. 10 ruling world nations, right? United Nations. It's right there. I mean, these people, they don't even read the Bible.
Well, the
And I have-
rainbow's given up to Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah. So we live in the land that is Egypt. They don't realize. I'm sorry.
The militant homosexuals have hijacked the rainbow and use it as their flying colors.
Yep.
Listen, I went to the Mardi Gras.
Now we're getting somewhere.
I went to the Mardi Gras and preached in 2000. They were threatening to put me on a cross. That the guy used to dress like John the Baptist and carry a cross through the French Quarter. And we started preaching the gospel there. They threatened to put me on a cross and throw AIDS-infested blood on me. I said, bring it on, baby. I fight well. It was funny. The pastor I was with said, hey, you can't fight. I said, what do you mean I can't fight? I'll turn the other cheek. On the second punch, he's mine.
Yeshua is Savior. Christ is the mark of the beast. Understand the Greek. Figure out what was written.
You confuse me now. What do you mean
Christ
Christ is the mark of the beast? Hold on. Back up. What do you mean Christ is the mark of the beast?
CHXT. If you can look in the Strong's Concordance.
I thought Christ meant anointed one.
He, Sigma. Well, Christos, the light. Greek, right? They translate it to Greek, and then from the Greek, the perversion happened. Chi, Sigma. So KHEE, XEE, and Sigma. And you just Google that, and it'll come up with the answer.
Well, look, I'm bought by the blood of Christ or Jesus, however you want to term it. Whatever term you want to put on it. I don't know.
Well,
That's too far down the rabbit hole, man.
You go. And search that term out right there, and it's directly translated to the Greek. And it's the number 666. And if you look down below to the transfiguration to English, it's CHXT. Christ.
CHXT. I got CHRIST. So I don't know where you go with that.
That's what they've perverted it at. Okay. The great deception begins there, the lawless one. A lot of people worship the Son, right? Instead of worshiping the Father. The first commandment is worship the Father, worship God of Israel, the one who brought them out of the land of Misraim, Egypt, right?
Okay, and God, it says that I and my Father are one, no?
He is an El, but he is not the Father. He's the right hand of God. The right hand.
I'm not agreeing with that, but that's fine. You can agree with that all you want, but that now you're taking a whole new turn there.
Well, the great deception started with a corruption. Why would they name him Jesus if his name is Yeshua? Jesus is nonsense. It's meaningless. It means Yeshua HaMashiach. Well, what does Yeshua mean? Yahuwah is salvation.
So now you're going to tell me that salvation is not in Jesus alone?
No, it is. It's not in his. It's not.
He thought it not robbery to make himself equal with God. He was crucified because they said he made himself one with God.
Yeah, I agree with that. But
I think you're trying to understand the Godhead. The Apostle Paul says he is the fullness of the Godhead bodily. So if you're trying to separate Jesus from God, I think that's where the mistake is.
If the whole world believes,
you're trying to understand. You're trying to understand God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost with your mind. Ain't gonna happen. So I would be a little careful with that.
Well, I have a message, and it's up
If
to
your message is separating
everyone
Christ,
to read it and understand it, debunk it, and come to the truth. Ask for Yahuwah to give you wisdom, understanding, and guidance.
that's what the Word of God is for.
Yes.
This is a religious debate, so I think we're gonna move that to the religious channel.
Okay.
So I don't line up with that, but that's fine.
Everybody has their speak on their behalf. I agree. It's a flat earther.
Yeah,
It's flat.
Earth is flat and motionless.
It does not move. The sky moves above. And some of the stars are angels.
That I know. That's a fact. Because why would he name them?
Yep. And
Right?
some of
He
them
named
are
them. He didn't
eyes.
name the sand. Right? How the sand is innumerable. So are the stars, but he says he named the stars.
Yep. And a lot of people think they live on a planet. What the heck does planet even mean? Wandering star. So they're on a wandering star somewhere?
They don't even look like what you see in the books. If you look,
Oh, I know.
they look
There's
like filmy, liquidy type things. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what a star is. I don't say I know, but I know it's not what they're showing me.
here's I don't know what the name of this one is. I think it's Shakana.
You agree on that, Josh? They're not what they show us in their NASA pictures. What we see, we can
I
agree
just
on
posted
that.
2 photos of a star.
Yeah, it's absolutely preposterous. I mean, that is through a P900 or whatever it is, right? There ain't no NASA footage. That's an actual real picture was taken.
Yep. Not NASA. It was amateur.
That is, yeah, exactly. It's an actual. Nobody's disagreeing on that.
Now there's one of these things to where people want to believe so bad in balls, right? That they like the ball. They want to play ball. They want to go after the ball, do everything they want to with the ball. So they said that the planet aren't the stars. The planet are not the wanderings, but we live on one, so it's a ball. Where did they get the term ball to come up with planet or globe? That doesn't make sense. It's straight up Luciferian, and it comes from Masonry. Even though the Masons know the world is flat, because they deceive the whole world. They worship Hiram. They regard Hiram. They embody Hiram in their raising through their rituals, right? Hiram is the king of Tyre. The king of Tyre is Baal. And the whole thing is about Baal. And you look to their other symbol, the obelisk, and we already know what that is. I mean, we don't have to get too graphic with it. Same with the Christmas tree. And who was born on Christmas? Nimrod. The rebellious one. The one that said, I will put my throne above the stars.
It's hard to contemplate for difficult.
That capstone, that right there, check on or Shekinah. Little Bo Peep, you have lost your sheep.
I know, man, but man, right. just bringing people to flat Earth, bring them to the Lord, and brings them to God, man. And to flip it upside down it's fucking insane, man. So that's what you're asking, man.
So these guys are like, I think what's going to happen, because I know what's going on. There's a green passport, the new Green Deal. It's already hit Israel.
Oh yeah.
It's like some people say Mystery Babylon is America. It's the Masons. Well, wouldn't they have an unholy trinity of Jesuit, Masonic, and the synagogue of Satan? Those that say they are Jewish but are not. Right? That's an unholy trinity right there. I mean, I'm not bashing anybody. I'm saying a lot of people are confused about this. We live in
everybody is. Absolutely.
The obelisk that's on the churches. They think, oh, it's just a steeple. Well, what is a steeple? What is that? Four-sided penis. It's Egypt. Sodom and Egypt. We live in Sodom and Egypt.
I think fucking New York Islander left. I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah. Well, he's
you know what? So you live so. Yeah. Next level shit, man.
But yeah,
it's hard to grasp. It's hard to grasp, man. It really is, man. I appreciate it.
If the name is Yeshua and is translated to Joshua, where'd Jesus come from? That's all I'm saying. That's all I want to
say. It's a hard one to swallow, my friend. It really is. It's hard. Yeah, I get where you're going.
But
all the signs are there. It's all there. It has to begin
with the church first, right?
It's like flat Earth, man. You can put all the information in front of them, man. And yet you don't see it, then that's their problem.
Well, because
I guess
different people have different experiences and different walks, and their realities or their own paradigms, right?
But it takes a special person to actually get where you're going, man. It really does. Like, you have to be walking. Man, you're way more famous.
They would crucify me. This is why.
Well, I know that. You walked me through half the book that I have in my hand all night tonight. And I appreciate it. Man,
don't believe what I say. Read it.
I don't.
Study it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I tell everyone, do not believe what I say. Find it for yourself.
And
I'm just here to put the idea in your head.
And that's I'm grateful for that.
Because if what I speak is true, that means what to you?
And for us, just walking in as just a fresh flat earther, no way. You know? Man, we're just coming to God, dude. We're just coming to God, man. We just finally opened up the Bible and said, you know what? If it's flat earth, now we live in a dome. Now we're under some sort of, you know what I mean? And now we walk into you know, we walk into you.
Do you trust me?
You guys,
you know what?
That's my brain open.
I knew a woman.
So basically,
whose name was Jasmine.
What we've been trying to do, Nappy, is so Joshua's been trying to.
I know Joshua.
Break it up one side, I break it down the other, You know, there is literally more evil than there is good.
And I get that.
To fight it that much harder. And yeah, man.
Totally do.
Hey, when we're doing this much good, I'm not gonna lie, bro. The ends do justify the means. Do whatever you have to do as fast as you can. I don't care. Screw them.
Now, see,
Demand
it comes back. It comes back to
But it's all, it's all
make these people stop in their tracks. That's what I'm saying.
And like, I'm okay with that, man. I'm okay with the anti-Freemasonic and the truth and the life and what it is.
Yeah, but it comes back
Yeah,
to
bro.
the whole money
I'm saying,
thing.
bro.
We don't need money.
Bro,
You
get
think you need
into the
money,
Mason, bro.
You can use
Kill a
salt.
Mason. Get in and get in, bro.
I'm just being the other side here. I'm being the voice, man. The advocate. You know what I mean? Like, you guys got a big message, man.
And it can only come from the truth movement, right? So
Absolutely.
these people that love a lie will love all lie. The lie of gravity, the lie of the ball, the lie of heliocentrism.
And that's the base level that we're reaching here. And I'm trying to reach it. I don't know. I'm not doing shit, man. I'm not doing shit. I'll tell you that right now. I'll be the first one to say that. I'm just a guy out here.
And they're also the same ones that keep the beast feasts. Even though they claim to be one thing, but yet they don't know about proper feasts, the proper times. Like, there's a lot of people that right now that are confused about the calendar.
And they're confused about whether the earth is flat or round.
We have no idea what year we're in.
They don't have a clue.
We have
Whether
no
it's
idea
flat
what
or round. Never mind where you're going, man. Or in the year.
The vernal equinox was on the 20th, which was 2 days ago by my count, but it's still nighttime, so yesterday.
You know I'm not in dispute with you fellers. You know I'm not. I'm just
I know, but hear me out. It's in
being
spring.
the advocate here.
And Passover is the first full moon after equinox, which is Friday. Make sure you have the blood of Yeshua to cover you. Is all I'm saying. We need to get back to the real calendars. We need to get back to looking at what has been provided for us for times and seasons. The times and seasons are the moon and the sun, and the stars are for the seasons. The moon and the sun for times.
Yes.
The moon for the tracking of the week, the sun for the tracking of the day and the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so simple.
It is.
But it's been so subtly corrupted. So, but if you're not,
I'm not. Yeah, I mean,
I think the death angel is coming.
Bro.
I think the death angel's coming. Second Exodus may be approaching.
Yeah, people just want to know whether they're in this planet or not here, dude.
Well, the world is.
We know that.
If the water is level, because we know from our professionalism or from our professional life, and well, we work with levels. We can measure. Okay, a level is a unit to find something that's flat. Well, water's flat, so they use water level, spirit bubble. Before that, the Masons used two equally length sticks linked together in a V with a plumb bob.
Right. And we still do that today. I agree.
So it's just The deceit, man, the deceit.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people just use words and they don't know the meaning behind the word. It's like, well, level. Well, what's level? Oh, level. You know, it's a you know, one of those things that you use to check to see if something's level. No, I mean? What does level mean? There's so many degrees listed before you get to the real definition of the word level. Right? Almost like the Masonic order.
Man. Either, you know, as a builder, it's either level or isn't, right? We're on the level. You know the saying, we're on the level, baby. That's what you say back in the street, right? Or whatever street you're from, man. We're on the level. That means you're straight up with a man.
And in fact, the Masons even say we're on the level.
But that's probably what it's derived from. That's funny. I didn't say that. Gosh.
I mean, it's.
I know that, man. I know that.
Let's find out. I think it was Britannica.
I know.
I don't know. It was this one. Dictionary at WordDink. Yeah, this one. It starts out saying level, and then it says love, and then definitions from the American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language, 5th edition. First one, noun, relative person or rank on a scale.
I get that.
A relative degree as of an achievement, intensity, or concentration. The other one.
You know,
a natural
brother,
order.
But what you're proposing is an actual change in theology and a change in everything the way you think. Is what you're proposing.
Yeah.
I mean, not much unlike the flat Earth. I mean, but it's a
when you start
theological
this, the
change
cognitive
of
dissonance
belief.
is extremely real.
It's amazing. Oh, it's thick. It's thicker than thick. That is a barbed wire Vietnam War that I've never seen in my life. Trying to get through that. I'm fighting with it.
Just a second here. Okay. And then a relative degree as an achievement, intensity, or concentration. So that's 2. 3. A natural or proper position, place, or stage. 4. Position along a vertical axis, height, or depth. 5. A horizontal line or plane at right angles. Plane at right angles to the plumb. Right? And then it says the position or height of such of a plane. Plane. And then a flat horizontal surface. A land area of uniform elevation. An instrument for ascertaining whether a surface is horizontal, vertical, or at a 45-degree angle consisting essentially of an encased liquid-filled tube containing an air bubble that moves to a centered window when the instrument is set on an even plane.
Talking about a water tube, water level?
Air bubble, yeah.
Yeah.
Such a device combined with a telescope and used in surveying.
I'm down with that. That's
translate.
Empirical. That's something to be tested. Yeah.
A computation of the differences in elevation between 2 points and using such a device.
That's called the water level. Yes. You can use that between 2 points.
Flat, smooth surface. A flat, smooth surface. And that's adjective. So we're beginning to get to the adjective.
We're not in disagreement, my friend.
being on a horizontal plane.
I'm not disagreeing on that either. Ever.
Adjective, being at the same height or position as another, even. The level can also mean even.
Yeah.
Okay. Adjectively, right? So another adjective.
I'm agreeing. Absolutely.
Being at the same degree or rank, standing, or advantages as another equal.
Yeah. Call it a builder's level back in the day.
Adjective, being or related to a specific rank or standing, often used in combination. That's all about masonry right there. The rank, degree, right? The level. Exhibiting no abrupt variation steadily. That's smooth, but yeah. Then adjective, rational and balanced, sensible. On the level.
And that's what we're trying to be. On the level. On the grain. On what empirical proof we can fucking prove right here today.
Filled evenly to the top. Right? And then
that's fine.
Verbal, like verbiage. To make horizontal, flat, or even. To place the same rank, equalize. To tear down, raise. To knock down with a blow, lay low.
The next part.
To aim along a horizontal plane.
Okay.
To directly, or to direct emphatically, or forcefully towards someone. Synonym, aim. Because it used to be level, ready, level, fire, right? Instead of ready, aim, fire. So, another verb.
Yeah.
Measure the different elevation of a tract of land with a level. And then to bring persons to things to equal level, equalize. To aim a weapon horizontally. Informal, to be frank and open. Adverb, along a float, or even line, or plane. Idiom, one's level best. One can do in an earnest attempt. Another idiom, on the level, without deception, honest. And it goes on. Then I can go on to the etymologies, the related words, the lists, any comments that people put. And it's score of 8. Scrabble. So level is worth 8 points at Scrabble.
Okay.
Just in case any of you dumbass ballers want to refute this, then here's the link.
No baller can refute. There's your minefield. Yeah, no flat earther would ever deny that.
But it's a flat horizontal.
My old disposition is, you know what? My old disposition here is, I'm just happy to succumb to this reality.
And see, everybody goes, well, what about the meteorites and what about all that?
What about them, man?
What meteorite? Well, the one that took out the dinosaurs.
There are none. No, there was no dinosaurs.
They're saying that because it looks like...
a flat earther won't, man.
Well, we got that one in Chelyabinsk, Russia that blew up and all that stuff.
Did it?
Yeah, it was a rocket.
Okay, there you go. There's our answer.
A super duper rocket that they were
Yep.
testing. And now Trump was boasting, we have a super duper rocket. Right? I mean, the lie's right there.
It is. It's right there.
Those that know the truth.
And
See
it's
it.
gone a little deeper today. You know? And it always does. And it keeps getting deeper and deeper.
It's like a never-ending downward spiral.
Oh man, you think you thought of 9/11 and it all started with all the false flags.
No, Phoenix, dinosaurs don't exist. What is the word
man,
dinosaur in Hebrew?
It's amazing.
Same word for dragon.
Just to crawl through that minefield of thought is just
In fact, there was no
amazing.
word dinosaur in the English language till 1853. Before 1853, it was dragon.
Yeah. And they had the word for that.
It means terrible lizard.
There you go. And we're talking about Japanese and even our whatever. Even in, like a lot of mythology, right? In the I don't even know the right word to say about it, but
Well, most of these mythologies have to do with these trees, right?
we're back to those trees. Yeah. And that's the crux of the argument, isn't
Yes, I did, Elijah. I did.
it? Did you do that?
Glorious.
No, I didn't observe the sun last night. Wish I did.
It was
Amazing.
right above me, and I could see the blue through the moon.
Oh, boy, yeah, it's transparent.
Oh,
Yeah.
you guys see
But
my
how can you
text in the
see
chat?
Huh?
I said, oh, you
Hey,
guys
look.
saw my text in the chat? What's up?
Yeah.
Now, the thing, I'm so upset because I didn't pay attention. I could have sworn that I saw the orientation of the moon pointed directly to the south at one point and then directly west a couple
Yeah.
hours later.
Yeah.
I can't confirm that because I was in Brooklyn and I was by my house. If I was just by my house or in Manhattan, I would know that I saw it the way I saw it. But seeing as that I went to Brooklyn, I don't know if I'm confusing what I would think is south
Yeah.
in Manhattan, with what could be like, I don't know, some other orientation like west from Brooklyn. So did you guys see anything like that? Or
I seen the moon coming up, and I'm watching it during the daytime, and then right when the sun's getting ready to go out of the distance, just like the Fresnel lens experiment proved, is one of these things where you don't really notice it until you look again, and you're like, wait a minute. That the moon shouldn't be facing that way. It's rotating. And from my position, I'm looking east out my backyard. So I can see the rising sun and the rising moon. But I'll definitely be able to see that Passover moon. It rotated towards the south. The crescent part. The dark part.
right, okay. So you
And
saw
this
a
was
dramatic
right-
change in orientation too last night?
This was right after sunset. And usually
Right.
you can see the thing out, right? And right before sunset, it was directly overhead. And it rotated. Because the wheel in the sky, the wheel within a wheel, the moon rotates like a clock.
But there's a problem with that. Like, so it went from if I was looking um from one location and it was south, it went from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
Okay, if I'm looking south, right, and well, what part are you talking about? The dark part?
Okay, like say like I was looking directly up, right? And so the moon hadn't quite reached and it, you know what, it had to be before I went to Brooklyn. Because I went to Popeyes and I kind of feel like I saw it then, which was also in Manhattan. So okay, so I look straight up, right? So the moon isn't overhead, it's like, to my left and to the back of me, like 90 degrees. If I'm looking directly up, it's still behind me. Say I'm facing south, so it's still kind of behind me, right? Um, like just over and behind my left shoulder. So it's pointed, the light part of it, the light half is
Yeah.
pointed directly south. But then
Oh,
when I
like
got off the
that.
train, it was pointed directly west. And it was not, again, I look up 90 degrees, and this time it's um much further west,
See,
southwest anyway.
what I saw was when it was going through, the part that was illuminated was facing west. When I looked again, the part that was illuminated was facing north.
Say that again one more time.
The illuminated part, the part that was lit up, was facing north when I saw it rotated to where the occulted part, the part that was darkened, was facing south. And that was right around sunset. I don't know if I can see the moon now. Probably not. But
See, the
yeah.
problem with that is if we did see a change in orientation like that, like the problem is if we're spinning away from the sun, there, there's no kind of one day wobble that would make that happen, where the angle from the sunlight to the moon changes that much.
Yeah,
If that's what
witchcraft
it
do
was
it.
in the heliocentric model.
Witchcraft is gonna try to take a picture of it, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Because it is to change orientation like that. It's on a globe anyway. The way shit is working, hell no way. But I wish I was paying attention.
Is it a crescent again? What? Hang on.
It can't be a crescent just yet. It was half last night.
No, I know. From what I see, I could be seeing just an apparition through the glass. Let me go outside. What's up, doggy? All right, the wind finally stopped. There's a wandering star on the horizon. That's cool. It was pretty windy too. No, it wasn't it. It was apparition. I don't even see it anymore. What time is it? Oh shit, that's why. It's like 5 in the morning. Yeah, but that would have been insane if it would have been a crescent. Yeah. It's like, how would that equate on the ball? They'll want to play ball. Yeah, mic check.
We hear you.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, I can't see it anymore. I just saw an apparition through the window. Screen, you know. I was like, but what would that mean if, yeah. So what does that mean, like, if the moon did a little herky-jerky action?
Oh, did you see that picture I posted? Is that the yellow submarine floating in the sky, bro?
Is that where Sergeant Pepper is?
Bro, let's fucking go. Oh! It's a Flat Earth song for all y'all listeners out there. Yellow submarine, get woke.
We all live on a yellow sub.
Mm-mm. But yeah, I don't know what it means. I I just know that it definitely doesn't work with the globe. That's all I know.
The yellow symbolizes the firmament because the firmament is essentially like pure gold, right? And even though, you know, the gold we see is not really 100% pure, it's clear on the firmament. So that's why you'll see the golden arches in McDonald's, arches. Any kind of golden arches is firmament symbolism.
Yep. I mean, the symbology of everything. It's like everybody looks at a pyramid and they go, well, why would they build a giant triangle? That makes no sense. Why would they build a triangle? Right?
I don't know. I feel like I'm like the only person who's ever taken a picture of a triangular shaped star. And maybe that's why they made pyramids. Who knows? There might only be one star like that. I've only found one, you know?
Yeah.
It's a whole lot more to go, bro. I can't go down the list that well. I mean, I still got to get that Star Tracker apps, you know?
Yeah. See, the triangle is the first platonic solid. The first polymorph, right? The first shape, triangle. 3 equal sides. And it's all about threes. So you take away 1/3 of something, and you have 66.6 remaining. 66.6%. So the triangle is supposed to be a representation of something. I can't remember that part of sacred geometry. However, a pyramid has 4 faces. The tetragrammaton is a 4-faced, 4-lettered name. So does that mean that they created the pyramid as a idol for God? And why they were instructed to not build the image in gold or silver? Things that make you go, what? And huh? the idolatry is everywhere, and it's all symbolism. Logos. Logos. Logo. It's just, well, what does logos mean? Does anybody know?
Word. It means word.
So if logos means word and corporations use logos or icon, what does that teach you? Something about magic, right?
Something about spelling. Spells are a form of magic. But we call it spelling, but formally, if it's a written word, you can say it's a form of a spell or spelling of a word.
Okay, icon is graphic symbol on a computer display screen that represents app object such as file or function such as command to save. A sign used as word or graphic symbol whose form suggests its meaning. An object of uncertain devotion. Idol. Comes from the Greek ikon, a conventional religious image typically painted on small wooden panel used in the deities of Eastern Christianity. Usually a pictorial representation image.
Not that different than a hexagram or a pentagram or a lot of different iconic symbols.
Well, anything that's iconic is an idol because, first definition you have A and B, which is definition of icon entry 1 of 2. The A is graphic symbol on a computer, and B is a sign used such as a word or graphic symbol, like, right? Word, logos, icon, word. And 2, it's an idol.
Yeah, it's like the physical imprint of the logos.
It's kind of like how memes are spells.
Absolutely. I've always really enjoyed the studying of language and words and meanings and how they've all developed over the years. A lot of it's been diluted.
Yep. And it's kind of like nobody really knows what Orient means and what Occident means. But if you study linguistics, Occident, right? Occodent, occult meant sunset, sun hiding, sunrise, origin, Orient, east and west. Orient's east, Occident's west. Sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Right?
Yeah, I think if you, I know it's a phrase in astronomy, but it's also been like a kind of a pagan term for occultation, or the occult would be the alignment of two celestial bodies. So, like in astronomy, if two planets looked as if they were completely aligned in alignment, they would say that's an occultation. So technically, when we see the sunset in their model, I think that they would say that it's a nightly occultation. So when the night comes, kind of a lot of just interesting phraseology.
And we really need to figure this out. because it's not just all about the flat earth and the opposition. That is just the battleground for the mind.
Yeah, I do
So-
think it's all a mind war, and I think that people may or may not realize how much the power of your word or my word or what we say has an effect in reality. Like,
Yeah.
if I were to bless you or curse a child, it may have some lasting effect, you know? There's like a power to it that pretty much goes unspoken of, you know, in modern times. Everything is kind of meaningless and everyone can just say everything all the time and then there's no repercussion. I think it's a form of diluting the word.
That's like curse words. People go, oh yeah, don't curse. It's a curse word. Don't curse. Okay, well, why are you telling me not to curse? Well, because it's not polite. Well, why do you think they call it a curse? A curse word. Cursing.
Yeah.
You sit there and you say you don't give a fuck, you ain't gonna get laid. You say you don't give a shit, you're gonna be constipated.
Well, I mean, there are connections to that. I forgot what the name of the philosophy is, but it's been a long tradition for many cultures that you can speak things into existence. Like if you're sick, for example, you can command yourself to be well in many ways. That's all like the sorcery, magical, all that stuff's been completely forgotten or misremembered.
Sorcery
now.
is just sorcery in itself is just the use of mind altering substances. Pharmakia, preparation of potions to induce a vision. Yep.
Yeah, we do that all the time. Like whether it's with caffeine, drugs, alcohol, eating eating some animal, or everything is pretty much this one big alchemy chemistry experiment.
Yeah.
Which
And alchemy,
what we put in, we kind of get in return.
like alchemy, for instance, right? Alchemy is al or all of chemet. Hebrews use the word El for God. Arabs use the word all for God. Alchemy. It's chemistry.
Creation.
And it's also
Yeah,
where
it's a
we get the word
creation.
alkaloid from, right? Because alkaloids, is like the study of salt, right? You can take salt and put it on your food. Or you could take the salt, do a couple different procedures, reactions, and transmute it to bleach. And you go to, and you're in school, and you're doing all this chemistry stuff, going, oh, this is important, right? No, what you're doing is alchemy, and you don't even know it. They even tell you chemistry gets its root from alchemy, because it's the same thing.
Exactly.
And the Philosopher's Stone is really being high on something that is made from it.
I was listening to Bob from Globebusters, right, a couple of days ago, and what he was describing was he was saying, I wish there was a chance that we could get back to a point where we didn't have what they call modern science or modern understanding, and a lot of the pre-modern versions of these ideas were an opportunity for us to go down a different tree of understanding, if you know what I mean. We could have gone down a whole different path and ended up somewhere else, but instead we ended up where we're at today. Like, when you consider all the different options, everything we could have thought about differently, instead now we have atoms, particles, molecules, all these other neutrinos and everything. It's like, we probably could have reimagined a whole completely different way of doing and thinking.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind
And
of
by
an
the way,
unfortunate
that
loss.
whole atom theory about their model is incorrect.
I'm right there with you. I agree. They're obsessed. I think it's a philosophical choice that stems from, I think, Aristotle, when he said, "Oh, it's, in my belief, it's the most beautiful shape." Therefore, they went overboard completely with it, saying everything is a sphere, even down to the smallest thing imaginable. It's a sphere. It's like, no, that's just a philosophy.
Yep.
But you hear it all the time when they talk about atoms, or neutrinos, or moles, or mass, or anything else. I wonder all the other philosophies we could have chosen from and then maybe ended up at a very different place.
It's all mental gymnastics. You know what I mean?
It's mind war, man. It's all about your mind. It's all about convincing you to think about things in a certain way.
Yep. And when you finally wake up from it, you're going to be really upset.
Well, it's like how when I first got into Flat Earth, maybe a little over a year, I guess, or so ago, it was a very freeing moment. It was like it was a chance for me to reimagine and kind of get rid of that old way of thinking. But they say that, like, before it sets you free, it'll piss you off. So, yeah, you're right. Before truth sets you free, it'll piss you off.
I feel a huge weight on my shoulders about this great deception. And the more people I bring to the light, the burden gets a little easier. You know, that's like a lot of people go, well, what do you mean the light? You know, it's knowledge. You know, well, how do you know the knowledge? Well, what's truth? I know one guy that says he is the way, the truth, and the light. And I also know in that specific book, it's known as the living waters, which is why I equate the water with the light. There we go, water with the light. Have you ever seen super pure water in a vacuum tube type thing, a vacuum container that's sealed off and pinched off like an ampule? And it's like a Christmas tree shape. It's a way for them to get super pure water through distillation, right? And
yeah, that's a super advanced way to distill it. It's like a hyper cleansing way of doing it, even.
Yeah, and it's like a little Christmas tree, right, type thing. And they torch off the little bulbs that have the pure water in it for running experiments or whatever. Well, when they're done with the process, they have a small tube. They have that tree that's left that's got water in it, and I've seen people go, I just discovered a weird phenomenon, and they start shaking it, right? And the thing sits there and goes pink, pink, pink. It's like, did you hear that? Ting, 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 ting. There's no glass particles in there, no boiling chips. But when I go ting, 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 and shake it, it tinks. Well, you put it under a high-speed camera or whatever, and they do that tinking. What that tinking is a cavitation bubble that's being created that expands and collapses. When it collapses, it expands again into a plasma and collapses. And it makes a sound tink. So it's literally creating light.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, because if you think about it, like through the lens of chemistry and even entropy, when you isolate a certain chemical, or we'll just say in this sense water, it's probably through its own energy going to boil itself or come up with a lot of like change. It's going to be chemistry changing in such a unique way. I wish I had a vacuum. I wish I had access to a vacuum. I think that would be so cool.
You can build an aspirator, a vacuum aspirator, through the use of water or an even heavier fluid. And that will create a vacuum, but it won't be super low pressures. It'll just be, mid vacuum, probably about 25-inch of vacuum of mercury.
Do you think it would be difficult to make like a square meter, like a 3-foot square box vacuum? Do you think that would be difficult to do?
3-foot square box? No.
Just but a vacuum, like you pull it and there's that would be such a great little laboratory. And I don't know if I don't have a lot of room in where I'm at right now, but it would be so cool to probably dangerous, but
you can take some melamine type board, and I don't know if you could use the melamine itself, but basically you have a floating container and you have a valve, right? Like a piston instead of a cylinder. Right. And you take a plug out or open a valve that's at the back of the cylinder or box or cube, and you push something that fits in there like a piston perfectly. And you push that all the way back until there's no air in it. Seal it off. And then you draw it back. You're going to have to probably use, come along or something. But you draw it back all the way to the extent, even beyond what a so-called perfect vacuum would be. You could continue to draw that thing out until it won't draw anymore.
Do you think it would implode? Or it necessarily wouldn't explode, but...
What if you get beyond the perfect vacuum?
Well, if you're going to have light, I don't think... If there's light in the vacuum, I think it's not going to be perfect, because I think light's still a force in many ways. So you always have some sort of pressure. At least it's I guess you probably wouldn't measure it, but
I think light is a perturbation of the electromagnetic spectrum.
Dude, I've been so I don't want to say entranced with the idea of ether, but when you think about light being the first force, you really do learn about a lot about things in my mind. I think light is an energy. It's pure energy. And there's so many different things to if you had a pure vacuum and you shined a light through that vacuum, like a laser or something, you would have a measurable pressure differential. Like the pressure chamber itself would increase just by the light going through it. A lot of really crazy, interesting things about light. Still the biggest mystery to people.
The one thing that puzzles me is this: it's not a Stirling engine, but it's one of these engines, and it's like one of these old Greek dudes that thought of it and discovered or whatever. I think it was one of these old Greek dudes, one of these old dead dudes. But it's like a vacuum globe where it's like a bulb that's devoid of air, and inside of it you have a vein with 4 arms coming off of it, and you have one side that's white and the other side that's black, and the light hits it and it always spins. The light goes towards the darkness to where it spins to where the white part of it is like
I've seen that. It's they say it's some sort of and there's a convoluted part of, I think, the missed opportunity of ether physics or whatever you want to call it. But light is a force, and it can provide. I don't want to say it's a resistance, but it can do. I think I've seen what you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, we've been to school. And it was a thought experiment. They go, now what makes this? And they go, well, it's the light pressure. The light pressure? What do you mean the light pressure? Light has no mass.
Interesting.
Yet it can break
Interesting.
the laws of physics.
What up, Don?
What's up, son?
So,
What's up, bud? Yeah, light has to have a force because guess what? It forces darkness out the way.
yeah.
Well, that's what I've always said. You know, I mean, if we understand that light was the first force, and light is an energy in and of itself, you could say it's electricity, you could call it whatever you want. But once you realize what actual ether physics may or may not be, you're going to have the speed of darkness, right? Darkness reacts to the speed of light, so it has to be faster. It's such an unexplored part of science that I think really gets maybe a little too ignored.
Oh no, there's probably people out there studying it that just during the
Can't get funding. Or their papers aren't getting published.
Right.
Because it's the mafia.
Yeah, it's science. We live in a world that we all know. If you're a flat earther, you know that we live in a world run by scientism and the appreciation of Einstein versus a lot of maybe Tesla or some other person, Steinmetz, or like a lot of other people had different ways of thinking about all this stuff. But for some reason, they selected the Messiah Einstein to be the route we journeyed upon, you know.
And Einstein was in the cult of Thelma, part of the Thule Society.
Is that a what is his name? Aleister Crowley thing?
Yes. Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
Jack Parsons, NASA.
That's satanic.
Scientology. Self-empowerment. Dianetics. That's why I think it's funny when I hear the word squirrel, and I'll go, squirrel, who's a squirrel? You know, who's a Scientologist? Because you know what squirrels are, right? If you are what you eat, and squirrels eat nuts. And then they call their apostates squirrels. What do you mean? Because they broke your brainwashing? It's kind of like the whole alien lie, right? Everybody goes, oh yeah, you know, they're from another planet. What do you mean another planet? The only planets are the wandering stars that we have named God. Or not we, but they. Well, mankind.
Well, they subtracted heaven for space.
Yeah.
Now it's space. It used to be just called heaven. And I think that was probably the best way to describe it.
Now, did you know that there's a blue lodge and a red lodge of Freemasonry? And this goes into Moorish science.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
The so-called Moorish science, right? This Moorish science states that the blue order, blue represents the spaces, right? And chaos. Red represents order and the land. So the spaces are waters, the oceans, blue.
Mm-hmm.
The sky, blue.
Mm.
So they feel they have dominion over everything and they can change what is up, even though they know the truth, because more scientists, but they're waiting for somebody to allow them to go to space, right? They're waiting for somebody to allow them to go through. They're waiting for something to rip the sky so they can get out.
Yep, to tear the firmament again, or yeah. Yeah. A lot of that stuff just, I wish, like, I had my grandfather he was a Freemason. You know how that, whatever, it was like a 14 or something. And
So is mine.
I wish
But
I
he
would
was
have, in
a-
hindsight, picked his brain a lot more.
So- oh, I tried picking my grandfather's brain about it. He wouldn't. He clammed up. He wouldn't say a damn thing. Just, oh, I was a Shriner. I'm a Shriner. I'm a Templar. Well, what do you mean? Well, ask my brother. No, I'm asking you. So, and I've been exposing the Masonic secret for a while.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you've probably read Albert Pike then, right?
Morals and Dogma, the Red Book. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Sin cleanser.
the Sublime 33, 32.
Mm-hmm.
What up? Yeah, it's all Luciferian. It's all
You
a
got Carl
contrived
Jung
version of the
that-
Morning Star.
Yeah, got Carl Jung also that did the Red Book, his magnum opus. This is great work. So, okay, there's 4 colors to them, to that occult. Actually, there's 5, but they keep the 5th one hidden as the aether, the spirit. So you got the white, or excuse me, you have the first one, which is the black. Then you have the second one, which is the white. Then the third one, which is the blue. And the fourth one is the red, which is also purple. How familiar are you with DMT?
Well, I'll tell you this. They say that, and I'm just gonna summarize it quick. The DMT is apparently developed in your pineal gland. But what I learned interesting recently is that our third eye, or there are many creatures in existence in many different animals that
Yes.
the pineal gland means that they had a pineal eye. In the human, we have a pineal gland, but we don't have an eye, so we don't have a receiver of that light. So we have the ability to receive the light, but we don't have an eye from which we can see anything with it. So we have the receptor, but we don't have the ability to use it. And that is a crazy thing to think about, because not most, but there's a lot of animals that have a pineal eye.
Right? There's
Yeah.
even fluid inside of it. And rods and cones for detecting light.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We have the pineal gland in our brain and our forehead. This is maybe the all-seeing eye, but we do not have a pineal eye, like physically, from which we see. So I'm thinking this is where we get our dreams, and maybe all of our spirit. This is kind of like the essence of all
Yep.
thought, is just that we have an eye, I guess, I don't know how you would call it, the gland, but we don't have the eye.
Ayin, to see the truth. In the Hebrew, it's ayin.
Yeah, I
And,
thought that was mind blowing when I heard that probably about a week ago. So I'm still sitting with that idea still.
So sometimes I'll tell people, open your ayin. And they're like, what are you talking about? Ayin? What do you mean? And it's just like, you'll either look into it or you won't. I mean, that's the thing. You can lead a horse to water. You can lead a beast to water, but you can't make it drink. So.
Yeah, we're
And-
missing a component, and the component See, I heard
It's
I heard it from a
purple.
person that was arguing from.
It's purple,
Yeah.
right? So the red is also known as the purple. Well, what is purple? Isn't purple one of those things that is the product of Babylon?
Well, I mean, and there's politics of blue and red, and the purple is the somewhere between kind of mixture.
Royals.
Royal, yeah.
Royal oil. Make you stagger, make you dagger on a hot tin foil. Anyways, that's Mighty Mighty Boss Stones. So you got this purple, right? That's always talked about. You got the scarlet and the alabaster and the ivory and the what would it be? Lazuli, lapis, right? And let's put it this way. The harlot deals in purple and scarlet, purple and red, right? And purple
Right.
is the red. Well, how do you get purple? People go, oh, you get it from a sea mollusk. You also get it from Mimosa hostilis bark. It's where you get DMT from.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I haven't fully digested the whole
Because when they sit there and they
chemistry,
extract it,
biology.
when they sit there and they extract it and they go from an acidic state to an alkali state, it goes from a gold color instantaneously to a deep purple. Deep purple
Right,
smoke on
yeah.
the water. So all of these things, there is nothing new under the sun. The giant cedars of Lebanon.
Yeah. Hey, Sin, did you know bismuth is the most powerful diamagnetic material?
That probably means it's one of the most expensive.
No,
You know
it's
what bismuth is?
Pepto-Bismol.
Oh, yeah, I've heard you can actually. I've seen there's a channel on YouTube that demonstrates you can extract it from Pepto-Bismol. You can get the bismuth.
Mhm.
Well, you can get it from calytic oxide. It's salt, pyrolytic graphite. You can is diamagnet. It can levitate. So when it's really, really, really cold, like it's frozen. Have you seen those videos where they have a diamagnet where it's circling around it? It's levitating.
Through quantum locking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
was about to say.
that's
yeah.
diamagnetic.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of paramagnetic, because it's it doesn't want to hold a charge. Diamagnetic, paramagnetic, like liquid oxygen. If you have like two, you can actually propel fire, which they say is the carbon dioxide. I mean, yeah, the carbon or the soot, because when you put out the flame, the smoke will still propel. That's still. I have a field of dynamic magnetic field.
Even water is slightly paramagnetic.
Yep, sure is.
You got paramagnetism, which is an attraction to magnetic fields, and you have diamagnetic, which is a repulsion.
Yep. This stuff is so interesting, dude. I'm telling you what, I'm going down that road.
I'm telling you,
I
Don.
observe-
I've embraced the rabbit hole on this one, man. I'm going all the way through.
Let's
I
create
think
a
that
magnet for gold.
Yeah, I've heard, dude. I was just talking about that. Not even last week. Golden magnets. Like, there's like all these different things. I feel like Flat Earth really should embrace that whole world. But it's a very controversial thing at the moment, apparently.
It might be diamagnetic or paramagnetic at least. One or the other. It's possible. That's very I know foil, if you get gold foil, it's static charged. It's the opposite.
Yeah, but is that magnetism, or is that shit? What is it? I'm kind of sleepy. I gotta think. Hang on. It's right there. Electrostatic forces.
Yeah, something like that.
I think it's electrostatic.
Yeah, you can have it where
I
it
feel
will stick.
I feel that's what really gravity is. They
Yeah,
go, oh, gravity this,
Incoherent.
gravity that.
Yeah, incoherent.
So,
Well, the thing is, think about this: the way that they describe the neutron or the atom, it's a neutron with an electron and a proton, right? Electron is the giveaway, I think, because it's really describing how pretty much electricity.
Well, they say
is
a
involved with
neutron
everything.
is. They say a neutron is negative charge. It doesn't have no. But is it diamagnetic or paramagnetic? I'm looking more into that.
Well, it doesn't even really matter because all they're really telling you is that everything's pretty much electric. Electricity moves through all things and it interacts with everything. That's just energy in my mind. That's entropy, you know? I don't see how people could deny. But this is where they instead they just say, "Oh, mass attracts mass."
Right.
When Newton came up with gravity, he didn't know anything about electricity.
Well,
This
mass.
was well before electricity. Yeah, and that's when he said mass attracts mass.
Well, I
But
don't
he
know
didn't
how
know that
works.
electricity existed.
Mass
Then
attracts
Einstein
mass.
came around and said, "Oh, it's the bending and warping of space-time." But you can't just ignore the fact of electromagnetism and you can't just ignore electricity. It's light, it's ether, it's everything.
Mass attracting mass. That's interesting when it comes to molecular bonds.
Well, I mean, as we were talking about Don on Jose's the other day, it's
Yeah.
like they can't define mass. Ask any glober, ask any person who you think is a genius of Helios. They don't know what mass is to this day, but it's the core part of their model, and the core part of their model is in question because when Newton came up with the idea of mass attracting mass, he didn't have an idea about electricity, and that's where we should have taken a huge U-turn from the bending and warping of space-time back into ether physics from right at that point, I think.
Yeah, they got mass attracting mass. They say any amount of matter, which you need volume first. Okay, any amount of matter, really. What about molecular bonding? Is that mass attracting mass? So gravity is just making, it's making cups and tables and everything.
Dude, if you ask them what mass is, they're going to say it's inertia. If you ask them what inertia is, they're going to say it's matter. If you're going to ask them what matter is, they're going to say it's mass.
But they say it's any amount of matter.
So why don't
volume.
why don't they say matter attracts matter? They won't do that because they're idiots.
Right. But it doesn't work that way because you got molecular bonding.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. They have a profoundly flawed understanding of reality. And they don't get questioned enough about it, which is why Flat Earth is kind of popping up. Because we kind of discovered they didn't really look into it as much as they should have.
Any amount of matter, that molecular bonding, there's a fine line between that kind of one debunks the other.
Well, if you've ever talked to Zanuck, Don, he'll say mass is described by how much and how many. How much and how many of what. He'll say, well, he'll get into atoms. There's a certain amount of atoms. Okay. They'll call that a mole. A mole is just this arbitrary description of what they say. It's like 6 point something trillion atoms. Now, they haven't counted any of this stuff. These are all just mathematical understandings. But when Newton said mass attracts mass, he didn't have the mole understanding of they have such a mess, like it's so messy.
So is this I got a plastic cup in my hand. Is this made out of matter?
Well, it's made out of mass that has inertia that is matter. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so when do I see the whole Earth turning into a cup because of the gravity? If it's mass or matter, attracting matter or mass attracting mass, however you want to put it.
Bro, they'll just say Cavendish, man. We know how this goes.
So
they'll say I measured the density of the Earth in my wooden shed in my backyard.
Well, I think it's an energy field with the plastic cup. I mean, yeah, we manipulate it, but still, that's what keeps it together. Different types of matter.
It's all about what moves through all things. I think energy moves through all things. Energy is light. Light moves through all things. It interacts with everything.
You can have energy go through you and not kill you. You can have too much go through you and then really harm you pretty bad. So yeah, it's yeah.
Like think about this, Don. Here, I think we should take a new approach with those dudes. Ask them, what does light? What doesn't react to light? They're gonna have to rack their brain. Everything reacts to light. And if everything reacts to light, there's an energy. There's a flow of energy that moves through all things. Not just a flow of energy, but also the first force ever documented. It's not only biblical, it's pretty much like, even in the Big Bang, they say that there was energy. And then from energy came light. And then light from... It's like... It's like the square root. It's the root from which everything comes from, and it's light. And that's what energy is.
Ooh, check this out. Futurism.com. I just looked in, what was it? From geocentrism to heliocentrism, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's sitting there, says Copernicus wasn't the first scientist proposed a heliocentric model. The earliest mention of a sun-centered universe actually dates back to 200 BCE to a man named Aristocrates of Samos.
Mm-hmm.
Aristocrates. Other non-centered models had been proposed around the same time as Thalios, central fire, phallus, right? Central fire model, which postulated all of the bodies in the universe revolved around a central fire. The fire isn't the sun. In 390 BCE, scientists had also figured out that the Earth must rotate to account for the fact that the stars move around us. Unfortunately, these ideas caved to Aristotle's theories, where he provides 3 common sense arguments against non-Earth centered model. These arguments are: first point, if the Earth was spinning, why don't objects fall off? 2, if the Earth was moving around the sun, why doesn't it leave flying birds behind it? And finally, 3, if the Earth was in orbit around the sun, why don't we see parallax effect seen in the stars? So we've been fighting about this for quite a while, guys.
Yeah.
It's not. It's there's, like you said earlier, there's nothing new. We're just a modern representation of the same philosophy that's still puzzled itself. There's the Glober type heliocentrics, and then there's the people that are a little bit more skeptical about it, and that's the flat earthers.
It says, for those of you who know a bit about physics, I can hear you're laughing now, but remember that we didn't understand the laws of motion until Newton in the 17th century, nearly 19 centuries after Aristotle.
Bullshit.
The first 2 parts of Aristotle's arguments are easily refuted with modern understanding of motion. If you if you stand still, you have the illusion that you aren't moving, because everything around you is moving at the same speed. If you were on a plane, no window to look out of and no noise to give it away, you'd have no idea if you were actually moving or standing still. Yeah, bullshit.
What?
because
It says that.
because
Where's this from?
Futurism.com.
It's kind of like space.com. Yeah, I've heard of them.
You said you wouldn't
And it
know
says
you're
because
moving.
everything inside the plane is moving at the same speed. But it's interesting they put in some 3-point type thing.
I've never
The
heard those
ancient
3 points. Yeah, that was nice. I've read a lot of Aristotle, but I've never heard those 3 claims. I'm sure he wrote it down somewhere, but
That's crazy.
So yeah, that's. I wanted to find out who was the first one to come up with it, and it says it wasn't until Kepler, Galileo, and Newton came on the scene in the 17th century, nearly 100 years after Copernicus' death. Yeah, you guys.
yeah, until the Masons showed up and
It's funny how they claim that we knew the Earth was a globe 2,000 years ago. No, not everybody. There was only a few people arguing it.
there's not many people that did think the Earth was a globe, especially even in the ancient Greek. They'll say the ancient Greeks knew the Earth was a globe. No, that like they really didn't though. Like if you read like Socrates and Aristarchus and Eratosthenes and a lot of other different philosophers, because they pretty much all just sat around and talked about these things. They weren't all globers. There's so much just lies that are perpetuated as if they're true, but if you've ever read the things that they wrote, it doesn't say that they believed the Earth was to be a ball spinning through space or anything like that. That's just a lie. And I would encourage everyone to, if you can look in, like Socrates, whenever he said something, it was pretty much because he was debating someone. Somebody was asking him and he'd say, okay, why do you think that? It's not like that he was making claims half the times. It's that he was trying to figure things out with people. And you look at it, you find that, oh, they're in the same position we are today, for the most part.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Sinclair, did you know that Tesla and Edison had some beef for real? Like crazy. They had actually, it was like an electric war going on.
Edison fucked him over, man. Yeah, of course he had beef with him.
What Edison ended up using Tesla's invention anyways? At the end
to
of
kill dogs and elephants.
Yeah, isn't that crazy, dude? If it wasn't for Tesla, dude, we wouldn't have the type of electricity we have going through.
Don, did you know who bought all of Trump when I almost said the answer. When Tesla died, a lot of his stuff, because he was single, right? And I don't think he had much family.
Mm.
A lot of his stuff went to the state, and that was bought up by people who just bidded on it. And one of those people was Donald Trump's uncle, William Trump. And he also worked for MIT. And when he worked at MIT, he came up with all these different electric inventions.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, where did you get all this stuff? It's because he literally purchased the copyrights and the patents for all of Tesla's ideas. So is it that strange that the presidents are just the sons of people from the smartest legacies of men and science? No, it's just that they are, Yeah, Tesla is something to look into for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Because I'm into the electromagnetic fields and energy fields. So yeah, I go down that road. The funny thing is, Tesla, he did not deny the firmament, the stars in the firmament.
I think my favorite quote of Tesla is he used to be obsessed with lightning. Like if there was a lightning storm, he would just sit up and watch it like through the whole thing. He wouldn't like sleep or anything. And I think my favorite quote of his is that he said lightning is just waves in the ether. I'm like, damn, that kind of understand. When you think about that, that's hydrostatics. That's so much of the argument that we're still talking about today.
Mm-hmm. What's up with Eric Dollard? He redid a lot of Tesla's stuff. There's not much you can find on Dollard, really. I mean, you can find some old videos here and there.
Not much you can find from Tesla. A lot of
Yeah.
it's just hearsay. You know, there's not a lot of original. Okay, here's Tesla, and here's the PDF for everything he wrote down. You can't find that stuff anywhere. A lot of that's purchased and bought up and behind a like a paywall, and probably not even exposed to the public even. But yeah, man, Einstein was. I think he was. The story of how Einstein came to be the modern messiah of science and mathematical, whatever you want to call it. That is probably one of the most interesting stories of any of them. Because they really did need something to fill the void. They needed something to make sense of things.
Yeah, but Tesla was smarter than Einstein.
Yeah, and Tesla hated Einstein. He talked shit about Einstein all the time. He says what a lot of flat earthers say today is that, like, most of these theoretical physicists get so lost in their illusory mathematical equations that they forget about experimentation and reality. So they've kind of they've departed from science into this mathematical fantasy, and that's exactly what flat earthers say to globers all the time, especially when they talk about black holes and everything else.
I think Einstein was just like a face for TV type of thing, like, you know, at his time, like Neil deGrasse Tyson or Elon Musk, you know, just like, you know, a public figure for entertainment or.
Well, here's another one. Ask a single glober if they can solve one of Einstein's field equations. You will not find anyone who even knows how to explain those things. Better yet, even knows what he's talking about in his own explanations. Nobody knows what he's talking about. And that's pretty much the selling point of relativity and two relative objects in motion and how you calculate all these. You can't do it. It's just a romanticized mathematical philosophy.
Yeah.
But Nathan Oakley caught Rumpus on that, and I thought that was like he was like, Rumpus, can you describe or solve Einstein's field equations? And he was like, oh no, it's much more complicated. You flat earthers just don't. It was hilarious.
Or they don't get it, or he'll explain it.
Yeah, I think the quickest way to debunk like a glober nowadays, especially if they've been in the debate and they really hate flat earther, is just first of all ask them if they understand Einstein's field equations. 100% of them won't even know what they are or how to explain it or even solve it at all. And then the second one is just ask them what mass is, and they're going to see how much they give themselves the runaround. They'll talk in circles. These guys don't know anything about their own philosophy.
Yeah, that mass. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I know. They don't understand anything about their philosophy.
But they think of this guy as a genius messiah, and it's so... That's the dead giveaway that it's a religion, in my mind. That is the dead giveaway. You don't know what these guys are talking about. You say he's a genius. Why is he a genius? Tell me about what he thought. Nobody, not even in the community that we're in right now and debating globers on YouTube and everything else, none of them know. None of these guys have a clue what he's talking about. And I haven't even seen a YouTube like video from a professor at any university that actually kind of gives a plausible description of what he thinks has happening. None of these guys do. But I challenge you to find it, and if you find someone that can do it, I'd love to hear what they think about it, because I've never heard one.
Well, the thing is, Sin Cleanser, when they talk about this mass stuff, attracting mass, so it's any amount of matter, like I was saying earlier, explain molecular bonding. Why we don't see that? If it's mass attracting mass, cool. Okay, so this cup is because of mass attracting mass. This plastic cup, cool. Why I don't see it raining cups everywhere, or we turn into a plastic cup or a metal bin or a bed? Like everything is. Like,
You were looking around your room as you said that.
yes, I really
A bed,
was.
a toilet, a wall.
That sounds like jail.
Yeah, it does, don't it? Yeah, it does.
That's the PTSD.
Yeah, no more locked doors.
They say mass attracting mass. Really, huh?
Yeah, that's the quick win. If you're a flat earther and you want to laugh at a globe, or ask him what mass is. And when he says inertia, ask him what inertia is. When he says matter, ask him what matter is, because he's going to say mass.
Well,
It's just circular reasoning. The whole
like that.
thing is just nonsense.
I like to ask, so gravity is 9.8 square meters per second. It's a downward vector, all center of mass of the Earth. Okay, cool. But the Earth is negative charge. How is that? That don't make no sense. How would a negative charge have an influence on really anything? Of forcing it to in one direction towards it.
Well, Don, have you ever listened to Brian's Logic? He's a panel member on Nathan's show.
Maybe.
Yeah, he's got this really dense Great Britain, some sort of, I don't understand it half the time, but he's a really big relative density guy. And he doesn't like anything about electromagnetism and ether or whatever.
Amazing.
And, fair enough, but he makes the claim that there is no provable scientific evidence that say the Earth has a negative charge.
Well, here's the thing, bud. For order for us to dismiss something, we have to be honest and know about something first. We can't just be like, okay, hand wave it. Obviously, we know that there is electricity.
I thought he was hand waving it, and I heard him say that to, when he said that, because he was on Brandon's show and he said that, and I was like, dude, that sounds like a hand wave, man. It sounds like you don't want to know even if there was an answer.
Yeah, I'm not hand waving it. I'm looking more into it. I'm not just gonna. You gotta think. You're a real flat earther is gonna look in every and all directions. If you're looking for truth,
exactly. I'm not on board. I'm not on board with that relative density stuff. I think it's okay for some things.
It plays a part.
It's gonna be electric. It's gonna be light.
It plays a big part, though, man. Relative density is a very extreme factor for the most cases, really. I mean, an incoherent dielectric acceleration would be just minute. It wouldn't be very strong at all, actually.
Well, gravity isn't what they call gravity, the 9.8 meters per second squared. That's not even really they don't call it a force, but that's not even really a significant force. It could just be a measurement of disequilibrium. And that disequilibrium could be caused by a small force formerly known as incoherent dielectric magnetism, for example. And we can't actually measure higher charges the higher you go up in altitude. So I think we probably have a better way. You can't just be all in on relative density. I don't think you can do that now.
Well, here's the thing. Gases can hold a charge, and they go in all directions, so that charge can go in all directions. Ether's in all directions.
Unbounded gases are unbonded. They move in all directions.
Right.
That's the same thing, right?
Yeah, but you definitely
you
cannot
go.
have a container. You cannot have a pressurized gas system without a container. It's like its own ecosystem, dude, or photosynthesis. You can't. It just not. It's just the heliocentric model is done. But
Yeah.
I'm definitely going down that road.
Give me a second. I'll be back. Give me a second, Don. I'll be back.
Yeah.
What California? You would what if you was in it?
Doesn't matter, William. I am the master of your reality. Whether you like it or not, you're lost at sea. That is also my official title too, dude. You're lost at sea. I'm the master of reality. There's nothing you can do about it.
I just came back from You're Lost at Sea, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Talking to the guy in the chat. I don't think he can hear you though. Well, maybe he can if he's on the live on YouTube. Here's my take, Sun Cleanser. If incoherent dielectric acceleration or any the electromagnetic field, electric universe, however you want to put it, ether, doesn't work. We'll find truth. Comes to a point. There's an ultimate truth to things, and we'll figure it out. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it does work, and we're ignoring it, that's not good. That's not science, right? We can't just ignore it. If it doesn't work, we'll find out. Why not put in work? Right?
Well, think about this, and I'm probably lagging. I'm probably gonna have to. Okay, let me see. Okay, so here's a fact. I think even most globers would agree that if you go higher up, you're gonna get closer to the sun, and the closer up to the sun you get, the more resistance you're gonna get. Through the medium of the air at a higher altitude, you're gonna get heat. You're gonna get an ionized resistance. I think this is maybe an aspect of what we used to call the dome, right? It's a barrier from which we're going to get the resistance from. And that resistance is going to be accelerated upward.
I like to see that experiment done, man. And my opinion, the only way you can get it done is to go there. You would have to
I'm not
go
going
there.
up there anytime soon, Don.
We'd have to go there, man. Like, we can speculate, and that's not real. That's not going to really. I mean, I don't know. It can get somebody's mind open that has the money to go there, I suppose, if it's allowed. I'm sure places are off limits in the sky. But the strangest thing is, if you have a house, your land, you own the sky above your house. I guess. I'm not for sure. Don't quote me on it, though.
Yeah, it's up to a certain limit.
Yeah.
The higher altitudes, you have to have permissions. It's like Antarctica, just above. It's like the North Pole, but just the actual north above, maybe even. A lot of this stuff, I don't think it's a matter of convincing. It's more of you connecting the pieces together and finding out why you believe it versus a lot of this stuff you and I are not going to be able to prove in our lifetime. You know? Maybe our grandkids, you know what I mean? Maybe, but I don't know if they're going to be flat earthers or anything either. But flat earth is absolutely the best way to get people interested in looking into things and questioning for themselves. And I think that's why it should absolutely be taught in schools, is because if you can get people to wrestle with these ideas and engage with all these things, I don't care if they disagree or not. I just want to hear how they think about these things. I want them to write out why they believe it. You know, that's what schooling should have been. You tell them what we know and then let them try to figure it out for themselves, because there may be a new Einstein, because he fucked up a bunch, apparently.
Well, Einstein was a very big fan of imagination. He thought imagination was way more important and vital for you than wisdom. What does that tell you about his equation? He couldn't do math. He failed at math. He is an occultist, which means he keeps secrets from you, which means lies.
I've said that for so long about Newton. Newton literally developed his own forms of mathematics. He developed his own calculus, you know. But this guy was he was a drug addict. He overdosed on mercury. He was a very angry person. A lot of his ideas didn't really make sense, but I think the spectacle and what drew people to him is that they were curious. And curiosity is, you know, what they say, it kills the cat, you know what I mean? But it's also, when you get into somebody's mind who's delusional, you're going to really investigate, and you can either think it's, oh, this is impressive, or you're going to say, dude, he was an insane person. And Newton and Einstein, I think, were pretty much insane people, if you look at their lives and you look at what they've said and done. And I would encourage everyone to read what Einstein and Newton have ever said, because their ideas, even to this day, to me, are pretty much nonsensical. Especially when Newton says mass attracts mass. He doesn't know what mass is. He didn't know what electricity was. He overdosed on mercury. He was delusional and angry. He was a frustrated Mason. Einstein, these guys are not people to look up to if you actually knew who these people were. They're not heroes. Who are they? Why are we telling people about these people? They're not really that impressive. I don't think.
You know, about that. You know, I'm reminded of one of these parable type tales, right? This person's sitting there going, "Oh, I need some help. I need some help. I need some help. You know, I really need to get out of the situation I'm in. I'm in a bad situation. I got a flat tire, and I need the truck to come along, right? But I got no cell service, so I'm going to pray for it." So they pray for it and pray for it and pray for it. Finally, somebody comes along the road and says, "Hey, you need some help?" So, "Oh, no, I'm praying for it. It's okay. Keep going. You know, I got trust in this." And they go on. And somebody else comes along. Says, "Hey, are you all right? I can give you a phone." It's like, no, you know, I'm praying for it. I'm praying. So time goes on and time goes on, and he dies. He goes in front of judgment. Comes before God. "Oh, man, you know, that was a rough one. You know, I kept praying for you to save me, and I guess you finally saved me, right?" So what are you talking about? You were praying for saving. So I sent you a guy.
Yeah.
And you just disregarded it. You didn't even look at the guy. You just go, "Oh, no, I'm praying, you know, leave me alone." And then I sent you somebody else to help you. And you're just, no, you know, I'm waiting for a sign. You know, I'm waiting for the signal to come. I need the signal. I got to get the signal. And the signal didn't come, and you were stranded out in the cold.
Right. You're
So you
lost.
died. Now you're before judgment. So I sent you help 2 times, and you did not accept either one of them. Right? So it's one of those things of these people that want to look for something that they have a belief in to help them, to save them, instead of taking the action on themselves and being the master of their own destiny, of their own reality. of their own universe. Don't you know you are the master of your own reality? You
Yeah, that's
putrid,
yeah.
named peoples. It's yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry, I was talking about
Joshua,
the
on
80
that
people.
point, sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off, but
I'm done.
if you look at and I would encourage everybody to look into it, Isaac Newton's Wikipedia page. There's a part in the section regarding his death. And before he died, there were a lot of people that said he was an angry, frustrated, delusional person in his later years before he died. So kind of like in the example that you gave just now, this guy, I think, was a very unfortunate circumstance of somebody getting so lost in their delusions that it drove them crazy in a lot of ways.
Cognitive dissonance.
Well, not only that, he killed himself because he apparently overdosed on mercury. You know, he had too much mercury in his blood system that maybe have attributed to why he was maybe aggressive or something. But I think they get on these adventures by themselves and they ignore people in their own life, and it's just a delusion. It's not a good story if you look at how it ends.
I say it's fitting. He was born on December 25th. You know that, right?
I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised.
See if it says that on the wiki page.
Oh, man. No, well, they'll say there's, the sidereal date means he was born on this. You know how they... No, yeah, I'm not surprised. Jesus, man. The more you guys look, I mean, as I'm saying, this is the adventure that everyone should explore. The more you look into these guys, the more you realize they're not heroes as icons, as people to look up to and worship. These guys were kind of really sad stories of delusional ideology and kind of nonsensical philosophy. And the fact that we worship these guys as some sort of genius and we say, oh, these are the pinnacle, these are the shoulders of giants from which all things have come from. No, that's just not true. And if you're looking up to these type of people, that's a pathetic. That's a sad story. No, come on. It's yeah. I mean, what a mess. Right, Don? What a mess. But, I mean, the people that look up to these guys are the types that think that science is, it is a religion to these guys. There's icons. There's, what would you call them? Figurines of history, like Newton and Einstein. These guys are just there to be an idol to you, an icon to you.
Yeah.
That's actually more sad than it is something to be, like, happy about.
But they won't. They would rather suppress the truth for their comfort. For their comfort, thinking that they know better.
Well, let me ask you this, Joshua. Let's say this. When I say the truth is the light, I'm not only referring to ether physics. I'm not only referring to the first force that ever existed, that being light. I'm not only referring to the first energy, that being light. I'm also referring to knowledge and knowing and God himself, in a sense. I think if you understand light, you have a really good... It's like the best hint of everything you could learn about energy, forces, electricity, knowing. Everything, it kind of encompasses all things, but it's crazy to think of how many different other philosophies. I don't know.
That's the thing. The philosophy is the problem. I think, therefore I am. Right? What does that mean? What is I am?
That's how God refers to himself in the Old Testament. And that's how Descartes refers to himself in the new philosophy. I think, therefore I am. Who am I in the Old Testament? I am.
Yep.
That's you.
Man,
That's
what's wrong
me.
with this copy machine? It just overfilled. No.
I don't know, man. It's tough when it comes to that because I don't see the Most High having pride or anything other. So just saying, you know how we say it is what it is.
It is what it is. That's all it ever will be.
I am what I am. I am what I am.
Yep.
I just am. I just is. It's like you can't put the Most High in a box, right? People try to do that. You can't. Like he is beyond that box. It's just.
Well, Don, let me give you a little bit of a I'll say this in the hopes that everyone would agree. But when you actually realize that you're in a life and you wake up every day to a storyline. Your storyline is an experience. Everything you're experiencing is out of your hands. You found yourself in this situation. You didn't have anything to do with the stars or the sun or the earth or the politics. You found yourself in this situation. The fact that you're here is kind of more of an impressive understanding of the experience of life and God itself. The delusion comes from you thinking that you have some sort of control and you know more than you really do. But science used to be the worship of this thing, saying, I am happy to have even found myself in this situation that I can know what's happening. That's what science used to actually be about.
Yeah.
How can I learn more about God? How can I learn more about the situation that I'm in? And that's only going to be worship, and worship would be the true way to do science. And science and worship aren't that different in my mind.
Well, worship is exactly what you put your energy into, what you put your thought manifesting ability into. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, life is just, how did you spend your life? What did you do when you could have done it? Everything that I gave you was a gift, and how did you experience it? Were you happy? Were you mad at it? Did you enjoy it? What happened?
How come every time I start talking about this, I get kicked off?
I just got disconnected too. I think Discord has like a timely fucking update cycle or something. Ping recyclement. I don't know.
Well, yesterday I got kicked offline, but it was off my phone. Computer was working. Everybody else's.
Dude, phones suck. Phones are the worst with Discord. You'll be hanging out for like 10 minutes and then you won't hear anything and you'll be like, what happened? And then you rejoin and everyone was talking the whole time.
Right. Or you're sitting there talking and you're just like, okay, and you pause.
Is anybody there?
Yeah. You're like, mic check. Shit.
Discord is so shitty, I think.
The other thing too is like yesterday I was in the VC check-in and helping check somebody in, and Roger was there and he kind of took over, so I didn't want to interrupt him. Next thing I know, I passed out. right around this time, and like 3 hours later, I get woken up by Truth Prevails. Joshua, you there? Oh yeah, yeah. She goes, "Are you sleeping?" Not anymore. I was, and it didn't kick me out. You know, I was on there all along, and it just went sell.
I think there's I think what Discord has is there's a timeout, like a timeout cycle. So you'll be listening, right? You'll be connected, and then that connection isn't renewed, so that ping needs to be it'll reestablish the ping, and then it'll reestablish the connection. So if I were listening on a Discord channel and I heard like an hour of conversation and then I heard 30 minutes of nothing, I can then thereafter probably hear it ping back, and then I get my reconnection back and start hearing things again. It's something about their timeout. I don't know how they do their servers, but yeah, there's a lot of problems.
Daemon. I think it's their daemon. Like, you know what daemons are?
Maybe not in the way that I think you're trying. With computers? No, I don't know what a daemon computer.
Okay, daemon is a piece of code that is an automated robot. It's a bot.
Yeah, it is probably.
I get paid.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Accent cleanser. Knock knock.
Go to bed.
Accent cleanser. What happened to the Toad's car when it got in a car crash?
It got towed, man.
Got towed away. Yeehaw.
All right, guys, I'm about to head over on to Nathan Oakley's.
Yeah, all right, man. Yeah, I gotta
good
get
morning.
back to doing what I was doing. All right, man. Take it easy, son.
Take it easy, guys. Good talk.
All right. See you, Alex.
See ya, Joshua and Donald.
Have a good one. But yeah, these little computer code daemon, right? It's an automated robot to do stuff. Is AI not a robot? And daemon is a Latin word for demon. I mean, come on, guys. They're literally creating the beast. The Roman Catholic Church will never reveal the flat earth. They're the Jesuits that have been hiding it. Jesuits, also known as the phonies, Phoenicians, Tyre, Lebanon, right? Baalbek, named after the king, the son of Nimrod, right? And Bible calls it Enoch, but they called him Bel. Or no, Cain, not Enoch, Cain. So Cain's son name was Enoch, not Nimrod. My bad. So it's just yeah. The Swiss guard guards the Pope. And don't they also have something to do with the Queen's guard? Like her personal guard? Am I still like speaking, or am I disconnected again? I think I was disconnected. Could be wrong.
I just don't think anyone's talking.
Yeah, I'm just talking to myself, huh?
Mic test. Hello. Good morning.
Hello, hello.
Had to refresh. Audio channels were out.
Yeah, I've been having a couple issues. Too many truths coming out. But that's a good thing, because all these issues.
Time to see the light.
And I'm watching the light right now, about ready to come up. Come up over the bows of the Yggdrasil.
Our locally generated light.
It's actually coming towards me from Phoenix. It's great.
Sometimes, like,
Ooh, there it is. I
light
see the
can
beam.
bloom as a term. Sometimes we bask in blooms of light. It does seem to pulsate.
Yeah. I wish I could get a clearer picture. Fuck around and find out here. Find out I can.
I think it's red laser will go through glass and turn the veins of a manometer, if you will.
Is that what the name of that device was?
I think it's called a manometer with the little metal sheets on a pivot.
One's black, the other one's
inside
white.
the glass. Yeah, and the rays or whatever they are go through the glass, actually hit the metal and cause the device to turn. Like a proton force pushing.
Man. Bushes in the...
It's funny too, because you know the properties of light. You can generate it with an LED, or you can reverse the wiring on an LED and have it capture light and turn it back into electricity.
Yeah, like a photocell.
Yeah, it's just a diode wired up backwards. It takes in light and produces electricity for a circuit.
And you can do the same thing with a photocell, like a solar cell. You can put electricity through it, reverse the poles, and it'll emit ultraviolet light. Or not ultraviolet, infrared.
I don't know about that one, but it's certainly possible. Energy transforms, mutates, morphs, whatever you want to call it there. It changes form. You got heat energy goes into, well, electrical or plasma sometimes. It's funny because at the center of a flaming vortex, it's liquid air, or at the center of a lightning bolt, it's liquid air, it's minus 200 and some degrees. Outside, the ball is in the thousands of degrees.
Right.
Quite the opposites.
Here's the other thing too. Like when lightning hits, that plasma arc annihilates and it denatures the elements that are in there, and it strips the electrons off. So those electrons, or what's left is a bunch of free radicals, right? And a soup of electrons, and then they recombine and form different materials. It's transmuted. When that happens, it creates a slight vacuum. Not a great vacuum, but a slight vacuum. And the result is a thunder sound that we hear, right? A thunderclap. If that happens when a lightning bolt hits, wouldn't we just hear like this big rush to the atmosphere blowing away?
I don't know about the sonics for that. I know in Hamilton, lightning balls would land on the street and skate between the sidewalks until they hit a sewer. And people would basically pin themselves against the walls and stuff to sort of avoid the danger. A lot of phenomena, like the lake. You could drive out along Dofasco and Stelco, and there's a road right along Lake Ontario there. And every evening it would rain on the lake side of the road and not on the opposite side. Literally, you could drive one way without your windshield wipers, turn around, and need your wipers to come back.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's a bit like in Walterboro and off of I-95 in South Carolina. The sea breeze that would come in every evening with the east to west ocean breeze gets cut off by the I-95 and the heat generated from it, and it makes it rain out in the eastern part of the state. And it won't rain in the evenings now beyond I-95. Caused a drought west of I-95, basically. But you can park in the parking lot at the Walmart, and it can be raining on you, and you can walk under the underpass, and then it's dry as a bone on the other side of I-95.
Wow.
Bad weather phenomena.
I'm almost wondering if that's got something to do with the ley lines.
They're in there somewhere, somehow. All these cities that are developed, these highways and stuff, you know, there were trans-North American highways laid out before I-95, north and south. Also east and west stuff, you know, on the Ozark Mountains. There's trails north-south and east-west in North America. Roads, super highways that were being built, you know.
Did you say north, east, west, and south?
Absolutely.
News?
Yep, that's where it comes from, the acronym. Northeast, west, south.
Mm-hmm.
Like tips to ensure prompt service.
Yep.
WAPs, without any papers. Tony, to New York. But yeah, light got some explaining to do. Again, it's generated locally, and it changes form.
And the quantum is only their understanding of it.
Well, in all these interferometer experiments, someone has to bring a light.
Right.
You know, the morally not safer, but, you know, any of those so-called experiments, someone had to bring a light. Concentrate it, focus it, send it through their device. And An interferometer, just the words themselves, you're measuring interference, noise, disturbance.
Interference patterns, which is exactly
it's
what
not. It's not intelligence. It's not really any signal that's valid or represents the physics or physical thing that you're claiming.
I don't think light is physical.
It has a physical property going through the glass and spinning a metal wind vane. There's something physical about it. We do seem to get sunburn and other stuff. It's hard to get sunburn at night.
Well, I know you can get a sunburn from welding as well because of the arc, right? So does that mean the sun is an arc?
There's no way to know. You take any light, any color, make it intense enough, and it washes everything white, makes white light. Even what we think is black, if you watch a movie on a theater screen and there's black on the screen, you're not actually seeing black. You're seeing somehow less white, but you're not seeing black. This one guy, Smarter Every Day, shows it in one of his little science videos, but I can understand that. When we see a black hole on the sun, there's nothing says it's black, except our perception that it's less white.
Yeah.
There's a strong possibility that what we're seeing as a black hole on the sun is not a black hole at all.
And see, opposites attract. So if the light coming from the sun or from any other object going into that device, I can't remember what, will cause it to spin where it's spinning the direction to where it would imply that there's force being emitted on the white portion of it.
Well, if you take a light, what do you call it there? Just a cell phone with the screen all white, and put it in front of a brighter light, it appears black.
Yep.
It appears as if there's no light being emitted from it, but there is. It's the same as when you're watching a movie and you see a black spot on the screen, or I believe when you're looking at the sun and you see a black spot on the sun. It ain't there.
And white light is supposed to be all colors combined.
It certainly does break down into about 14 million colors, hues, and tones.
But it's the inclusion of all light, like all different colors and spectrums that comes up with the white light, the visible spectrum, right?
Yeah.
Even the ultraviolet and the extreme ultraviolet and the extreme infrared. Even the radio rate.
It's all taken from white light. White light is a combination of all frequencies, ultimately.
What if electricity is light? What if waveform is light? Like the whole thing?
Well,
not just the physical spectrum,
I think our world, our environment works with a rocker motion, a rocker action. That's waveforms. A sinus wave neutralizes its own power. For things to, radiate an effective power, you have to rectify waveform. Rectification, it's taking a sine wave and making it DC, basically. Our whole environment is about this change, this rectification. going from AC to DC. All these waves in our environment, they're clipped. They're given an RMS, a true value, peak to peak, and the root mean square value. And we're stuck with that. Everything boils down to the RMS. The root means the square. I think magnets work. They have domains that are aligned. They take AC signals out of the air. They modify them by clipping them or rectifying them. And they wind up with a push, a force. It's one way that's able to go out the, north end of the domains of the magnet, return to the South Pole, if you will. But that energy comes from somewhere. The only thing going through it really are sine waves. Sine waves on their own, they sort of neutralize their effect. They push and they pull. And that split second is like one step forward, one step back. But if they're clipped, they move that full step forward. It's what waves do. They convert energy.
Don't they? I was watching something. I can't remember what it was. It was a couple years ago on YouTube. Can't remember who it was even. But it was about the dipole is the reason, or the dipole is the problem, but the dipole is the only way we can create workable and something, convert the energy into workable something.
The plus and minus, yeah.
Because
like
before
even
you take the Leyden jar, right? The capacitive Leyden jar, which only had one wire sticking, and energy would come out of it, a monopole, just like the North Pole. But they could not use that to run a motor, so they created the dipole.
Well, it's like chemistry. I learned it one way, which was A plus B equals C. But in reality, I only had to learn electrochemistry, how the pluses and minuses go together, and nothing more. You really don't have to know chemistry to be a chemist. You need to know electrical properties of these chemicals, the plus and minus of it all. Really nothing else.
It's like algebra, right? You simplify it and it solves itself.
Well, chemistry is different in the fact that these chemicals were created first. I mean, you didn't make them. So, I mean, you have to have some basic understanding of how elements and chemicals combine and deconstruct and stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah, you have to know what you can use to substitute something so you can make it immune to your electrophilic solution, right? Like your acids. So the
acids and bases, yeah. I mean, you can't just like see a bunch of chemicals in the garage. Oh, let me go play with them and learn chemistry. you have to be taught. With math, you don't necessarily need math to build something. You know, you can be a person that doesn't know anything about algebra or any of that crap and build a house or whatever. You know, I mean, can't build a bomb just from, you know.
Well, math does help for calculating amperages, wire gauges, all kinds of stuff, you know. There is monkey see, monkey do. You can give people conduits and screws and have them pull wire and fish and stuff, but do they really know what they're doing?
Probably not. Now see, all sorts of things, like light was spoken into existence. So that means vibration, some sort of
The Word made flesh.
because, you know, before the periodic element, they had base element: earth, air, fire, water, spirit, or ether. Some people call it ether. But then kind of removed the aether. Now they've demon. But if you go earth, air, fire, and water, we feel the air, we feel the fire, feel the water, and we can feel the earth. I can feel this. So I don't know if I cut out, but I can feel the spirit, the aether. So it's one of these things to where it's like an antenna that we have inside of us. The ion, you know, the eyes are the windows of the soul. It's the old adage, right? These old philosophers, they'd sit there and they'd think and think, come up with things, kind of like how we're thinking. They would postulate on things and then come with the solution. And it checks out because it's a working system. Makes sense. Deductive reason. But I'm saying if it's taken us all this time and we still can't come up with a good enough model for light, maybe the light is Yeshua, the first creation, which is also the spirit. I don't know. Now I'm speculating.
Hey, doggy. What are you doing, buddy, huh? These individuals that have this idea of the ball and the heliocentricity, they all worship the sun.
So, any signs of this globe that everybody thinks they live on? Anybody? Any signs of the globe that everybody thinks they live on? Is anybody here?
Yes, I'm upside down.
You've got
Why
signs
is
of the
this?
globe? I'd love to hear about them, man.
I'm just joking. It's
No.
huge, bro. I haven't seen
You got my hopes
a
up.
ball unless I go grab a basketball.
Everybody thinks they live on this ball. Surely somebody has something to show us, you know. Come on, man.
All right. I've been waiting for it my whole life, bro. Since I was like 12, 13 years old, I'm waiting for this moment. I'm still waiting.
Yeah. 6 years for me, I've been looking for the bendy water, so to speak. It's not materialized.
Yeah. Oh, for me, it's been how long now? It's like 22 years, brother. I still can't
Yeah.
find it.
Yeah. We do have a
It's a
VC
long way,
verified
bro.
in here. Sorry, a guy named Taskmaster. Do you want to talk? Welcome to the service.
Welcome, Taskmaster.
Taskmaster.
Let's
Would you like
let's see
this
what.
conversation? It's not. Looks like it's about it. So here's the IGV show. How do you pronounce your name? Iggs?
Yeah, eggs. That's it, brother.
Okay. Here comes a 10-minute rant from Iggs. No pressure, man. Go ahead.
This is fucking ridiculous. They've like fucking. Even when I was doing like I got into construction engineering and all the rest of the civil construction. None of that shit. Not even one fucking book has anything to do about fucking, you know, the 8 inches per mile squared. Nothing. Nothing. No gravity. No nothing. It's got it in brackets in red. It says ignore this equation. Whoever says otherwise is full of shit. Sorry, brother.
Are you trying to say that anytime somebody tries to practically use and build something or construct something, they don't account for Earth's curvature? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
no
saying?
curvature, nothing, bro. No gravity, like as in for force, you know, downward pressure, nothing. It's got nothing to do with nothing, brother. And this is in their books, like, you know, standard shit for. Yeah, it used to piss me off. That's why I stopped doing it. I can't handle the dumb shit. Just doesn't matter about the money.
That's kind of strange. They wouldn't account for any curvature if we're living on a ball, you know?
Yep. Especially for civil engineering, you know, you're building roads, fucking
I got a call here.
bridges.
Talk.
Sorry, brother, you're a bit low. Dave, is there? Hello? Where'd Dave go? Where'd Dave go? Shit, Dave's gone. Damn, my man's gone. These guys don't account for shit. Absolute shit. I think my man dropped out. Who else is on? Anybody awake? Anybody alive? What's to go? Or do I have to resort to singing? Not a strong suit. Come on, boys, ladies and gentlemen, somebody. Oh, Dave, you're back, my man.
Yeah, I got a phone call. Sorry.
Ah,
What I
that's all
miss?
right,
Any
brother.
globe proof or anything?
Nah,
Did I
brother. I
prove the
thought,
globe? No.
nah. I thought you might have spun off the thing, you know. Yeah, nah,
You got
brother. They
anybody?
count for nothing, bro. There's even in the normal textbooks, you know what I mean? When you're learning this shit, it's ridiculous. And then people are gonna, you know, any single engineer that says contrary to the otherwise that they count for
One of
any
them.
curvature is full shit. Sorry, brother. Go for it.
Sorry, I meant to be mute. I'm in a store and I just acknowledged another human being as I let him go by. They're wearing a face diaper and I'm not. Anybody cares?
See
Yeah, the
what kind of
curvature error 404 cannot be found.
no, nothing can't be found, brother.
Not a zilch. There is zero
Nothing whatsoever.
reality proof for this globe that everybody thinks they live on. So I put that out there.
Yep, and that is why we have reached this depravity that we're in right now.
It's a matter of getting people to accept reality at this point. Will it happen?
Yeah. Well, we've been accused of being, you know, animals, you know, that are, you know, goyim, whatever you want to call us, and now people are denying their animal nature when they can't, you know, use their own simple five senses, you know. Even if you don't believe in God, you know, however they created, they gave you five senses, yeah, the most primeval thing, and people can't use them. How tragic is that, Dave?
Never in human history have people been so far away from their basic senses of what reality is as they are now.
Yeah, I think so too, brother. I've researched history like proper like past. I don't know, like those saying history, you know, like ancient past or whatever. Or even, you know, you need to find good sources, you know, stuff with providence, you know, that's got links and stuff. And we haven't been this far behind in mankind, like as in, you know, caring for one another, knowing who one is and who your neighbor is, and it's one of the same. It's I don't know, brother. The best word to say is tragic. I don't know if you've got a better thing to say, bro. All ears, you know.
And what can you say, man? That we've been separated from the origins, the source, whatever you want to call it. And some people are so far away from that source, I don't know if they'll get back, you know, so to speak.
Yeah, and then I realize that.
They don't even realize it. They're in space fantasy land or wherever, you know. Everything on TV is real. Stay scared. You know, shrink up in your house. Don't talk to nobody. Don't go 6 feet nobody. Come on, man. This ain't
Yeah,
living.
I don't get it. Nah, you can't. They took their mind to space. They left it there, and now they can't get in because of the container, bro. That's what happens. You get closed out. You know what I mean?
So many people are living in one kind of delusion or another. It's just tragic to contemplate, man. How many of them can snap out of it and get back to what we're really meant to be here and what we're all doing here? Whatever that is. I'm plain to know.
Yeah.
I know we're far away from whatever that is as a general population.
They've pulled us so far, bro. They fractured people so much, and like I'll come on here and I'll, you know, sometimes I've only happened a few times. I don't mind call you a heretic or they want to crucify or whatnot. You know, there's been many people before me that, you know, that have gotten that. You know, I call it a honor when somebody says something. You know, when it hurts you, that means that it's true. I don't know. What do you think, brother? What are your thoughts on that?
agree with that, yeah. Sometimes it hits home.
I see
Yeah.
yeah. If you don't see yourself in another person, that means you're not close to the truth, bro. You have to see yourself in that other person. You know what I mean? As a brother or a sister or whatever. You know, people aren't saying that, bro. It's sad. That all these sayings, old sayings, whatever. You know, even the new ones that are stuck, and they're there for a reason. You know, the sayings are there. And people don't want to. It hurts their brains, bro. I think that's what it is. People don't want their brain to hurt.
Yeah, there's so many people that do not want to step across that threshold that they can't come back from, whether they realize it or not. But maybe they sense
Yeah.
it, you know, they just don't want to look at it. They don't want to contemplate it, actually think about reality and how it really presents itself.
It's the man in the mirror, bro, from Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
You know the song?
Oh, yeah.
I say it all the time when I'm on here. I go just listen to the song. I go listen to the guy. Don't worry about what he's been accused of and whatnot. I go listen to what the guy is saying. Yeah? It's fucking there. These people that are running the show, they know what they're doing. You know, there's a few good guys, a lot of evil ones, a lot more evil ones there. But they'll put it out there for you if you want your head to hurt. And after that, it's something else that will hurt. It's your soul, and then you might have to sit down and cry, and go and bit mental. But it's the threshold that you must go through. Otherwise, you cannot be part of the creator and your brothers and your sisters. That's the most difficult thing, bro. I think that is looking at it. It hurts a bit, and they don't want to go forward with it.
Yep.
I've had to go through. I'm sure you've been through it. It's not pleasant, but you feel better after. I don't know. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm 58. I've been awake, generally since right after 9/11, when something was up. Cartoon airplanes didn't go through a building like Wile E. Coyote going through a wall, And I woke up to the Earth deception early 2015, and it was kind of the capstone on the whole thing. It puts all the pieces together for you, I mean, you're preaching to the choir with me, man. I see so many people lost. It gets discouraging sometimes. I got to be honest. But just keep plugging along, and we're here for some reason, right?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you, but I think we're running the same boat. Kind of, we're getting caught in waves. We're getting pulled back. Makes you cry sometimes, bro. You know what I mean? I'll be honest. You sit down and
people excited about their vaccine and their face masks. I don't know. It wears you down sometimes, man. I'm trying to be a Davy Downer. Anyway, is there anybody new on here? Is there any questions real quick? Let's see if there's anybody new.
Yeah, have a look, brother. I'm just a normal dude on here that yaps on a lot, so I don't know how this stuff runs properly, but you go for it, bro. See if anybody's...
You're calling from a place that doesn't exist, though, Australia, right?
Yeah. If we don't exist, we're upside down. I don't know. It's one or the other, bro.
If you do exist, you're upside down.
Yeah, exactly. I walk on my hands, bro. They're trying to sell us these things called shoes, bro. I don't know what they are. I don't know what you use them for. They look cool, but I don't have no use for them.
Like gravity boots or something?
Yeah, something like that. I walk on my hands, so I don't know. I put these shoes things on my hands. I don't know. I don't get it. Gravity bits. I like that one.
Yeah.
Here we go. Do we have somebody? Nah.
You know, when I think of Australian music, most people think of the Men at Work, but you remember Midnight Oil? Aren't they Australian?
Yeah, they are, bro. Yeah.
How can we dance when our world keeps turning? How do we sleep while our beds are burning?
Burning.
Yeah. The time has come to say fair, to pay the rent now, to pay our share.
Sure. Yes.
That's good music.
There's another song that I keep on singing.
Go ahead.
What was it? It was here. What was it? It was here from the start. It was here from the start. Before us. I don't know, the globe was on fire or something. I can't remember the song, but it's fucking hilarious. I keep on singing it now. I've had a brain fart for some reason, and it's not it's not coming to mind.
Billy Joel. We didn't start the fire.
Hey, who's in Australia? Anybody in Australia?
Me, bro.
Dude, what's up with the mice fucking thing you guys got going on out there? It's fucking crazy, right?
Oh, we have to do it, bro. The mice thing is a must, bro. You know.
Well, they.
Oh, you broke up, bro.
It said that you guys have like a mice plague out there.
Bro, I don't watch TV. We have a mice plague apparently. Okay, cool. Can you please inform me a bit more, bro? Bro, I haven't watched TV in like 7 years, bro. I swear.
I guess it's
people tell me like there's some. Yeah, I don't see. We got people that barbecue that shit, so I wouldn't have a clue, bro. I think that my thing is under control if I was to speak. We got people here that are from other countries. They eat that shit, bro. They put it in. They put it in
Apparently, you
food.
guys are falling off the face of the earth. Is what the way they make it seem on the TV. You got a flood. You got a plague. You got all kinds of shit going on in Australia.
We've got a flood too. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
Am I flooded? Shit. I need to fucking buy myself a rowboat or some shit because I'm like fucking 2 minutes away from the beach. Fuck my life. I need to get with the program, bro. I think you need to send me some links.
Yeah, I mean,
of what
it's the
propaganda
over there.
Is it? Sweet. No, about time. The revealing has come. I don't know. The way I say it is, when it's my time, bro, it's my time. I don't know. People worrying about this and that and da. Bro, when it's your time, you can go to bed and not wake up. Am I right or am I right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how everyone should look at it. But not these people. They got to get vaccinated. They got to get this. They got to get that. They're afraid.
So I tell everybody, I go, you were born to die. If you can't accept that you were born to die, I sound like I can't. I sound like a real prick. You were born to die. That is what you were put on here to eventually die. If you can't accept that, then fucking, I don't know, something's wrong. It says it in all holy books. It even says it in fucking atheism. You're born, you live, you die.
Eggs, you know what the number one cause of death is?
I want to hear you. Go for it, brother.
Being born is the number one cause of death.
Being born is the number one cause of death. Eggs,
You're a legend, brother. I told you, you were born to die, and Dave just proved me on it. God bless his soul. He knows what I'm on about. Of course, he's been born.
That's fucking hilarious, dude. You're right, Eggs. Yeah, Eggs, you good?
Oh, you here, bro?
My G.
Yeah. Oh, brother, you have freaked me out. You know what? I'll put
Sorry,
this
mate.
out.
Don't talk about it here. Don't talk about it here at all. Remember?
Yeah.
Personal stuff, live streams.
Yeah.
But
I love you, bro.
yeah.
That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I love you too. But no, mate, I had to sort my body clock out as well. So I'm sorted out now. Who's unmuted? I'll shout out whoever's unmuted. Shout out to Fraud, alright, Fraud bro. Shout out. Oh, Truth Rebels in there. Hi, Truth Rebels. Hi, Morvis. Yo, Riggs. Yeah, just making sure I say hello to everyone. But yeah. Get. Hi.
Hello, family.
What's up,
Hello, Crack.
What's
Hello,
going on?
Yeah, we all everybody appears on the same time. This is all like fuck, I'm losing words now. Synchronicity on the button.
Yes.
On the button, synchronicity. As I
Riding
said,
the same wave.
yes. You were born to die, and then Dave comes in and goes, "You know what the biggest killer of death is? Being born." And then Crack Miller comes in. Boom.
But, you know, these Globers, they fear dying. They fear death.
But it says it in the atheistic books, bro. You're born and then you die. So there's no escaping it. Doesn't matter if you breathe through a nappy or
no
breathe.
escaping it, and they are afraid to lose the time of living, you know. They are afraid of dying, you know.
It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, because this is the only time they have, you know.
Yeah, I know.
It's short.
So why not do something good? Do something good at least if you don't believe in anything else.
Well,
at least be greedy for yourself and live.
To be honest, listen, Crit says that a lot, right? He says this, right? He goes, he will never understand, right, how... This is my worry with the atheist in general, is that when you have a worldview where die and nothing matters, nihilistic type, it is a nihilistic point of view in a way. And I'm not saying all atheists think this way, because some people put a lot of stock into raising children, and they care about the way of the world, and they care about the way the world goes, right? I actually prefer the atheists that believe that they can actually go to the point where they can make it where people can never die through medical resources and stuff like this, right? Because at least then they may do their best to sculpt the world toward a directive where it does matter to them individually what they do. Why? Because they may be able to live forever, right? Okay. But the atheist that sees it like you die, that's it, it never matters, right? That's a dangerous sort of way of looking, because it's kind of like it doesn't matter what you do to who, you know. And the only accountability. And the only accountability for these, and this is why courts and prisons have become so prevalent. Actually, in fact, believe it or not, it's because of atheism. Because you have to stop people from acting out their wildest psychopathic desires, right? Mate, I've never been to prison, bro, and I've been through some seriously hard scrapes and been in some seriously bad scenarios, and I've never been to prison, which says a lot about the care I actually have for individuals, even my enemies. And I thought about that, and I was like, wow, like, how have I been? It takes a lot, bro. Yeah, it takes a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like, Iggs, I don't know if you've been to prison, but like, you know.
Nah, bro, I haven't, but I've taken a lot of kin to, as you say, bro.
I know, but that's what I mean. I know your life story, and I'm like, how's this guy not ended up in prison? I've got friends that I've stopped being friends with, not because they've been to prison, but because they've become the very psychopaths that, you know, they proclaimed to hate at one point. You know, you know, unjust crimes. You know, not a crime of passion. Not a crime of defense, like a crime of just outright malice and contempt for human life. That's what I don't like. You know, I feel like
I've been to prison, and I must say that I have seen people losing hope. I've seen men crying like babies.
Yep.
You know, when they first came in, they were crying at night, the whole night. You know, oh, mama, where are you?
You're like, shut the fuck up! I'm trying to sleep, you cunt. Especially in the war prisons, bro. In the Balkans, in Eastern Europe, you start crying in prison, bro. I'm telling you, some cunt will just clock you over the head, like.
Yeah, but that's not always true, though. That's not always. I've got a friend who's been to jail multiple times. Very tough lad, yeah, tough guy. And the tough guys, they have a lot of heart for the individuals that aren't.
Yes.
So because being tough,
they are empathic.
Well, being tough if you're tough, sometimes you see the worst, and sometimes you're forced to put yourself in situations like if you're tough and you walk past a house and you hear a woman being beaten up, for instance, like you feel you're the one who can sort it out, right? Quicker than the police get in there. So you might end up seeing bad things. You might see people be victimized. I know that's what's happened to me. I've seen people be victimized.
To me, bro.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I had fucking the full on what's it called, the undercover police fucking patrol. I had there was like four cars. Yeah. The guy ended up going to fucking prison. I tore my fucking pec muscle. It was a fucking all out
Happened
fucking.
to me.
Yeah.
Happened to me, bro. I had to go to court to help send one of my own friends to prison in the end, bro, because he tried to implicate me in something that I was not even involved in. It was an old friend, in fact. I hadn't seen him in years. I think he thought I was a good scapegoat because he saw me as someone that was like looked more like a criminal. I looked more like a classical image of a criminal, right? So he committed a very so he committed a very terrible crime and then proceeded to turn up at my house, knock on my door, and as soon as I opened the door, he flicked blood that was on him all over me.
He what?
Right. So he committed a very terrible crime. He believed he'd killed 2 people. Right? Okay. And he proceeded to leave said crime scene, showed up at my house, knocked on my door, opened the door, and instantly I got sprayed with blood, flicked off of his feet.
Fuck. Can't.
Yep.
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, so he got DNA from the crime scene all over my property on purpose.
Yeah.
And I stopped being friends with him in the past when he was with one of my friends out on a night out, and he kicked someone off of a very high platform, basically.
Altitude. Yeah.
And broke their back. And then he proceeded to say, "We'll say no comment because there's no evidence that it's happening, really, other than the person who nearly died. They died 19 months after the event, which is why he didn't get done for murder, because that's the 18 months or something. I can't remember how many months the cutoff is, but he did die from his injuries. He was a healthy man that this happened to. And that's when I stopped being friends with him, because they were both in custody, implicated, and the police had no evidence. And then all of a sudden, he was out. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute, why is he out when I know it was him? If they all went no comment, everyone that was there, well, then the 7 people arrested, guess what? The one person who did it shouldn't be out. That meant that he said someone else had done it. So I had to parade march him, as in take him to the police station to admit to what he'd done. All he had to do was say no comment, and no one would have got done. There wasn't enough evidence. That's why they arrested 7 people for it.
That's the dumb thing. These people don't even know, like, they want to do dumb shit, and they don't even know how to go about doing the dumb shit that they want to do. That is the tragic bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
Well, that's why I stopped being friends with him, bro. And then ever since then, he's hated me because obviously he got 8 years in prison for that, and he feels it was my fault. And it's like, well, no, your fault was when you blamed it on my best friend, what you had done to get out of the crime you'd done, right? When my best friend kept his mouth shut and was about to be remanded before trial, and you decided, nah, I care more about getting out now and smoking weed now and all that crap. So he pinned it on my friend, which was his least favorite out of the group of, that was arrested. And so when I saw him, I took him to the police station, and he admitted it to me on the way that he had grassed it up my friend. And yeah, like after that was it. I stopped being friends with him, and 5-6 years later, he shows up at my door and flicks blood in my face, and forces me into going into a court case, which was this is now attempted murder, GBH of intent as well, and he'd also raped someone. So the same night. So now he's forced me into testifying in a court case, and he went not guilty, and all because listen, he did this all because he wanted to try and make me like last punishment toward me for the first thing that he had to go to prison for, which was his own fault again. He wanted to try and make me into a grass, because people don't speak to the police. It's like, dude, you forced me to speak to the police. They showed up at my house because you fucking flicked blood at me, and then told someone else that it was me, and they're gonna bring the police on me. You know, it forced me to speak to him, man. Like I had to, man. I'm not getting done for your attempted murders, and at the time, it looked like the person was gonna die, right? I'm not going down for murder because you decided, like, cool. If you just walked past my house and said, "Oh, dude, I've done this thing wrong," I wouldn't have said nothing. The fact is, you tried to implicate me. You know, he knew I wouldn't get done for that as well. I feel like he knew there was enough evidence, right, where he would go to jail for this no matter what. But he didn't care because what he wanted was the town to think I was a grass, right? But I went to the barbers before I went to court, and I invited a few people there. I said, make sure, I invited about 10 people. I said, get your hair done on this day, right? 10 of the like top people from where I live, like from different places, like people that are well known, people that run like boxing clubs, stuff, lots of people, right? And I laid it all out for him. What had happened? I said, "What do I do? I've got caught in 4 days. Do I go? Do I go and get labelled a grass? Because you guys are here. I'm telling you firsthand now, and you can see the paperwork afterwards. See if the story all fits." And every one of them sat around and said, "Mate, go to fucking court. Get that piece of shit off our streets." You know, because two of the people I invited were very good friends with one of the people that was, you know, basically vegetabilized. And nearly died. And he's still very, very unwell now. You know, his life's been changed forever, and so is the other person. In fact, actually, they're both visibly scarred and disabled forever because of this. So I don't feel bad. So obviously, so is the girl, visibly scarred and disabled, and she was pregnant at the time. She miscarried because of it.
Fuck hell.
And the whole reason he was on that premises, bro. The whole reason he was there. Why? Want to know why he was on tag at that house? Because he'd beaten up his girlfriend, and that person was nice enough to let him live at their house for 6 months because he needed an address to be able to go on tag instead of being remanded.
Yeah.
So he was only in a situation where he could do these things to these people because they'd been nice enough to him to allow him to stay there, so he didn't have to go to prison already. And I'm just like, wow, like. And then I think back, like, because we were friends back in the day, I'm thinking, did these people not defend themselves correctly? Because they knew he used to be my friend, and maybe they were worried about me if they retaliated. So I had a lot on my heart, bro. I had a lot on my heart, man. Like, you know, like I had to do it. And I've not once been labeled a grass for it.
No. What you did, and I give a fuck who says what.
He grassed me first.
No. That's just on top of the fucking fuckery that he did. What you did, more people fucking have to do. Otherwise, we are in a state of fucked. We are in the state of fucked, bro. There's not a word to choose.
This is it, bro. Like the person.
Nobody wants to step up, bro.
The person that he did it to as well was the brother of my brother's, one of my brother's best friends. Yeah, it was his younger brother, and he's already like mentally retarded. This is the person who's done to. So someone very vulnerable, and the guy that who now probably sees it as I grasped him and betrayed him. Yeah, he's in prison, right? He sees it that way, but like, dude, you betrayed me first because you went out and did psychotic shit like that. When against someone vulnerable, and the whole reason we were friends in the first place was because when we were younger, we were vulnerable to these really nasty gangs. So we were friends for that reason, to protect one another, right? So you became the thing that we entered into a bond of brotherhood over. You betrayed my brotherhood at the point of that fucking crime. You became the psychopath that we were friends together to fucking fight against. So, you know, and not only that, you tried to set me up for the very thing you did wrong.
Yeah.
You know?
It's becoming the thing that you point to and say that is fucked, that is evil, that is what any word you want to choose, and then you become that. Like how the and that's another thing I can't understand. How can you point to this whatever the fuck you want to call it, and then become that, bro? Like
exactly, brother. And he could have come to me, man, if he was feeling like, you know, if he had problems with drugs or anything, he could have come to me before he did this shit, and I would have helped him.
Yeah, you would have helped him.
Yeah,
bro.
Or just don't turn up at my house and fucking try and implicate me in it.
Bro, I walked into the fucking house. Yeah, I was fucking punching on with this dude who was like 7 foot and like 170 pounds, keeping the kid away and the mother away. And then the cunt tries to bribe me. He's one of those dudes with a big nose. He has money just to make the charge go away. I'm like, nah, get fucked. And I've known this chick for fucking ages. Just bumped into her like, you know, before. She used to hang around us. And she was like, oh, you know, I should do this, you know, blah, blah. I go, bitch, you used to get fucking the shit kicked out of you by this guy. Now you're telling me to, like, say something else?
What? Yeah.
Like, what, man?
Dude, I felt like
are you alright?
I feel like with girls for that same reason, where it's like, where their boyfriend's beating them up, right? And then they're like, don't tell anyone. I'm like, I don't care. I'll burn our friendship if I have to say the truth on this, because you're being beaten up by him so many times. You know, like, this is the one time, like, you know, like I had a girl who was a friend. Her mum one of the biggest, most highest up ranked police officers in my area, and she was being locked in a house by her boyfriend and abused by him. And like, she eventually, like, I fell out with her for a bit because I found out about it. I dealt with the situation and I got the information to her mum. And obviously her mum dealt with it straight away, right?
Yeah.
The guy didn't get charged for anything, but it got her out of that situation, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But like, you know, I think the reason, but then that annoyed me with the mum as well, because I was like, well, why didn't you get charged for it? And I looked into the laws, and it was like, well, because she was local to this guy, she may have had to have moved her station. She would have had to move to a different station, because now she has
because personal
interpersonal system going on.
Yeah, personal conflict of interest.
And I saw her like about a year ago. I said, "You're a bitch," and she's like, "What?" Don't talk to me like that. She's in no uniform. I said, "No." I said, "That guy didn't get charged for what he did to your daughter." I said, "And it's all because you didn't want to fucking change your life." I said, I said, that's your daughter, man. I said, you're meant to protect her. I said, this guy could have come after her afterwards as well, because there was nothing legal putting on paper to protect her.
A piece of paper doesn't get you from beating up, bro. You can't hold a piece of paper and say, this piece of paper stops me from getting beaten up. You just get punched in the face.
Yeah, but there wasn't even a piece of paper to sort of like, you know, imagine this guy afterwards like kidnapped her and killed her, man, let's say, right? There wasn't even a piece of paper to prove that he had already done this stuff before, because her mum didn't want to charge him. You know what I mean?
Just because of money and rank and fucking getting relocated. That's fucked.
And he come from a big family. He didn't even get relocated. Nothing happened at all, because her mum, police officer, went and dealt with it, got her out of that situation, arrested him, and then all the charges were dropped. Where her mum had blagged this friend of mine to drop all the charges against her. Her mum's a police woman, high up one, and the policewoman is blagging her daughter to not press charges. And I'm thinking, you're the police. But it's because, like I said, she didn't want to have an interpersonal, her daughter's boyfriend, go to court against him. She would have to go to court against him as in the form of a police officer, as the arresting officer, as well as, you know, her daughter go to court. And I thought, you're just trying to protect your career, like, over your daughter, man. Like, no. Like,
do you see what I mean? all
So, like,
comes down to it. Career, money.
yeah. Like, imagine she went missing a year later. They would have had no previous on paper that would have pointed towards this guy being the main suspect because of the way her mum dealt with it. And this is a police officer.
Yeah, no providence,
You know,
no paperwork,
and I
no
fell out
nothing.
with that friend because of this. I fell out with him at the time. And then a year ago, they messaged me and said, how dare you speak to my mum like that? But I saw this girl 2 days ago. I saw her 2 days ago and I felt very vindicated. Very, very vindicated, right? Why? She was out in a supermarket and that guy followed her, right? Back to her house. And he slapped her and all this stuff, right? And she said, she was like, she said, if I bring the police on him, she said, that's the first offence he's ever done to me. When actually he's done a load of shit. And because I literally saw it the other day. She said, now I get why you were so angry at my mum. She said, I was just too young and naive to understand why you were angry. And I said, well, yeah, but I said, look, you came to me in the first place because you knew I understood what was going on and you knew I would deal with it correctly. That's why you came to me. I said, then you believe your mum over me. I said, you came to me before you went to your mum. You know? That's why you should never have been angry at the way I was acting about the scenario. Like, you should never have been angry. But I felt vindicated anyway because I saw her and she apologized.
Yeah, the thing is, people don't realize how much what's what I'm looking for, how much they inflict so much damage
Trauma.
on the soul to people like you and me. Yeah, and this is shit not like,
bro,
like trauma
I've been ostracized. Dude, I've been ostracized by whole groups of friends, bro, because I protected their lives.
So much pandemonium, so much turmoil.
Exactly, bro. Like I had a friend, right?
So much trouble.
Listen to this, Jim. Yeah, I had a friend. She was beaten up by a lad and like sexually assaulted, right? I protected her because there was no DNA evidence. The police couldn't do anything. And he chased her again and tried to do something again. So I protected her. I obviously did my part, right? You know what I mean by I did my part, right? Protected her. Put the fear of God into him. But she happened to be there when it happened. After that, her and her friends and a couple more, they never spoke to me ever again because they were all frightened of me after the fact. Because of the...
Yeah, but you did nothing to them, bro.
I did nothing to them. I did it for them, and they asked me to do it for them. But once it happened, and they saw how violent and how much damage that I could do to them, potentially, they were afraid of me. And I thought, no. You asked me to do this, so now I'm being ostracized by all of my friends, people I've spent years building relationships with, not being invited to parties with other friends, like best friends that still talk to me, obviously, because of that you're afraid to be around me. And I'm thinking, what does that say about you? It says more that you're worried that you're going to do something so messed up around me that I might have to do something like that. But like, they should know that like I didn't do this. I didn't protect her just out of instinct. She asked me to. I didn't get involved. I said that's your business. I won't be involved. I won't make it worse for you. So like they should have known, even if one of them did something wrong in the future, that it would have took a lot for me to act that way again. Like I'm not just unhinged, you know. Like I'm not unhinged.
Of course.
You know, and I've had that happen my whole life, bro. I protect people from bullies, and then they're scared of me more than the bully that I've protected them from. And that's horrible. It's another form of bullying. If you ever find yourself, this is why people just stop themselves from helping people, because it's like if you're intimidating in any way and you look intimidating, you get ostracized for the way you look, and that is another form of trauma.
Yes, correct.
It's a form of bullying.
Yeah.
The people that bully bullies end up treated as if they are the very bully.
Yeah.
You know? And that's horrible. That's what I've dealt with that my whole life, bro.
It kills you. It kills your soul, bro. Like it's a trauma that stabs you inside, and it's there, you know.
Well,
and it's a lot of effort to try to minimum to mend, so you don't become the things that you hate or whatever, or go on rampages and whatnot. You know what I mean? And you become you're becoming a better person. You know what I mean?
This is an expression of this no stitch. like you can't snitch on people culture, right? Like I get we're not meant to snitch, all right? I get it. Talk to the authorities because the authorities deal with things incorrectly, right? They put people in like I'd never talk to you. Don't talk to the police if someone's got some weed or they're doing stuff to themselves that only harms them. Who cares what they're doing? That's their choice,
Yeah.
free will.
Exactly.
But like when it comes to violent crimes, where there's context to it, where you know the context, like girl's been raped, right? It's like you can't involve yourself because like you will be the next hated person for like the veracity that you bring out because of the situation. People will be afraid of you. Now you're being treated like the criminal for being the vigilante, right? And like what I'm saying is this comes from this anti-snitching culture. It's an expression of it because people can't snitch. So because you can't tell the police when something very serious happens, people have to be village vigilantes to keep communities safe, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, well,
you know what? But you know what? It is surprising the amount of hassle women get at the workplace or in politics. You know, in high places where they're getting molested, harassed, and they're scared to speak. One day might lose their job. They come back. It's all coming out now recently. In recent years, the Me Too movement.
Me Too movement is actually a distraction. Me Too movement is a distraction. Wait there, the Me Too movement is a distraction from all of the high up abuse of children that's been going on. That's to distract.
Oh yeah.
A lot of this is bullshit lies.
Yeah, it's not just women. I know it's children as well in the Christian religion as well.
It's everywhere.
So it's surprising.
It's everywhere. It's human nature. It doesn't matter about religion. It doesn't matter about religion.
Joke.
It's everywhere, bro.
And like, it's everywhere. It's disgusting. It is.
So
disgusting.
what I'll say, what I'll say on it is,
it's coming out. I mean, I was surprised to hear that someone in Australian politics, quite high up, harassed a woman. You know, molested, almost molesting.
I don't know if I believe it yet. I don't know. I don't know if I believe it.
You know, never ended. You got Cuomo.
There's
Cuomo as well. Cuomo now. Cuomo in New York.
But look at Kavanaugh, bro. Look at Justice Kavanaugh. They said that about him. He's never done that shit. They lied.
Yeah,
He's the one who started off the movement. The movement was based on a lie, bro. The movement was based on a fucking lie from the beginning. But I'm not saying it's not true, all of it. I'm saying that we've got to be careful with this because it's political, right? Listen, I'll finish this point and then I'll shut up because I've been talking for too long. So this is my point on it.
I mean, it's everywhere. It's like you said, it's everywhere.
Well, it's everywhere, but not only that, Jin, it's this, right? So when it comes to this stuff, a lot of it is now the fault of feminism because of feminism basically saying that women are strong and independent and they don't need a man, right? Yeah, that's cool. Women shouldn't be victimized by men. I agree, okay? But you're ignoring the facts. You're ignoring the facts that there are predatory people out there. That's just a fact. You cannot change that. Yeah. No one can change that. That is a fact. So that fact existing means teaching women.
That's fine.
But I'm saying teaching women that they should be safe no matter where they go. Let me finish a second. Teaching women that they should be safe no matter where they go, whenever they like, whenever they can, is ignoring the fact that there are people out there that will prey upon them because they're the weaker vessel. And telling women that they're just as strong as men is all part of the psychology behind why women might feel safe to go to darkly lit areas in dangerous neighborhoods. I know girls that walk through dangerous neighborhoods on their own all the time. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
A guy wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't do it some nights.
Okay, if I can get something, I will say something. I mean, if women feel they're strong enough and they're brave enough and want to go out with their women girlfriends and go out to these dangerous places, so be it. Whatever happens, happens. Okay? Yeah, exactly. And if a woman feels she doesn't need a man, if a woman feels she doesn't need a man to help her or whatever, that's also okay in my book. I don't
It's okay.
That's good luck.
It's okay.
If I'm walking around and I see a woman if I see a woman in trouble, I've done it before and I'll intervene. But if she says don't intervene, it's okay, I can handle it, I'm going to step back.
See, at that point though, if she's about to be damaged, if she's about to be listen. This is why there are laws against
Well,
suicide.
if
though,
she's about
because
to
if
be
you-
damaged, obviously I'm not going to let that happen. I'm not going to let that
Right,
happen.
yeah,
But
thanks. Yeah.
because if he's laying in and she's not capable of defending herself, I'm going to cut in there no matter what. But I'm
Yeah.
talking about at the beginning when it's like, you know, because I've
Yeah,
seen
yeah.
it happen here where it's going to go to blows and I'll step in and say, who is she, your girlfriend, your wife? Well, come on, man. People are looking, you know, and half the time I've stopped that. Right?
Yeah, of course.
Half
I
of the
would
time
do the same.
I've stopped it in that way. But if someone, but if the woman turned to me and said to me, you know, it's okay, I can handle it, I'm just going to walk on. That's it.
But my point is this, Jim, yeah?
None of
My
my
point is this.
Yeah.
The people telling women that there's a rape culture, yeah, going on, they're the same people that are not prefacing that you are in more likelihood and danger of being raped if you go out and do whatever you want, wherever you want, right? And that you don't need a man. So my point is they speak out both sides of their mouth, but at the same time, they never it's cool, yeah, fine. You want to go somewhere dangerous, do so. You want to do this? Do so, do so, do so, do so. But don't then start saying that every man is out to get you because something happens off of the back of bad information.
That is
Right?
their freedom. Yeah.
Guys don't
I
even
don't know if
do,
that's the
do
case.
that
though.
said thing.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. I think women screaming out that there's been a lot of hassle for them. I think there's a fair case there. And it's coming out now, and there's more to come. We haven't seen the beginning of this yet because we've been oppressed.
Chin, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna say something now, and
Yeah.
whoever likes it, whoever doesn't. Crackfield has sent photos of me.
Big chest.
Crackfield in the size of me. I've been fucking hit by ex-wife and girlfriends, full laid into me, and I have done nothing. But a few times saved their fucking lives, and I've been fucking hit, kicked, punched, and I've never ever done anything. And you know how much guys there are like me?
I'll tell you what,
there's
right?
a fucking lot more.
Yeah, and Iggs, you're correct. Iggs is correct. He's a big dude. Listen.
Situation myself.
Yeah, but Jen, listen, this whole fucking lie of feminism does this, yeah? I'm 27, so I've lived in only a feminist era, right? Only a feminist era, right? I think women should be empowered to be individuals.
That's right.
do what they want.
I've lived
I
before.
agree with that part. Feminism was about equality,
disagree.
okay?
Yeah.
Feminism is meant to be about equality, but really they pushed it after it had already been established, kind of at the same, and it was just about splitting the wage between men, and all the money men were making. It was about making women also get out of the home and make half the wage, but they split men's wages in half, and you can look at the statistics. I'm not lying. So they doubled the work rate, they doubled the workforce internationally, and half the amount of wages internationally. But
And
this is my
tax
point.
both people.
And this is my point, yeah, and tax both now. It's doubly taxed, so each household.
Yeah.
Now, this is my main point, right, is this. So the lie of feminism itself, the lie of
that's not good.
feminism telling women that they are capable and strong enough to protect themselves, they are able to do that if they go out and learn the prerequisite skills for self-defense. Men are weak and easy to be preyed upon if they do not have the ability to defend themselves also. So women can learn this. But my point is this idea that innately anyone can protect themselves against anyone is wrong. And the reason I'm saying this is for this, is this. I, in my life, since feminism has really been good, third wave feminazism I'm on about, where it's taken too far, I have seen probably 3 incidences where men have physically hit women. And I have probably seen about 400 to 500 incidences where I've seen women physically assault men.
Yeah, I've seen myself. Yeah, I've seen that.
If anyone's being honest,
have gone over
and anyone's being honest,
I've seen that.
women have been more violent to men in the last 20 years. In my own anecdotal experience, I've seen exponentially cases of violence towards men, toward a man from a woman, is exponential. Other men will mash other men up if they touch other women as well.
Yeah.
Women don't hit other women for hitting other men, for hitting men. So I'm sorry, there's something not right there. That's not equality.
Yeah.
Well, women are not in the situation to do that in some cases. I mean, there are women who do that, but they're not many. But
of course,
yeah, I mean, I've seen.
I'm saying
you raise a fair point. You raise a fair point. But at the end of the day, it's coming out of the woodwork, and there's more to come. Nothing wrong with feminism if it protects the women, and they need that. And
Nah,
if they feel
feminism
that
is
they don't need
bullshit.
them to hang on. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. If women feel that they don't need men to help them,
less time. Jin, a sec.
So I
listen, Jin.
Crack. So
no, you're going to shut up a second. I'm going to mute. Yes, you are. You are. But I've got a preference. I have to clear this up so it doesn't happen again.
What I'm saying, Crack.
Right, I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you. That's my point.
Yeah,
I'm not going to let you. I'm moderating, mate. I'm moderating.
Because I'm almost finished. You were talking for a long time. I didn't interrupt you at all. Let me just finish 30 seconds and I'm done. Okay?
No.
Is that all right? Thank you.
No, it's not all right, Jin. It's not all right. No, because I can't. If I'm trying to say something, you don't know why I was about to speak. They've left now anyway, all right? So it doesn't matter. But I need to be able to interject at a certain time because I'm a moderator when needed, okay? And I can't have people concern trolling over that fact, okay? Doesn't matter. Someone new popped into the room, I thought, so I was going to call that out. But if I try and speak over quickly, Jin, then I should be able to. And sometimes it's quicker when someone says one word, accidentally interrupts someone, which happens, okay? For the flow of the conversation, let's just keep it flowing. All I said was feminism bullshit. And then something happened after that. But all we got to do is just go, that was it. But saying 10 words about that, it takes longer. Anyway, we shouldn't be doing this anyway. Let's carry on. Sorry, dude. Let's get the conversation back on track. I will not interrupt you again. I'm sorry. But if I do, there will be a reason for it. All right?
Understood.
No, it's not all right, really, but I'm going to carry on anyway, as I was saying. All I'm saying is this. If women feel that they don't need men around, that's fine. That's all I'm saying. That's all I was trying to say, and I said it before. That's it. Done. Nothing else to add.
Good for them, bro. I've got nothing against that.
That's it. That's what I think. That's what I think. Yeah. But that's the end of that.
Yeah, but
thank you.
The only thing is you can't come out and bash men for you not, having your way.
Yeah.
Just because
if a woman hits a man and the man gets angry, then so be it. That's all I'm saying.
I had to stand there, bro, like a fucking
I know the feeling.
mullets.
I know the feeling.
It's fucking bad, bro. You know what I mean? You're just standing there and you're getting fucking cracked.
Yeah, especially if you don't deserve it. It is really hard. But I've taken it when I didn't deserve it.
Especially when they're doing something wrong. They only do it when they do something wrong. Either cheat, steal, lie, and whatever the fuck it is. And you're standing there.
I've done security. I've done security at clubs, and it's time for everyone to leave. Okay, clubs and pubs and that. And I'm always polite. I'm not pushing anybody out. The time is gone. If they're there later than the closing hours, the place we're working for could lose the license. Yeah, lose the license. Yeah. My earnings are gone. They haven't got a place they can go and sit down and have a drink. So, that's what we explain to them every time. And before you know where you are, you're being attacked by a woman, grabbing your security clothing and that, So what do? You put them down on the floor. You don't punch them or kick them. You just put them down, pin them down and say, look, can you calm down, love? Yeah, because I'm not here to fight you. I don't want to fight you. Yeah, okay. It's time to go home. You've had a lot to drink. Can you go home? And sometimes you get the comeback or whatever. They go and get their brothers, their uncles are coming round the next Friday or the next day. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So now you've got to take on the family. Yeah. You see what I mean? Yeah. It can get a bit silly. It does get a bit silly at times, depending on where you are in the world.
It's bad if it's in the home, bro. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I'm in the home.
Yeah, domestically in the house is terrible, isn't it?
She's cheating and you don't even know. You just say something, it triggers, and she just starts hitting you. And you're like, why the fuck are you hitting me for? And just bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
And you think, like, even if you touch her to sit her down, to grab her arms and say stop, that can be construed in a million types of ways.
I've had that,
So you know what I'm talking about then,
Alcohol, they've drunk too much, they got home, and it's, and they've spewed up in the car. You think, okay, now I've got to clean that up, haven't I? So I'm not going to be happy, am I? You know what I mean, Okay, so you put her in the house, you apologise to the taxi driver, hang on, let me clean this mess up, do apologise for that. And then you try to explain to the lady, look, when you go out with your mates, can you not control it? Because I wasn't there. When I arrived, you was pissed. If I wasn't there, you wouldn't have been. You know, she gets upset. I'm getting a slap down the face. Oh, cheers. Thanks for that.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could snap them like
Yeah.
a tree, but I don't attack because I'm gonna. If I went mad, I'm gonna break her in two, and I can't do that. So I step out the way. I walk off. I got to, otherwise I'm gonna go berserk. So I calm
Bro.
myself down. I walk out the door.
Yeah, I try to walk out the door. Bitch jumps in front of the door, bro. She's blocking the door.
Bloody
She's physically,
hell.
bro.
You're
I'm
a
telling. This
prisoner.
is what I'm trying
You're
to
a
explain.
prisoner.
Yeah, I'm hostage in a fucking room, bro.
You're a fucking prisoner, man.
Yeah, by a chick that's like 5 foot, and I'm like 6 foot, 150 kilos, bro. It's fucking.
Yeah, you can't.
And you're like, and then you're begging. Then you reduce to the point of begging, bro. Like, please, can you
it's
can you
silly,
please
innit?
just
It is
step out of
silly.
the you're like, please
Yeah.
move out of the way. You're like, please. You're begging. You're like, and I'm saying this like through my heart, bro. Like, I'm begging. I'm like, please move out of my. Let me just walk out and like whatever.
Yeah.
Nah,
I mean,
you're gonna stay here and listen to me, you effing this and then pop. I'm like, just please, just move out of the way. And you can't even like pick her up and move her to the side.
Yeah, the reason because you love them, you calm down and you say, you know, obviously she's going to apologise later on, and then you just wait for the apology, you know, and then don't do it again. That's me anyway, you know. That's how I am. I don't really hold any grudges.
Yeah, you try to, you try to, bro. I think when you hit that, point, it's time to fucking walk out, bro. You know.
Yeah, it does happen, but they've left me. I take all the abuse and then they on top of that. Really fucking blinded.
Tell me about that one. Then there's stories about you. This, that, and da.
And then I'm getting called. He's too perfect. He's trying to be too perfect. Oh, fuck that.
Yeah. Oh.
Thank you.
Oh man.
Sorry, I don't get drunk and spew up all over everybody and spew up on the taxi and you know, smash someone's window and you know, come on, man, I don't do that shit. I want to have an easy life.
Yeah. Sorry, you know, I don't cheat on you and I don't fucking steal your money and fucking you know, bash you and then hold you hostage in your own fucking room.
Yeah, I think someone's trying to say something now. Hang on a second, Hicks. Sorry,
go for it.
Can you chime in, please?
Me, Ariel. I'm such I'm drunk. When I'm drunk, seriously, I just laugh and dance around. I can't imagine.
So do I.
That's nice. That's nice when it's like that.
I cannot imagine hitting a man.
Yeah, I can. You know, it's nice when you're dancing and you're laughing
my God.
and you're happy. That's nice. But when it's violent, it's not good.
I have felt like hitting a man, but you know what? There's just something in me that says, what if he fucking smacks you back?
Hits me back. See, that is a sign of a very, very wise, intelligent, and soulful woman right there.
Yeah, but I'm just one of those people. I do have a drink on occasion, and I can get that totally horribly sloshed and off my face.
Nothing wrong with that.
I have never in those you know moments when I'm drunk. You can't make me angry. I just laugh at everything.
I'm like that too. When I have, if
I just don't like to see my woman
drinking
paralytic drunk. I don't like to see my wife, paralytic drunk, yet spewing up everywhere, out of control. Of course, I'm not. Am I going to like to see that? Of course not. One, she could cause an accident.
Yeah, it's not very feminine, is it?
Someone else, and she looks a mess. She's looking a mess.
Yeah,
What's
it's not
going on
feminine,
here?
is it?
I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
That's right. Thank you. You'll never
But
see
it
me
looks
ever
disgusting
in
on
that
a
state.
guy.
Yeah, you ask my children; they've never ever seen me drunk. They never will, because that's not what
It
I'm
looks
about.
disgusting on a guy, bro. Yeah, no. That's exactly right, bro.
My
It looks,
sons know that. Yeah,
it looks
my
filthy
sons
on a
know
guy
that.
when you see him drunk, wobbling around and spewing up, let alone a
Thank
female.
you.
That's
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
I have worked in establishments where people who like me buy me drinks, and they're lined up on the window ledge, and they're saying, "Gin, you're not drinking." I said, "If I'm doing security and I drank all those drinks, would I be a good security guy?" You're right, Gin. Right, thank you. So now you know who the real security guys are. My mates might be drinking, but I ain't drinking. Because when it goes belly up, I'm the man you're going to have to come to help you, which is why I introduced myself to you. Yeah, Jin, my name is. In any trouble, look for me because I will help you. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And I do. Do you know what I mean? And they see it, you know. Jin, you're not, no. And I've got to ride my motorbike, my Fireblade, or my Honda XR, you know. I've got a bike to ride home, so I might have a drink at the very end, but I'm not going to drink 6 glasses, am I? They're going down the sink, unfortunately. But you know what I did in the end? I actually brought a bottle to decanter it because I still felt bad throwing away their money. You see that? Yeah? So what I did was I put it, I decanted it. That's what I used to do in the end. I used to throw it away, and then I started to think, because people were saying, Jin, you're not drinking. And I have to explain to them why I'm not. So in the end, I thought, what an idiot I've been. I should have put it in a bottle. So that's what I did. I put it in a bottle over the bar. Thank you very much. And then I carry it home. So I've got a drink at home, courtesy of the people who like me. And that's what I used to do in the end.
Yeah.
You know?
Sign of respect.
But never drunk on duty. Yeah, never drunk on duty. Not once. Not once did I drink on duty. I never would.
And bro, when you have a drink, honestly, you have a drink to relax and to have a laugh.
Yes. That's what I enjoyed the most.
Yeah, and that's what I do too. I don't know how you can get past that state. If you do get past that state, you should just automatically fall asleep. If you get what I mean. There shouldn't be any more in between the happiness, the laughter, and falling asleep. That should be the 3. You know, like Father, Son, Holy Spirit. It's, you know, happy, laughing, sleep.
Right. But, yeah. For me, I was a spirits man, so you don't need much liquid to get the punch, do you? Other guys around me, like 90% of the guys around me, 99% even, they were into the beer. You see, now there's a lot of volume there, and you're pissing out a lot, aren't you? But gin, Jack Daniels and Coke, what was the other one I used to have? Pernod and Black, Malibu and Coke,
Cognac.
Jamaican Ray Nephew and Coke. That was my drink back then, you know, all spirits. So when people used to get me the drinks, they would be lined up, and I think, yeah, I'll put that in a bottle later on, you know, and I put it all in a bottle, and I've got myself a nice little drink ready to go. It's chilled next day after that, or the weekend, you know. You have a little drink with your mates, build a split, and you know, and I'm drinking the drink knowing that this drink came from the customers at the club, the people I knew at the bar, and it's such a,
from the heart.
It's better than the drink you buy from the club, from the off license, you know, or the liquor store. Do you know what I mean?
It comes from the heart, bro, because they buy it because they like you.
It comes from the heart of the people. Yeah. And that's, for me, I enjoyed that the most. Those were the best drinks for me.
Yeah.
You know? And I always said thanks to the people, and you know, I was always fair to them. That was the thing. But there were times when, you know, I got hit in the head by a woman, handbag, you know, bam, bam, bam. You know what I mean? Because she got a bit. It's time to go, but they don't want to go. It's usually they just don't want to leave. That's the problem. Nothing else. I haven't said anything to abuse them. It's just time to go, and it gets everyone's back up. Time to go now, folks. Can you drink up now, please? That's what I used to say. Let's wrap it up now, folks. Time to go.
Last
30 minutes over. I know you hear me. I'll say, we're 30 minutes over time now. I want to get home. Yeah, come on now. And then they start getting. Well, I've still got 2 drinks. Well, can you drink them up, please? Well, we got to go. I've got to get home. You know, what we're going to do here? Can't be another hour.
Yeah, Scarlet.
Way, man, you know. The DJ, all you're seeing is the DJ winding up the cables. He's winding up the cables, yeah? DJ's packing up. There's no music. You know what I mean? It's time to, you know, they're getting pissed off. Before you know where you are, you got a handbag at the back of your head. Boss, oh shit. Look, come on now. And that's it. It's on top. You got to pick them up, and they're banging you on the back, scratching the back of your neck as you're carrying them out, you know? And then, like I said, sometimes the uncles come round, or she's brought her brothers round, you know. Well, she said you did that. I said, no, I didn't. I didn't put one hand. I said to them, so she went out with dignity, okay? Well, what security guy do you know does that? You know?
Nah, none of them.
Usually they get slapped up and thrown out. You know what I mean? I didn't do that to your missus, your wife, your sister, your niece. No, that wasn't me, mate. She was hysterical, out of control.
Chin, did you guys ever, I don't know, what place you worked at. I used to. Oh fuck it! I'll say it on fucking live. I used
Yeah,
to
go
do
on.
security, but I used to be like the ones that weren't tagged, if you know what I mean. Just in
Yeah, of
case of a
course.
special.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I used to work at those establishments myself. They were the best ones. They were the best
They're the
places to
best.
be.
Yeah.
the
You
best
be kicking
places to
back,
be.
you can mingle and all the rest of it, but then when the shit hits the fan, you'll be the first one to get the call on the mic, and then you have to flying in Jackie Chan style.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. This is me. I am the oil in that machinery. So if it's first aid, I'm there. If a woman's lost an earring, I'm there. If someone's getting upset because the boyfriend's getting a bit heavy, I'm there. That's what I was like, the oil in that machine, and I was still having a good time. You know.
Mm.
Mm. You know, you get some people they do their ecstasy tablets, and now they're out of control. They've done ecstasy. They've drunk too much. They're sweating profusely. They're losing control. They need to simmer down. So what I take them outside, grab a chair, put them outside, and they think they're getting barred. I said, no. I just want you to calm down, and then you can
Get some fresh air.
so you don't have an accident.
Yeah.
That's all. Right?
Fresh air. Here's a bottle of water.
Open the door, right? And now it's getting really noisy because the volume's coming out just for like 40 a minute, if that, just to let some of that heat out. Yeah, and then I shut the door back again. Right, because you know what I'm doing there is just keeping that temperature down, because the idea with the owners is to get the place warmed up. Everyone's getting thirsty and they're drinking. But then there's a health problem. There's a health problem with that, and a good security guy will manage that. Will look at it and say, right, there's a potential problem could happen here. We've got a couple of people looking a bit ragged. Let's get them outside, sit them down, get them freshed up. Open the doors, gives me an excuse. Let the heat out. Do you see what I mean by I am the oil in the machine? Yeah. And I shut the door. That's what I mean. That's where I was.
How dodgy are those owners that don't give? Back in they made it a law here now. Like it was a while ago that they made it a law where you had to give somebody that was coming, if they asked for a glass of water, you had to give it to them before. If somebody asked for a glass of water, you wouldn't get one.
Yeah.
How ridiculous is that?
In England, it would depend on the establishment, but usually if you ask for a glass of water, they're going to give it to you. They wouldn't refuse. Not in England. Not in all my life. I've never known anyone to say, "Can I have a glass of water?" and you wouldn't get it.
Over here in Australia, nah, bro. You buy. You have to buy the water. You have to buy the water, or you buy drink. Money has to exchange, bro.
In England, you can get. Now you'd have water. You'd have water in England. They give you a glass.
Nah,
you know.
Over here it was
that's
bad.
the way it is. I mean, water doesn't cost anything, does it? Doesn't cost anything, does it?
Exactly. Exactly, but some of the places here would give the pricks hot water too.
Yeah, that's a bit steep. That's a bit steep, I reckon.
Yeah. But yeah, those things were the best. Like where you're not tagged as security, but you're there as like it's like what would you classify it as, like undercover security? I don't know what the fuck it's called.
It's under the radar, isn't it? You know. But we had loads of those. But I was registered security. So at the beginning I wasn't, and I was working, but then I was using my military experience, saw me through. And then it got to a state where the law changed because customers were getting beaten up, and the security guy who beat them up was missing, of course. Now the guy's in hospital laid up, 2 broken arms, a crushed ribs, whatever. Kicked a buck, okay? And now the government came in, all security guys working at all establishments have to be registered now, okay?
Yeah.
So that was back in the 1988, so the beginning of the 90s. The law came in probably late 80s, but by the time I joined, 90s, I had to be registered, and I was registered. I flew it like this, no problem, man.
Yeah, same here.
In the generation that I was with, there was a guy who was a fireman, okay? And he said, when you finish this course, I want you to come and work with me at the club I got. That's what he said. Because he saw me riding a bike. He said, I've never seen a black guy ride a motorbike like that, right? And the way you do the security and the way you pass the test, did the first aid, and you put out the fire, extinguish it well. You look, you're keen to do it. He said, I want you to come and work with me, he said. He was older than me, okay?
Yeah.
So he knew I was ready. And I went with him. A nice white guy, white man, fire chief. So I went with him, and that was it. South London, Peckham. Lots of black people there, but he was a white guy working. He said, come on, I know you come and work. And bring all your family and friends. They don't have to pay to join. Okay, thanks very much. You know what I mean? And that was it. Awesome. And I had I worked with that guy for a year and a half. Wicked times that was. Down in Peckham, Brixton. Let me see now. Holston. No, that's North London. So we've got Breckham. We have Brixton, Peckham, Dulwich, pubs. Yeah, South East London. When I say South London, South East London. I was good. I had a really good time. Yeah. And some of these clubs were, like you said, they weren't registered. You know.
Yeah.
Underground, under a church, for example. Can you believe that one? Under a church. And we're dressed up like monks. We're dressed up like security, dressed up as monks. But then you get the likes of, like, you know, there's a black guy called Seal. A black guy. He came. I did security for Depeche Mode. They came. Depeche Mode.
Oh,
those were good. Yeah. I had some really good times, man. I reached some peaks in that job.
Yeah, man. You meet some real cool characters and some, you know, so-called stars, whatever. Yeah, bro. Interesting times.
And at the time I was working, there was a place called the Ministry of Sound, had just opened in the 90s. Okay,
the Ministry of Sound.
Yeah, I think you may have heard of
gangster.
it.
Yeah, of course I have.
This thing was being advertised on the radio, because if you're listening to the music radios, you would hear this advert from the Ministry of Sound. And the way it was coming across was, you don't need any drinks. You don't need any alcohol and all this. If you like to dance and you want to dance your heart away and all that, this is the place for you, the Ministry of Sound. And the way they used to make it echo and all that. And I'm thinking, well, that sounds like my kind of place. Alcohol and you just want to dance. Little did I know that they were all on ecstasy. Little did I know. Yeah. Until I actually went there and saw them on ecstasy and saw the vibes they had and all the displays. You had a chill out room. You had a room where they had all this like psychedelic images, flashing lights and that on the screen. Big films. It was brilliant, man. Eight different rooms in the Ministry of Sound. Bloody brilliant.
It depends.
I ended up working there.
It depends. It depends what you're on, what room you go to, bro.
Right. I went there straight. I didn't go there already. You know what I mean? And then couldn't buy any alcohol, but I went there to dance because I like to dance. So I enjoyed it.
Yeah, music's good, bro. You appreciate the music, you know?
Oh, yeah. I'm a music lover, you see.
Same here. Like, my dad was a DJ, you know? 70s, 80s, you know, like funk, soul. I got brought up on that kind of stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, me too. So, yeah.
It was
thoroughly good time at the Ministry of Sound. And the fashion at the time, the designer labels at the time was a designer called Daniel Paul, DP. And you know what I said DP stood for? I said, only the decent people wear DP.
Decent people.
Decent people. It stood for Daniel Paul, really.
Bro, that's an actually fucking
you know what I mean?
good fucking brand, bro. I like that.
Right. Now, you won't believe this, yeah? I was a courier at the time, and I was making the deliveries for Daniel Paul. So if I wanted anything, I would get it at cost price. You know, what they had it in their office, right? I was their number one man to deliver the designs and everything to the outlets. Yeah, I loved it. So I had a lot of Daniel Paul clothing, which I've still got. I've got them here in Japan. I brought them with me because they're like classic lines that can stand the test.
Don't go out of fashion. Yeah.
Don't go out of fashion. Yeah, Daniel Paul. So if I go back to London, I wear it. People are going to think, bloody hell, this guy's in a time warp. I'm in a time warp, but I'm still bussing. I can still bust it, and it all looks clean and perfect. It doesn't look ragged at all. Got them all, Daniel Paul.
Bro, yeah, I'll tell you something. This is when I was like still skinny. Like I was like I don't know, I was looking through all my crap. I had like shitload of clothes, and then like I don't know why I went to like parents' room. I was speaking to my mum and walked through their wardrobe, and I'm like, see these fucking like this shirt, and I'm like, what the fuck's this doing here? It's like, that's his dad's shirt. I'm like, what the fuck is a dad's shirt? Put it on, looks good. Everybody's asking me, where'd you get this from? What brand is it? I made up some fucking story. But it was my dad's shirt when he was like fucking 20 years old. So it was from like 19 fucking, what is it, 70 or something. And I'm still rocking it. And like every time I wore it, people would fucking ask me about it. And I'd still be making up some bullshit. You know, it was like fucking 50 years old. But it stands the test of time. You know what I mean?
I relate to that completely because my dad had untold ties. Okay, which I couldn't take my eyes off. As a kid, I noticed them, and I thought, if I get older, my dad's still got them. I want to wear those. And then he had some nice shirts. He had peg trousers, and you know he wasn't wearing this stuff. So by the time I got to my 20s, I was busting some of my dad's clothes because he wasn't wearing them, and he said I could wear them. People were always asking me, "Where do you get your clothes from, Jin?" Off me dad, I used to say, and I was always proud to say that. I was proud to say that. I was not ashamed. I said, yeah, these are my dad's trousers. Do you know what I mean? Because this is what you pay money for.
Yeah.
You pay money to go and get these. You can't buy these now. Solid style, man. I was lucky. My dad helped me out. I didn't have to waste much money on clothing. That was the one thing that I could say that I was lucky with, that my dad had style.
I used to make up brand names.
I robbed him. I just robbed him,
till like, like 6 months after, and I'd be like, my dad bought it from because they couldn't find any other styles or nothing. I go, it's my dad's, and they're like, Igor, stop lying. We know you spend like fucking, like $1,000 on a shirt, bro. Like, stop lying. I go, it's my fucking dad's, bro. I go, can you find it anywhere? And I'd like take out the tag. I go, look. Yeah, I go, look. My dad used to go from fucking Macedonia to Italy to buy one fucking shirt. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you're not buying this. Yeah, so I was lucky, that my dad had like a classic line of style, and I liked that style, so I was able to wear that wherever I went. But as time goes on, Daniel Paul came along, and that's quite a modern kind of like urban go out club style, and I thought, yeah, I'm going to get into that. I like that, so I got into that. You know what I mean? And I never looked back. In a sense, just for the clubbing scene. And there were times when you know the crowd you're going to get, like they're going to be on ecstasy, so then there's not going to be any violence here. So you didn't have to dress like the typical black tie, with black leather jacket, white shirt, black trousers, black shoes. You could dress down a bit. You could leave the leather jacket at home, put on a Daniel Paul waistcoat, no tie. But they know you're security because they know you are. You're talking to them at the beginning. But it more of a relaxed mode because there's not going to be trouble here. They're all going to be on ecstasy. You know that already. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be an easy night. But I'm still the oil in the machine. Carry on.
Do you see how they flipped? How they flipped that on its head from time of when I was younger. I'm like 37. You'd go out the whole club would be on ecstasy. There was never any effing fights, bro.
No violence at all.
Everybody was, hey, brother, I love you. The whole night.
It was. It's a night of love. That's what it was. Everybody getting on with everyone. No racism at all. Zero.
Oh, no, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing whatsoever, nothing.
Yeah. And if anyone had a problem, you helped them and they're loving you to death. They said, okay, darling.
Yeah. They'd suffocate you from hugs.
They're kissing you all over the place. You're just trying to, like, okay, darling, can you, sometimes my girlfriend would be there, like, my girlfriend would be there, because, of course, she's going to bring her mates. It's a safe place to be because her man is there. He's working there. She doesn't have to pay. Her mates don't have to pay, so they're in a safe place. Do you know what I mean? So she used to get a bit annoyed sometimes when that used to go on, though.
Yeah, but then they flipped it on us, bro. They brought out all these fucking disgusting fucking chemical full fucked up drugs where people would just go fucking bonkers over why are you looking at me or why are you looking this way, like dumb shit like that.
That's right. I noticed that. I did notice that change, and I left London in 1999. You see. So just as that change came in, Jin's gone to Japan, okay? So I was working at that job to the last week before coming to Japan. I had to stop everything, you know. But yeah, I noticed that was creeping in. It was creeping in. The ugly element of this clubbing started coming in, you know.
And that
you know,
was
I worked
that
at
was the
some
thing
rough
before.
places as well. Yeah, go on.
Before, if somebody looked at you like, "Hey, bro, you alright?" and there was nothing, but then they brought in this batch of crap that they were feeding the young people, and it was like you looked at somebody, you mightn't, you're probably looking like past them to see your mate, and the guy's like, "What are you looking at?" It's like, dude, I look wherever the fuck I want. Like, I'm not causing any harm to you, like.
Yeah.
And that's
Let
how
me
it
tell
all
you
fucking
something.
spiraled.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Yeah, I reckon, and I'm not. I don't believe I'm reaching too far, but I always know this: the government knows exactly what's going on. They have their spies out there. The Freemasons are out there.
100%.
So just like me and you'd be talking, you'd trust me, I'd trust you. But I could be a Freemason. Do you understand? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I could be. You understand what I'm saying? That situation definitely exists. Now, what happened is when they saw how the ecstasy movement was going, it was waking people up, because when you get people moving together in a happy force, that's an unstoppable force. Do you understand? Conscious people, and they didn't want that, because the music you were listening to was uplifting and bringing everyone together. When you do that, you can then start to educate people through the music. The government didn't want to do that, so they stealthily brought that chemical in to dispatch everybody and break everyone up. And do you understand what I'm saying? That's what
you're
I believe
100%
happened.
correct, brother.
Remember,
100% correct.
I left. Thank you very much. I left at 1999. So that's what happened across the world. Remember, look at where we are
At the
today
same
now
time.
on this server. Yeah. So we must be right now in my deduction. That's what I thought, because I've been watching this from Japan. I've been listening to what's been going on, talking to my friends who are still doing the jobs. And yeah, you know, they're telling me what nightmares they've been having and shit. It's all gone. You've even heard police say, look, women are back controlled and men now getting drunk. I can't believe the turnaround. I feel ashamed that I have to arrest a woman. This is a police officer talking, policeman, in Wales. You know, in Wales, women are beating police officers up. That's what it was like. This is in 2001, 2002. You know, you can
That's how it was here
Google
too, bro.
it and you'll see that I'm not lying. It's all there.
That's how it was here in Australia, bro. Women were getting
There
more
you go.
fucking aggro than men for
That's right.
whatever.
That's what I discovered. That's what I discovered. Much to
They
my
flipped
horror.
it. They flipped it on us very bad. It was, as you said, there was some people coming in that were like good DJs that worked hard, good music, you know, whatever they were taking wasn't harmful, it was delightful. And they have to break it up.
MDMA, clean MDMA was clean.
Yeah.
The love dove, they called it the love dove. Do you remember it? The white one with the dove on it? Yeah.
Yeah, the white doves, I even had them. I vouch for them.
Yeah. Yeah, so you remember them. That's what they were called anyway in London, yeah.
Yeah.
You know? I knew people. I knew the people who were making them. You know, that was my connection with that. So I knew where they were making it, and that, you know. So you know who's dealing it. You know, the in-house dealing. You know it's going on, but you know it's going to be a peaceful, happy night, and it goes on till 6 a.m, and they're still not wanting to stop. You know, everyone's leaving at 6 o'clock, and it's happy group of people just leaving and making their way home. Fucking brilliant. You know what I mean? I didn't do the ecstasy. I was up. I was on a natural high. I loved it. To watch it and live it is to be, you know, is enough to uplift you. When you see people from all walks of life, all nationalities getting on, that is better than the ecstasy drug itself. Do you know that? There you go.
Of course, yes, of course.
And then, of course, you're going to do your level best to protect that. And that was my job, the protector.
Yeah.
The oil in the machine was me. That's what I wanted to be. Okay? That was the role I played.
They messed it up. They messed up a good thing, and they did it fucking very good.
Yeah, they did. They did it deliberately because the governments of the world were frightened that people would come to light quicker. Maybe I could have been a flat earther sooner. Maybe. You never know.
Yeah.
But people were waking up. You know, there isn't this violence, really. Wow.
No.
You know, do you understand? There isn't this racism. You know, it's all alive. And it's all coming through the music that they were listening to. Like I said, it was all uplift. Now, if you wanted to have a revolution and through the music, you could do that. Through ecstasy and that. You could. Okay?
Yep.
You could.
Yeah. No, that's a fact. Because I know that, as you said, you know, the people that could make them, I knew how to do that stuff. Because of my schooling, and I know what was in them and all the rest of it. Your body makes it. And
that's right. It's part of your body. That's right. Thank you. It's part of your body. So it's already, the chemicals are already in your body. All you're doing is tapping into it and releasing it. And it's all brilliant. All I had to do, just make sure that no one kind of like OD'd on drinking and that, because some places served alcohol, and that's where, you know, your first aid comes in. Just watch that's all I was doing. I mean, I've got tapes where the DJ's calling my name out as I'm going through, you know, calling out my name as I'm walking through. Do you know what I mean? Brilliant. That is, you know, I'll never forget those days, man. And the DJ's calling, you know, everyone's rocking, having a good time. I'm walking through and I'm dancing with the punters. But what am I doing? I'm checking. That's all. That's all I'm doing. You know.
But you're still having a good time. You have to admit.
I'm having a blinding time with it. Yeah. Right, yeah. You know, if I found someone's earring or someone's watch or whatever, I've earned my money. Do you know what I mean? You know, I said, there you go, darling. You know, sometimes I'd go to the DJ and say, can you make an announcement? Just stop the music. Get everyone to look down on the floor. A girl's lost her mum's earring. Her mum doesn't know she's wearing it. She's going to be in big trouble. And that's what comes out over the speaker. You know, sorry, folks, can you just look down at your feet? Young Alice has lost her mum's earring. It's a family heirloom. She's going to be in big trouble. Then you hear, there it is. You know, there you go. And then, you know,
and everybody actually looks.
Yeah, because you've got to take away what everyone else is interested in order for them to go on to something that they're. In order to get people to help sometimes or to do something, you have to take away the thing they're distracted by. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've said this before, like in clubs. I'm like, look, someone's like trying to do something and it's taking like 50 minutes and nothing's been achieved yet. I'm just like, go up to the fucking DJ booth, speak through the microphone, turn all the music off, turn all the lights on, and say, look, something serious has happened. So this has happened. You know, it's affecting 25 people's nights. Let's get it done now, quick, and we get back to the party in about 1 minute, and then it gets sorted. Boom, back to the party, done. That's what I mean. That's the way it should be, bro.
Yeah. That was me. The oil in the machinery. Just making sure everyone was having a good time. That's it. And if you want to do that, then you secure your earnings. You're being loved by everybody else. And it's all feeling good. I'm feeling good. You're feeling good. We're having a great time. Everybody goes home happy. And I'm back on my motorbike. And I've had a good night. Yeah. That was a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, Saturday was a double shift because I used to work in a place called Font Hill Road in Finsbury Park, round the corner from the Arsenal shop, a fashion outlet that they open up to the public only on a Saturday. So if you go there on a Saturday, you can buy what's on the high street at rock bottom prices. Okay, high street fashion, but you're actually going to the warehouse and getting it. And I used to work in the warehouse from 8 o'clock till 2 o'clock. And then that was the beginning of the first shift. The night time would be at the club. I used to love it, man. Again, with the people. Yeah. That's why all those demonstrations that I missed, man. I would have been at those demos in Trafalgar Square and Parliament Square. I would have been there, man, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yeah. But I would have gone there with body armor. You know, motorcycle body armor, knee pads, elbow pads, you know, because there's no doubt that you're going to get hit. I'm ready for that. I know what they're like. Boots, yeah. Steel toe cap boots. Okay, let's have some. Choose your side. Shame on you. You can stick your New World Order up your ass. You know, we are the 99%. You know, some of the words that I've heard of recently. Did anybody see it on TV? or on your devices?
I
Did you
don't think
notice?
so.
Did you
No.
notice there was a couple of demonstrations going on in the UK last weekend, just gone?
Oh yeah, there was a few. Yeah.
Yeah. So had I been in London, I would have been there for sure. It's just one of those things. We're in that era that we have to do that if we want to let the government know that we're not going to stand for it. Sorry, terrible.
Some things
I'm not
have to
gonna
be done, you know.
Say that again.
Some things just have to be done. If we don't do them, then we're fucked.
Yeah, that's what's got to happen now. Yeah, we've really got to fight for it. I spent time in Gem Panda's server today. I think I was there for about 4 hours, maybe a little bit longer, with a break in between. And I just hammered them to death with the injection that we mustn't take and the ingredients that are in there and the implications and what's been happening from when I was born, 1961, right up to today, and how they haven't been proven to be safe, etc., etc. And then I smashed them with the heliocentric model not existing and that. And then when I left, I shouted out, "Flat Earth truth, flat Earth truth," and I'm screaming at them, "Flat Earth truth, flat Earth truth," smashing the heliocentric model 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year. Bye. Yeah. And then I left. Give it to them.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I did to them there. Gave them nearly a 5-hour non-stop assault. Yeah, I might have a sore throat tomorrow, maybe. But I've had a little drink of water and it's soothing. Yeah. Sometimes you got to let out steam. So I let out my steam in their server.
Yeah, no, I do the same.
It's recorded.
I do the same.
It's live. You'll hear me. Yeah. Got to let out steam. And I say to them, you people, you're dishonest and you're deceiving young people. You lunatics. Delusional madmen and women here. Why'd you come here? You come here to have a conversation. I come here to remind you living in a fantasy and your spherical ball that's supposed to be spinning in the bosom of space does it at all. And how you don't know that is beyond me. Or are you that evil that you're just deliberately perpetuating this lie? Are you working for the other side? I do feel that. Oh.
Yeah.
Effect. Yeah. Yes.
Literally.
And then they asked me, "What's?"
I'm a bit Jin, I would be replying a bit more, but I was just a bit distracted at the minute. Some guy, do you know? VC checked it.
They were asking. Right. Yeah, go on.
This guy wanted me to VC check him in, and he was in there, and then like someone else turned up at his house and they gate. I was like, "That's cool, no worries." Left it on non-muted, and then like literally 25 minutes it took. Yeah, fuck me to nearly VC check him in.
Wow.
Didn't even end up checking him in because he ended up like his neighbour turned up, and I'm like, "Mate, just tell her to wait 30 seconds." He's like, "I've got to go. I've got to help her." I'm like, are you serious? You made me take 25 minutes out of my fucking time. Like, I was like, you're an idiot, bro. Like, you're robot engine for some reason.
Yeah, sorry.
It's better now.
Yeah, it's a wind up. That is, it does wind you up when they do that. But yeah, just had to remind them that that's so that you are living in a fantasy. You're not able to prove anything. So that's what I wanted to do. Just remind you. That's all. That's why I come here. They ended up muting me. There's a meme that was posted on our server maybe a week ago. It's Denzel Washington. I think he's got a split in his mouth, and he's saying,
yeah.
What's he saying? He's saying, I don't block trolls, they block me. Oh, that's me. That's me, that is. So I posted that into their server. It's a great meme, that one. Yeah. I don't block trolls. Trolls block me. Who's trolling who? Yeah, there you go. Right.
One sec. I'll be right. I'll be
Yeah.
with you
So
in 2 seconds.
have we had any heliocentrists come in today?
Well, yeah, that's what happened nearly a minute ago. A heliocentric guy might have joined, and then that's why I tried to shut you up for a sec so I could.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But Idama, I'm just putting him in washing in the washing machine. I'm just a bit distracted.
That's okay. That's okay. Go and do your washing. I've got to do mine.
I'm just letting you know that I'm not like ignoring you.
No, that's okay.
I'll be
I
speaking
understand that.
a bit more in a minute. That's all.
Yeah. I've got to do mine in a minute anyway. It's now coming up for 1 o'clock in the morning. Just gone 1 a.m. in the morning, so I will do that.
Best time to do it. Best time.
Yeah, because everyone's sleeping, so I can just
and
get
it keeps
done.
the house warm. Keeps the house warm.
Yeah.
In the
That's
winter.
right.
That's when in the winter it keeps the house warm, mate. Trust me.
Yeah, it does. Admittedly, you're right.
It really does, mate. Sometimes it's like people put the heating on. Like my cousin, he puts the fucking heating on. Then starts doing loads of washing, and I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, bro, like you've just put the heating on for the last half an hour, and now you start washing, and the house is 29 degrees Celsius, and it's boiling, and everyone's complaining. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing with yourself, you know?
What are you doing? Boiling the house out.
Yeah.
It's like a sauna in here.
Yeah.
Chill VC.
No.
There was a guy called Dennis who was in here yesterday, and man, was he was slippery than a bar of soap, covered in oil. That guy, tell you, you know. A sandwich short of a picnic. That guy definitely wasn't with it. Obfuscating, unbelievable. Wouldn't commit to anything. Yeah. So you there, Iggs? Have you gone? Everyone's gone. All right.
I'm still here, listening in.
Roger. Hey.
How's it? How's it going?
You were there when Dennis. You remember that guy, Dennis, yesterday?
I catch the last part. Made me cringe.
Right, yeah. He was a funny guy. He was. Everybody had a go at him. Everybody. He just wouldn't take anything in.
Oh, jongens.
Oh, shivery timbers. Yeah, I was asked, can I ask you an honest question? What's under the earth? I said, how would I know? Soil, magma, what else? You know, we've only dug 7.6 miles. That's all we know. So we don't know what's 4,000 miles deep. We can't know that. That's not something we can know. We will never know what's 4,000 deep in the earth. We're never going to know that. That's an impossibility. A big bloody lie. All right.
Where'd you get magma from?
Well, that's going to be quite close to us, and I'm 7 miles deep, somewhere around there. but it's not 4,000 miles deep. And then we've got what is it? The melted core of the Earth, molten. And we all know when the core is melted and it's molten, it loses its magnetic properties. So how can it be? How can you have magnetic if the core is molten? Yeah, how is that possible? How do we know it's there? Even know that it's magnetic.
They
Mad.
say if you spin molten iron, it creates a electromagnetic induction, and that's pretty true. I know I was using CNC machining. I had these tools where you have to heat up the head tool holder. You have to heat it so the metal dilates, and then you insert the tungsten carbide tools.
Okay.
And
So, but regular magnets, when you heat them up, they lose their magnetic properties, do they not?
Yes. Also iron. Also iron.
Yeah. Right. So I'd like to know how the core can be magnetic then. How is it we have this magnetic field in a ball 4,000 miles deep? 4,000 miles deep into the Earth. How do they know that's there?
Anything you heat up, anything that's metal, magnetic, whatever, as soon as you heat it up, it loses its integrity. That's a fact, because I did construction and all that stuff. So it's a matter of fact, not of opinion or whatever. As soon as you heat up something, it loses its properties.
That's correct, but not to the point where it's going to come down into its own footprint at 3/4 speeds in 10 seconds.
Oh no, not that dumb shit. No, not like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to lose its integrity like that. That will stand honourable regardless. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, those things, I've looked at the designs on that, man. That thing can withstand a lot. Like, I mean, a lot.
Yeah, it would stand a lot. It could take 10 planes and not collapse. I guarantee you that. You know, those buildings.
Yeah. A plane wouldn't do nothing.
Nothing. 10 planes wouldn't do anything. 10 planes wouldn't knock it down. You know? Just wouldn't.
This system with the inner core, which they are describing, is very perpetual. This is the problem, because everything comes to rest. We can demonstrate that liquid iron, molten iron, can generate a magnetic field if you spin it, but it will always come to rest very quickly. So we need...
it can't be molten all the time. Yeah, it has to harden up.
Yeah, it solidifies. Then it solidifies.
So there has to be a energy source, and that is not given by gravity stuff. They say it's gravity causing all this.
It's mad, isn't it? Gravity is like the army Swiss knives, universal. It can do everything and anything.
Everything they just explain how it works. Yeah.
They just co-opted a Latin word, gravitas, which means weight. Gravity, that's where it comes from. That's the etymology. It means absolutely nothing but weight.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. When they used that word, they didn't know the gravity of the problem that it was going to cause them.
The weight falling on the head, it wouldn't. Just like Newton's apple on the head.
Right. You see? You know, I mean, they can't even do it properly. When you look at this thing, it's literally like a house of cards, isn't it? You know? Or who remembers, what's that guy's name? The English chef. Come on, you must know this guy.
Ramsay.
Ramsay, that's it. Now, you know Ramsay, yeah? When he went to America, you know you're in trouble when he's come to your restaurant because he's gonna find what you're hiding, and that's what he was like. Yeah, he'd come in there, he'd sit down and eat this. And go, oh my word, what is this? And you know what he puts in his mouth? He grabs the dish and spits it out, puts it down. Go, that's yeah, get rid of that. That's shit. What's next? Oh fuck me! What, you trying to kill me? Are you? Oh bloody hell! No wonder there's no customers coming in. You know, right? You know, and he passes that on, and he goes, right, I'm going to have a look in your kitchen, and now you're shitting bricks now, you know what I mean, because there it comes, you know, 6 months ago, chicken's coming out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, rats, pheasants, fucking...
It's well dead. Well dead. You know?
Yeah,
and he goes, look at the state of this place. You're poisoning the customers. You're killing the fuck. And he swears, doesn't he? Fucking hell, man. You fucking... I hope I don't get any illness from what I just said, yeah? Is this what you... Fuck! Right, you and you, get this cleaned up. He made me laugh, he did. Again, he was in the military. In the military, you can tell, can't you? You can tell. The way he carries himself.
The thing.
The way he,
people will do anything for a profit. That's the whole crux of this bullshit.
No, not people. Business. Business.
Right. Oh,
will do everything
well,
for profit.
Yeah,
People
but there's people are in charge of the business, bro. You know, like you're a good man. You wouldn't serve crap that's 6 months in your refrigerator to another brother, would you?
No way, man.
People get the scapegoat with using a business.
Yeah, but you can't though. The man is in charge of the business. The business is just a dead entity. It means nothing.
Exactly.
Who is in charge of that business?
And you know what he did? You know what he did? You know what he did? He'd go in now and he teaches them that if you follow this system that you used to have at the very beginning, don't cut the corners, you will make your money and the customers are going to be flocking in because it doesn't take you long to do this stuff. Make it fresh, make it raw. Don't bloody use all these packages stuff. Look at this. Threw them in get me a bag. Bin line everything in there. That's all gone. Make your sauces fresh.
They use stuff. Yeah, they take the stuff from the fucking supermarket. You can't fucking get supermarket shit and sell it as fucking fresh fucking made. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
powder and water and sauce. What the fuck?
Yeah, they just got lazy and complacent, didn't they? In those restaurants, weren't even cleaning.
No, there was fucking rats coming out and shit.
Pulled out the cooker, dead rats and rats jumping. Hey, I'm free. Thanks.
Yeah. Fucking three-headed rats, fucking mutant rats.
Do you know who you have to thank for these practices?
Yeah, go on.
You have to thank the Jewish community because all supermarket food is kosher tax paid.
Okay.
And halal paid as well, just to add on to that.
They don't care. They don't care what you sell, what poison you sell. Just sell it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yes. And write kosher on there. And halal.
That's right.
Let the poison be blessed from God.
Yeah. It's supposed to be. And you're getting poisoned in the kitchen that hasn't been cleaned in years. One kitchen hadn't been cleaned in like 6 years or so. Not being cleaned. It's just accumulation of grease. I used to work in a restaurant called Cloud's Restaurant, actually, in London, Tottenham Court Road. Cloud Restaurant. It was part of the YMCA group. Ooh, right. But yeah, the chef was bent, but he couldn't mess with me because I would take that chopper and chop his thing off. He knows it clearly. He didn't mess with me at all. But my job was I was the man that took in the delivery, put it in the fridge, dishwasher, and the prep man. Where you prepare, you grate the cheese, you peel the tomatoes,
the food,
you peel the potatoes. That was me, the chef's assistant. Okay, but I was proud of the way I worked. You know what I mean? So I did it well. I work well. I like to get the job done and do it properly. Again, it's all coming from the military training, isn't it? The Army Cadet days in those days before I went TA. Now, the kitchen, The stainless steel was brown, and it had spiders' webs and hair. Can you imagine hair on a stainless steel? You got the grill, and then you're looking at the wall, which is supposed to be a stainless steel. Silver is brown from oil, hair, dust, everything congealed on there thick. And I thought, fucking hell, man. I cleaned it.
Yeah.
I went to the supermarket, got some petty cash, got the oil killer. You know, you have to apply it with a paintbrush, okay, to kill the grease. I went to the restaurant early in the morning. It took me 4 days to get it done. The chef was amazed when it was finished. I got promoted to becoming cooking the breakfast in the morning. I got stepped up.
Well,
I was glad.
let me tell you something. What they were cooking there, the state that grill was looking, that is what that food is doing to you inside you. You know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That isn't it? Yeah. I would have to agree with that. Yeah. You know, it was years and years and years of grease, and you know, it hadn't been cleaned, but I got it all up, and it was stainless steel, wire brushed the grill, so you could see the actual rods and not congealed, what they call slag, which is like, what's the word? Carbonized, you know, meat and crap, you know. Yeah, rust and other things, and food and everything. So wire brush it all down. Got it looking good, and in the end, I'm cooking breakfast, and I used to love it, man. Heating up the grill, and you know, I always wondered how they got the perfect circle eggs, and I saw them for the first time. You know, these silver rings. I thought, oh, that's how they did that, and you just crack them in there. That's how you did that. So I started to learn.
Yeah, but you have to do this every day after cooking a whole day on a grill. When you finish cooking, you don't just jump eat hot. You have to clean the utensils, the grill.
Oh, absolutely.
When the meal
No. You do it once a year, bro.
is
Like
light
New Year's
warm, then you eat. You know, it's not healthy to eat it hot straight away from the grill. Yeah.
You
But
do
they
it once a
were-
year, like New Year's, bro.
They
Don't worry
were
about
cooking.
it.
They were cooking and
Yeah,
jump
you're right.
quickly.
Once it's
eating,
clean,
you know.
once it's
Yeah.
clean, it stays clean. Yeah. Once it's clean, it stays clean because it doesn't have time. It doesn't have time to get dirty, and that's what I taught my children, especially my second son, who's a biker like me now. He rides a motorbike, a Honda CBR 400R, the best 400 Honda ever made. And I said to him, when you keep the bike clean, it doesn't get dirty. It doesn't get the chance to get dirty. That's the thing. So when you're warming up the engine, you check the wheels and you get the brake dust off that cloth. Or you can do it when you get back from your ride, you know, because you can, you know, relax. You've had a good ride, you know, taking those corners with your knee out and everything. You've come back.
You clean it much easier when it's warm.
it just falls off. 20 minutes, it's done, ready to go out the next day. So people are always amazed at London. How is it? It was pissing down earlier on today. How did you do that? Because my bike doesn't get time to get dirty. When I get back, this bike has its own bath towel. My bike has its own bath towel, a brown one. You know, there you go. And it all comes off when it's raining. So nothing, no watermarks, no rust, no corrosion. And then the next time when I'm warming the engine up, I get my little spray cloth and I just wipe that down as the engine is warming up. And then you go out, put the helmet on, click seatbelt attachment, click, and slowly, because I'm in the neighborhood, so we're very polite and not noisy as I'm going out, and get out to the main road. You're off. Yeah. And I teach my son
it's
to
good.
be
It's
well
very
mannered.
good you're driving responsible, you know, because the bike is very tempting to accelerate very fast and quick.
Yeah. Got to be. Yeah. I said to my son, you've got old ladies, old people, you've got babies, okay? So all this, whoa, don't do that in your neighborhood. There's no need for that. When I start my bike, all you're going to hear is, and the engine is warming up, you don't hear whoa, whoa, whoa. No need to do that. Just let it warm up. Put your helmet on. Roll out of the neighborhood. Roll out quietly, because you never know if there's a kid going to be running around or whatever. Then when you get up to the main road, scream the arse off it. But in your neighborhood, crawl back. Don't let everybody think, oh, here comes that noisy bike again. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want any neighbor thinking of that of me. No. Stealthy.
They don't need to know
Coming
when you
quietly.
come home or when you leave. Why would they need to know?
Yeah, that's it. That's
Announcing,
it. That's it.
I'm
That's what
home.
it's about.
I'm leaving.
That's how I ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. You get them, don't they? You know, they start their bikes up. Whoa, 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 whoa. You know what I mean? And they only gain, 2 yards. You know?
Yeah,
Simple.
he didn't go nowhere.
Screaming the
quicker.
neighborhood down. Yeah. Fucking annoying that is. Sometimes I have to educate them and say, look, I'm a biker myself. Here's a picture. Can you see? Yeah, right, that's me. Oh yeah, that's me. That's right. Yeah. I don't do this. So don't make unnecessary noise in the neighborhood. Remember this, there are old people who are not well. So when you scream the bike, you panic them to wake up. And babies, okay? Babies are sleeping. Suddenly they're panicked and startled because of your noisy bike, okay? Think of that. Your bike is fucking noisy, okay? So bring it down. Yes, you got a nice bike. Everybody knows because you're making a bloody noise of it. Thank you. Now get out of here and drive properly, yeah?
I like the cross bikes. I like the cross bike, but by default they are made to be very loud, and I hated that. And I always was searching how to make a good silencer for them,
Yeah. The only thing is when you do that, you do restrict power. That's the only thing.
I know, and
Yeah,
I was
you do restrict power when you
interested
do
in a
that.
method to reduce the noise, but without restricting that much power.
Yeah, very difficult to do.
There are, but they're fucking expensive. My mate had one on. This is on a car though. It
Oh, there
was
you go. There you go.
Audi. It was an Audi A4 Quattro, the twin turbo. This thing used to run like a 9.8 on a quarter mile, and he could.
Wow.
This thing was. You would get stuck to the. Even though you were on the front seat, you get stuck on the back window. Yeah. So 4-wheel drive, I shit you not. And I've got a quick car myself, like I've got a fucking LS2, like I've got a V8, like a massive, 5.7 cubic.
Okay, that's a massive engine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Four-wheel drive.
but this thing, he could make the exhaust be just full rumpers, so like half of Melbourne could
What,
hear
you got a vet?
Hey?
Was it a vet, you said?
Yeah, in American terms it's a vet, yeah, but over here it's
Okay,
called Holden, so,
we had a 92 Camaro, 91 Camaro with an LS1. I think it was the LS1, and it was running 824 horsepower.
Oh fuck, that's full charge up.
It had a 9-inch rear end. You tried driving it on the road and it was nuts. You peel out every gear shift. It was made for the track. It was running just over 9 seconds in a quarter mile. So it is a fast one.
Sexy, yeah. That's awesome. Oh, my one's it runs like a 12, 13, It's all right, but yeah. This thing was just was just unbelievable.
I'm an American country boy, so I grew up with muscle cars, trucks, and motorcycles.
Yeah.
So it was all just second
Those guys
language.
grew up with Yugos and weird shit.
Yeah.
I remember the Yugos.
Yugos and unicycles.
Yeah, when you get hit, you go everywhere.
I thought you were talking about the car Yugo. I was going to say, don't diss it, man.
I remember the car Yugo,
When you're driving a Yugo, if you get hit, you go everywhere.
You go everywhere, man.
Because it's so
You go nowhere fast.
Don't flips around everywhere.
But actually, they made quite a good rally car, the Yugos. They were quite a good rally car.
They were fucking very good.
Yeah.
They were very good.
Kid you not. Because after the Yugo, you had the Skoda and the Ladas. These cars were very good rally cars and bang-up cars. They were really good. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
For the
talking about
rallies,
exhausts.
they were
Yeah.
awesome.
Talking about exhausts, I had what I consider the best off-road bike Honda ever made. It's known as the Honda XR, the 600, XR 600, and they did a 650 as well. The 650 had a starter motor on it. That's anything. This one was a kickstart 600. Okay, no indicators, no ignition key. So you just took the bike and kick it and you go. So there's no ignition, nothing. And the electrics came off the dynamo for the headlights and the tail light. That's it. So it had a steering lock, and of course I put a disc lock on it so I wouldn't lose it. But that was the best bike. The thing is, when you buy them, the exhaust pipe is restricted at the tail end, and you have to undo 2 bolts, and with a hammer and a chisel, you have to knock out the baffle. It took about 20 minutes of carefully teasing it out because it's bonded in there, yeah? Right? And once you got that out, yeah, this thing was mighty loud. Mighty loud. It doesn't matter how quiet I want to be. They knew I was coming from like a mile away, you know?
Now, Jen,
4-stroke. So 4-stroke.
Jen, my first car, when I was 15, I got can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I was 15, I got a 1978 Camaro, and I took all the
nice car.
Yeah, took all the exhaust off. It was a V8 350. Took all the exhaust off. I put Edelbrock intake, Edelbrock headers. So this is just running straight headers off the cherry bombs, no pipes.
Wow.
So it was headers, cherry bombs, no pipes.
Okay.
It was let me tell you something.
That must
It
have
was
been
loud.
It
was
racket.
loud.
That must have been a racket.
When I drove around, I was wearing earmuffs. I wore earmuffs for 2 years driving a car because it was so loud.
It's meant to be on a race circuit. That's where it belonged, not on the street.
Well, that's what I used to do. Well, I used to street race with it. I would go just troll around looking for guys in their little racers or guys in other muscle cars. But gas was like 78 cents a gallon then. So,
yeah, I got stopped on my XR twice by the police.
you got what now? I missed that. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Anybody?
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was saying that. I got stopped by the police on my bike twice in the Hammersmith area, central London, because of the noise that was coming out at the back of the pipe, and they thought I'd an aftermarket pipe, and so what?
Okay, sorry. My Discord just.
I had to clean. Yeah, I had to clean the dust on the inside part of the pipe to reveal the Honda logo and mark, and then they walked away. Do you know what I mean? I said, "Look, it's a Honda." There we go. Look, no, it's not aftermarket. Can you see it? It's Honda. That's the Honda stamp and the part number. Yeah, so it's not an aftermarket. Okay, where are the indicators? I said it doesn't need them. We can use hand signals, can't we? Bye-bye. Oh, yeah. But that was funny, that. Very funny. They thought they were going to give me a ticket, but no. Because in London, having race pipes on your bike is really illegal. Yeah. They find out, they'll make you take it off. They'll give you 2 weeks to get it done back to standard, and you've got to go back to the police station and have it, get your ticket stamped that you've had it done. And then when I started riding my Honda CBR 1000, I got Yoshimura. It's a Japanese brand exhaust pipe. You can get the full standard, which is like what Honda make. You can get an intermediate, or you can get the full race. I got the intermediate one. So at low revs, it wasn't noisy. If you had the full pipe, it was noisy all the way through the rev range. At low revs, it wasn't noisy. You could go around town, put it around and not have any hassle. And then if you wanted to really go for it, you could rev out and you get full power. So that was the one I wanted, the intermediate. And I got that, yeah. So I love it, man.
Hey, Jen, can you hear me?
Sometimes I used to be really going fast. I'd see the police. Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Hey,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Hey, I was wondering, could you give Crack Villain wants to have a conversation with you? Would you mind having a conversation with him?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just get with him.
Where is he?
He's around. I've got a quote that I'm working on.
Okay, let's have a look. Well, come on, Crack. Where are you?
Not on live stream though. Not on live stream. Like y'all can go into like Chill VC or something.
Okay. Because he said he was going to move me. I don't know where he is though.
He's here. He's just in the live stream. I don't know. He said he was doing his laundry, so.
Yeah, but Crack wanted to have a word
Just give him
with me,
about 2 minutes.
or something. I think. Yeah. No. But yeah, man. Yeah, as I was saying, yeah, the CBR 1000. Intermediate pipe, and it worked wonders for me. That pipe did. Accelerating out was nice. Mid range was nice as well. And then sometimes you're gunning it down, and suddenly you see the police. So all I used to do is just pull the clutch in, and then the engine just drops to idling, and then it's kind of like coasting by. And then once you've gone past, whoo, drop down the gears and you carry on. Whoo. Yeah. The police are pretty strict in England with exhaust pipes and sports bikes. They're looking to nick you all the time. I mean, there was a time when I got 12 points on my license, and then I had to ride carefully for a whole year just so I can get 3 points knocked off. The 12 points, so I'd get at least 9 points, get 3 points back. Yeah. 1 year of careful riding, man. I did it by not using the Fireblader that much and using the off-road bike instead. That had saved my bacon. That was the days. Those were the days. Here in Japan, though, yeah, the police are not too bad. I mean, I got stopped once or twice, but they were very kind and that, no tickets. Although I did get one for failing to stop at the stop sign. And basically what it was, I approached the stop sign where I live. I know my area. So I'm balancing the bike. I did what they call in England, the rolling stop, where you stop, you pump the bike, but you're still on it and then you carry on. No, that wasn't good enough for them, was it? There was nothing coming left or right because I was under the overpass. I was actually under the overpass. Okay, and there's a stop line. So I stopped, but I was balancing, looking, and then I carried on, and I didn't put my foot down, apparently.
That's not an actual law. It's a guidance. It's not a law in any country in the whole world. That's a fact.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah,
But they tell you it's a law. They lie to you, and you accept it. That's the thing.
Yeah, I accepted it. I accepted it from driving school because you learn it at the driving school. You've got to stop at the stop line.
Yeah.
Stop, put your foot down, look left and right, and then proceed if it's clear to proceed.
Yeah.
But I didn't do that. I just balanced, And
it's not an actual law, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
If you look in the book, it'll tell you this is a guidance in their own book that says it's the law. Right. It says none of these things are law. They're a guidance.
Yeah. If you don't,
that's in their own book.
Failure to stop, you get 3. But you get 3 points in England. You get 3 points on your license.
Yeah, if you accept it as the law. But if you go to court and you rip out their book and you say, hey, listen, in your so-called law, it says it's not a law, kiss my ass, I'm going to charge you for making me appear here, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But if you accept it as a so-called law, then you'll get done for it.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the Department for Transport, the official highway code, revised from 2007 edition. I've got that. I'm looking at it in my hand now. I've got it in my hand.
Have a look at it.
You know what I mean?
It should say right at the front that it's not a law. There are guidances. It's a guide. Like, you know, a sign means guidance. It doesn't mean it's law. But it's indoctrination.
Right.
You get me?
Yeah.
It's like if you see a sign like turn left to go to Hollywood. Doesn't mean it's a law.
Right.
You'll say it at the start. Like, I know the one here, the road rules and blah, 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 something, whatever the fuck it's called. Vic Roads fucking bullshit artists, lying cunts, thieving to steal your money code. It says right at the start, as soon as you open the book, this is not a law, this is guidance for you to be a better driver, blah, 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 blah. Because none of it has gone across the parliament.
Right, the highway code. There's us we're getting points left, right, and centre. You know what I mean? And fines to boot.
Exactly. So it's how they make money. It's indoctrination.
I remember. Yeah, I remember when I first got because I didn't stop at the zebra crossing. Now, on my side of the road, there was no one waiting to cross. But on the other side, there was a woman and a child waiting to cross. Right now, I wasn't aware that whenever you see a pedestrian waiting on either side, you have to stop. I thought it was just my side. So I drove on, and to my surprise, pull over, man. And I said, "What happened? What have I done wrong?" Why didn't you stop at the zebra crossing? I said, there was no one on my side. He said, what about the other side? I said, well, they're on the other side of the road. Don't they have to stop? No. If there's anybody at the zebra crossing, you've got to stop. I thought, I didn't know that. Well, too bad. Where's your license? Blah, blah, blah. 3 points and a fine. Thank you very much.
Well, if you look at
a call.
If you look at their fucking shifty law books from the Vatican, you'll actually see that traffic lights are a tax. It's not to stop any misfortunes or people driving bad. It's a tax. It's a road tax.
What, traffic lights?
Traffic lights, yes, it's a road tax.
No, I call it bullshit. Without traffic lights, you couldn't regulate the traffic. Intersections wouldn't be possible to cross. So whatever you rate is pure bullshit. Sorry, man. But that's
okay, brother. No worries. No worries, bro. You keep on going at it. Read some books and then come speak to me, bro.
I don't. Okay, so then give us an example of how would you run roads and intersections with no traffic lights and people not.
You need a traffic light every fucking 20 meters? Is that what you're saying? Are you incapable of riding on a road? Then don't be on the road, bro.
Eggs. Do you want me to walk to an intersection right now? It would take me about 20 minutes to walk there, though. I can walk to an intersection right now where there's no traffic light.
Crack, did you not want to have a word with me or something?
Yeah, no, I do, mate. I just had something to do. Someone phone called me, mate. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
Well, let's get that. What do you want?
We'll get it done now,
most
mate.
places.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah, I'm saying most places they've got traffic lights like every 20 meters. And if you look, if this guy who was speaking up, I'm not sure who it was, actually read a book. It actually says that in their books.
It's a tax. It is really.
It's a tax. You don't need traffic lights every fucking 20 meters. It's fucking ridiculous.
It is. I agree.
Till the one child dies, and then it's not ridiculous that the father anymore of that child.
No.
Stop talking bullshit. You're talking fucking.
Mate, you're talking out of your fucking side of your neck, bro.
They do have their safety and traffic control.
There is some safety in some things, bro. It's up to people being responsible, people being irresponsible, and these people take advantage of it. So please, mate, don't talk out of the side of your neck when you don't know nothing.
Whatever you have your opinion, keep it to that way. But whenever
It's
your
not an
child
opinion,
dies,
mate. It's a fact.
if your
It's a
child
fact.
dies,
This is in the UK.
there's fuck all
The
facts
UK.
about it. Once children
Yeah.
start dying,
whatever.
you don't give a crying
In
for
the
it.
UK, yeah, right. Yeah, in the UK, the British motorist knows he or she's being ripped off with the amount of traffic lights around. We know this in the UK. We know it's a fucking tax. We know. There are far too many. You can't get going, can you?
There's way too many, exactly.
You're losing your petrol. It's a revenue. It's a source of revenue, isn't it?
Of course it is, but there's always one, smart person that's gonna whatever. Doesn't matter. I can't be stuffed with people like that.
Listen, you don't need traffic lights at all because you start using traffic lights and then you rely on the light and then someone runs it and kills you. So it's better not to have lights at all. Everyone stops at the corner. That's it.
I'll tell you what.
It's common sense.
I'll tell you what is interesting I'll tell you what is interesting that I never did quite a little while to get used to, and that is when I went to Guam for the first time. If you want to make a right turn on a red light, you can turn right. It's okay. You can turn right on a red light. I was shocked. The amount of times people used to beep beep me at the back because I didn't realise that you could turn right on a red light as long as you check. Can you believe you can go through a red light and turn right in America? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That you're not. Yeah, this is the things that.
I mean, it's convenient, but it's crazy, isn't it? Red light, and you're going through a red light. I mean, I just could not.
Yeah, but if there's nobody, if there's nobody there, why would you wait? You've looked. You're competent. You're using your brain. I don't say like, or everybody can just wear masks for the rest of their lives. You know what? I don't give a fuck. Be dumb.
But you can't turn left on the red light, though. That's the thing.
I suppose it's. No, you can't turn left. But you can turn right on a red light. Yeah, that was amazing. Took me a little while to get used to that one whilst I was on holiday. Beep 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 beep. Oh yeah, shit! You can turn right, can't you? Keep forgetting. You know. Plus, they drive on the other side of the road, which is not a problem. It's just that turning right on the red light that caught me out for a little while. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed renting my cars and taking the family here, there, and everywhere. To the beach, of course. 2 weeks in Hawaii, beach every single day of the week. A little bit, and we did some hiking as well, but everyday beach, definitely. Went all over Hawaii, all over it. Beach everywhere. I loved it, man. And then we rented the city. No, I'm not, am I? I've gone out of there. What the fuck's happened? Where's Chill VC? Call me back. Where's Chill VC? Chill VC. Chill VC. Chill VC. Back. No, what a bloody hell.
Is there any flat Earth this morning?
Hope they found the curve. We're all gone. So start packing up your shit.
Damn curve.
Finally found it.
Where is it?
He said they found it. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't see it, but it was pretty quick. A flash of it, I guess.
Did anybody see the video on how they created the ISS space station, one module at a time? How did they put it together if it was going 17,000 miles an hour? That was my question.
Because they got some special thing in space that tells them where they're at. Tells them where they're at in relationship to other things in Narnia.
So at 17,000 miles an hour, they have a little jetpack and they push it. They push the modules together and make sure they connect, and then they screw them on. Gravity.
What's that?
Yeah, it makes no sense to me. The ball is supposed to be moving at 66,600 miles per hour. So how is the ISS falling around it and not just getting left behind on one side or getting hit by the globe on the other?
It's because conservation of momentum.
Yeah, but it is not the ISS conservation of momentum or whatever would be going in a straight line, but then the globe is going in a curve. And why is the ISS being conserved to follow the curve? All of these motions are circular. They're not linear motions. So
conservation of momentum works if it's a linear motion, right? The moment you turn, you lose that conservation of momentum. Do you know it?
yeah, you have to use up some of that force to turn, or get force from somewhere else to add to the turn.
So if you're going to fly to the moon, it would be, unless you flew directly there without going left or right, you would lose your conservation of momentum, and then it would be a one-way trip because you'd have to fly back 66,000 miles an hour to catch up to it.
Yeah, it's retarded. They don't really have any good explanations for why everything hangs together because, for instance, the sun's gravity is so weak when it reaches us, supposedly, that we can't measure it. But it's supposed to be holding the 66,000 mile per hour fastball and forcing it to go in a circle. Where's conservation of momentum? It should just be ripping straight out. should never be able to hold it with a force that's so weak it can't hold anything. Can't even measure it.
It's because of orbital mechanics.
Yeah, you can say it's because words, but it doesn't give it anything, any reason. If it doesn't have enough force to be measured, you can't have enough force to make anything orbit.
Yo, you know,
How could you even have a gas ball in a vacuum?
my bad. There was an engine. Yo, you know, it's really hard to enjoy a movie if you ask these many questions, right?
What are you watching? Put it on. Play it for us.
No, the ISS. How do you expect to enjoy? How do you expect to enjoy the entertainment if you keep questioning it?
It depends on the person. I, for instance, watch a lot of movies with my sister and stuff, but when we watch the movie, we talk 90% of the time because it's so broken. It's like the physics are wrong. There's something wrong with it. There's holes in the movie. The logic doesn't work. Yeah, that's the fun part for me. The actual movie is just shit.
Is your sister
Oh
flat?
well, give them some credit, man. It's hard enough making a movie as it is, let alone trying to make it fit to reality.
It just has to have a good story. That's all.
Obviously, I'm taking a mick if that wasn't obvious.
It was to be.
So, have they added any new lore to their fantasy?
I don't know. I just know that in Epstein's case, the public is not allowed to know all the information. It's been redacted.
I'm surprised he doesn't have a planet of his own instead of just an island.
Yeah, that's true. He probably has a star somewhere with his name on it.
It's because the cabal is covering it up. Supposedly they implicated Jay-Z in that also this year.
Yeah. How weird is it to redact third parties involved in the case just because of like he said he said some two weird words which just don't actually give you any logical explanation for why you would not allow the public to see this. And then they also say, well, some of these people are involved in investigations, but then they don't actually sue anyone or continue any investigations. It's annoying. But it's kind of like asking the mob boss to investigate himself for fraud, and he's gonna be like, yeah. I checked it. The books are good.
Yeah, it's like you have a business and your employee complains about you, and then they send you a letter saying, "Hey, work on this thing, this exit sign needs to be fixed or whatever." So it's like you don't really get in trouble.
Supposedly, a banker bought one of Epstein's old houses for close to 60 million. And in it, he found a secret room with cameras everywhere and a bed. Yeah, they were getting blackmail information. That's how they control the whole cult, and that's why they can't let it get out.
What are these people?
There's a picture of some of them.
Are you saying that we don't vote for our president?
You get to vote between two choices they put in front of you, which are both turds. So you still voted for a turd. That's your choice.
We don't elect our presidents fairly by votes, by counting votes and ballots.
Yeah. They put two in front of you. You get to vote. You don't get to choose who gets to rule. You just get to vote. That has nothing to do with who rules. You just get to put in a letter in a box or think that you participated. That's all you get to do. You get to vote. Then they can just add more votes, let some dead people vote until the vote is the way they want. But you still only get to vote, and they also get to vote as much as they want, and then they choose who wins.
Yeah, voter turnout in those contested states was like 140% voter turnout. So that's like amazing. There's more votes than there were people.
I just know that they use the pedo blackmail material because they tried to use it on my dad. That's why I know it's like one of their primary ways to keep people under their thumb in their club. So when I read that article today about them buying the house and finding the secret room with the recordings, I was like, yep. I knew this was there. I just didn't have any confirmation until now.
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
What? Bro.
You know it's real because it looks so fake.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
This is bullshit they're teaching our kids in school. Hey, so can we make our own country, like find an island and buy the island and just make our own country so we can do our own thing without having to get a shot or wear a mask or teach core beliefs? Will that work? If we had the money, would it be like when they left England and tried to make the U.S.? Sent the redcoats to come get us?
We're all so divided now. Like, I was on the beach just, I don't know, about half an hour ago, and I'm casually talking to some like old guy, I don't know, about rocks and things, and then he's like, I've had the vaccine and I can't wait to get my second vaccine. And then he's like, then he's telling me all the countries in Europe are jealous of the UK because we've got so many people vaccinated. And then he asked me, when am I getting? Yeah, I know, yeah, right. And then he asked me, when am I getting my vaccine? I said, I'm not getting a vaccine. And straight away, the guy was like, he was already raging as soon as I said that. Ended up having the big vaccine debate / argument on the beach with this old guy. And then he walked off. Like, he was so confused. But he brought up vaccines. I never brought it up. He brought it up, and as soon as I gave him a response that didn't, fit with what he thought, he wanted to rage quit and walk away. He wasn't happy.
It's because he believes what they put on TV.
Oh yeah, he was just spouting exactly what the media says. Like, it technically, it's like you're not even arguing with them. You're arguing with a newspaper. They've been told what to think. It's crazy.
Media has such a grip on everybody's life, Everyone goes to the media to see what's happening every day, what the new rules are, what the new laws are, who to be scared of. global warming. When's the next meteor coming close to Earth so we can be scared? When the next virus is and how bad is it? And how many people have died? So I don't know any but myself. There's a lot of them. Don't know any personally.
I know someone, well, a friend of a friend died from the vaccine. I don't know anyone who died from,
That's not personal though. That's not personal. They could have died of the flu.
Yeah, well, this is the story. Like, the guy's got, well, he had gigantism, where you grow too fast. So he had loads of health conditions that go with that. And then he died 24 hours after getting the vaccine.
Well, that's that's opposite. That's not because of COVID. That's because of the vaccine that killed them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's
I know
not,
someone.
That's not because they died of COVID. Because they died of the cure for COVID. Isn't that interesting?
But this NHS refuses to do like an autopsy or an investigation into if the vaccine killed him. They're saying no, it's his gigantism that killed him.
Right, even though 24 hours, he was fine until he took the vaccine. But gigantism killed him. How old was he? 24 years old.
I don't know how old he was. He was young though. He was in his 20s, I think, early 20s.
Doctors are trying to be like,
they don't tell you how many people die right after taking the vaccine. You have to think about yourself.
Like the guy on the beach, he told me that 0 people have died from the vaccine. It's like, what are you talking about? There's been loads of cases of people dying from it, but it's just not on TV.
The media's controlled. They only want you to hear what they want you to hear. They don't want you to hear the news. It's not really news. It's just a gathering of information they want you to hear, and they pipe that through all the major news stations because they control them all. So it's not really news. It's like an agenda.
Yeah, check this. At my friend's work, he works in an office. This girl's just been off sick for 2 days after taking the vaccine. She's been off sick for 2 days. And the people in the office are going, oh, that's good. It means the vaccine's working. If she's sick, it means it's doing something. And it's like, it's so backwards. If it makes you sick, that means it's working. It's just fucking crazy.
They really can warp the story any way they want to, right?
They got us believing all kinds of crazy stuff. It's like the crazier the news, the crazier the thing is, the more we're going to believe it.
Yep.
It's early to not trust our senses. The earth is moving, spinning, but we can't feel it. You can't feel it, can you? Yeah, see, you can't feel it. And if it wasn't for gravity, you would just float off into space and die. Good thing we have gravity. And the earth is a sphere. We're just too small to see it. It's just so big you can't tell. We're like ants on a ball.
But that boat just went over a curve.
I know, yeah, it's backwards, isn't it? The Earth's too big to see the curve, but the horizon, that's the curve. So which one is it?
It's just like with the gas, right? The balloon is going up, but the gas is being held down.
It's funny when they say gravity kicks in at the edge of the atmosphere and brings the helium balloons back down. It just kicks in.
Yeah, we're just going to pretend that there's no vacuum or anything there. It's just, it just holding itself there. Gravity.
Like I post some stuff in the. I don't really talk to them, but I post some memes and things in the Gem Panda server just to see what the responses are, and I just get like 5 completely different responses to one meme, and it's like they're all over the place. Like they contradict each other all the time. Like they're batshit crazy with some of their explanations.
Yeah, they have a lot of different beliefs on the globe side. A lot of people have different beliefs. I think they're still working on it. So to make up a lot of things to make.
They're scrambling.
It's like they're devoid of logic and reason.
The globe is so emotional, guys. Don't hurt their feelings.
Sorry. Is there anybody in here who thinks they live on a ball? Okay, continue.
Yeah, why would you think that?
I was looking at something pretty cool this morning and yesterday. Like, you can buy drones, as in like remote control drones you can fly around. Well, you can buy also underwater drones. Has anyone seen those? So if you live next to a big lake or river or whatever, you can just stick it in the water. They've got 4K cameras on them and stuff, torches, and just explore the lake, inside.
Yeah,
so if you think that there might be something,
Loch Ness finally.
yeah, you could find Loch Ness. Yeah, I'm thinking of buying one, but they're quite expensive still. They're like £1,000 or something. Some are like £500, the cheaper ones. But I can explore the Thames. I live next to the River Thames.
What kind of range do they have?
30 meters deep. So because the Wi-Fi doesn't work so well in the water, they're attached to the tethered.
Hmm. Hey, you know what would work is if you had like a relay that floated in the water that converted the Wi-Fi to sonar or something. Then you wouldn't need a
Or
tether.
you can use a antenna cable, which you leave it down in the water, and the drone will have a range from that cable that can travel.
Yeah.
The thing is, the issue is, if anything goes wrong, like you lose Wi-Fi connection or something like that, you've lost your drone because it's just deep underwater.
Well, I think there might be a solution to that,
approximately
right?
where the
You can have
drone
like
is,
an
and you can
emergency-
always come
Oh,
close to it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, Biget, you're really quiet, so that's why I cut you
Yeah,
off. I'm
I
sorry.
guess there is solutions, but I'd feel if a cable that goes far enough, that's good enough for me.
The cable will be only as a antenna, which it extends the range, because it's very easy to let down a cable in the water. If you go to deep waters.
I think being a Glow believer is so crazy. I'm looking at my clips here, and I've got Michio Kaku saying we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120, saying scientific method is wrong, saying them saying,
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
you got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that there's a magic speed, Armstrong saying we didn't go there, Don Pettit saying we don't have the technology. I mean, it gets so crazy.
How's it still quiet in here?
Why not? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
Who said that?
The only important person in the room.
Well, we have Dryden. He
Personally, I
wants
think
to-
you're a fraud. I'm just joking.
It's kind of funny.
Ding, ding, ding. Round one. Fight!
Anyone can check Dryden? Get him to the 3 points.
Did you say check the drive-in? Like a drive-in movie?
No, it's a guy. Dryden.
Oh, Dryden. I got you.
Yeah, Dryden.
Hello, Dryden. What say you? You got VC verified. Speak now or speak later, but we prefer now if you can.
Right now he's server muted. Someone will have to unmute him.
Well, server muting might be a problem for him then. So that would be in a mod's hand. That's above my pay grade. I'll shut up.
Then it's a special case.
I could have swore that Get Beget said, "Can we go check the drive-in?" I go watch a movie at the drive-in. But anyway,
I saw him requesting in the live text.
I really miss the drive-ins. They were the best.
What did he do?
They closed them all down. I don't think there's any drive-ins left, is there?
we all got also had somebody with no roles named Yinger. Mod wants to try to talk to them. Yinger. Guess I'm pronouncing that right. We're just here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 live, looking for signs of this globe that everybody thinks they live on. Please bring this any shred of scientific information. We'll be glad to evaluate.
Yanger is
can you hear me, yeah?
muted if you want to speak to him. Hey, welcome.
All right. I found something on some comment that I found. I just wanted to share it with you. You've probably already heard it. It's quite a popular post. It says here, this is from, right, so it says, to imply that the Earth is flat, you're not only just saying that NASA is lying, you aren't just saying that there is a conspiracy within the company, you're also implying there is a conspiracy between the world's 71 space agencies, 13 of which have launching capabilities. Not only are you saying that all 71 space agencies are lying about the shape of the Earth, but you're also saying that everyone within those agencies are lying or being fooled by the... Okay.
Who cares?
What do you mean? Who cares?
Who cares what we're implying?
What? I don't understand your point.
What does it matter what the facts imply?
You're making zero
would they lie?
sense. So, what do you mean? What would they lie?
If the boot fits, that's it, man. Wear it.
You're being a bit vague.
And it's an incorrect assessment, but again, who cares?
What is incorrect about the assessment?
Because you're using simplistic mindset, or less than simplistic.
No, I'm saying that if the Earth is flat, then every single space agency in the
one
world...
group of people is responsible for propagating a lie, therefore all the individuals involved are playing a part in it.
Of course they are.
That's retarded, man.
Okay,
So because your child believes in Santa Claus, they're in on it as well. That's dumb.
No, because as it also states that they're either being fooled or taking part of it, which you would have heard me say if we weren't playing music over what I was saying.
We literally made that song because most people come here and are asking the same thing.
But
Why
again-
would they lie? That's what you're asking.
I really don't.
No, I'm not
care
saying that. I'm saying
about some implication. Do you have any facts? Do you have anything to bring other than just some implication? Like, what, did we hurt your feelings? Did we hurt NASA's feelings? What of it?
No, I'm just saying it's a bit,
it's a bit, you know
absurd.
what?
Could you let me finish my point without interrupting me, please? Or are you just going to keep talking over me when I'm trying to speak?
Today, Junior!
Okay.
That's not
Are we
me,
done?
by the way. There's more than one of us in the room. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, I can tell.
But he made a valid point. Do you want to actually get to your point? Because I did shut up and you didn't actually get anywhere.
Because I just keep getting interrupted. It's a bit,
Okay, well, if you
Go
want to be
ahead, finish.
pampered like a little child, then you're in the wrong place. But if you want to make your point, make your point. No one's stopping you.
Okay, what I'm saying is that you're suggesting that 71 space agencies across the world are lying to us, and everyone who is employed is lying about how they work, what they do for work, for their living, and they're either being fooled or they're taking part in the lie. So I just want to know how that makes any sense at all in your...
Okay, is that the completion of your point?
Well, I like a rebuttal to the point as well.
I want to know if that's the completion of your point so that I can respond.
Go on then.
Right, okay. Like I said initially, who cares? But if you actually want some kind of answer,
yeah.
If I were to tell you, right, that water is wet,
okay,
it's not too hard to believe, right? Because you know it, you've experienced it, right?
Okay.
Right. So that's quite easy. Yeah, in this hypothetical, everyone and their mother says that water is dry.
Okay.
So what does it matter, me saying that the water is wet, implying that everyone else is full of lies and they're all in on some nonsense?
But you haven't
retarded
experienced the
conspiracy,
Earth being
right?
flat because you haven't been high enough up to see the curvature of the Earth.
You didn't listen, did you?
You also haven't experienced water being dry.
You're the one that's talking about implications. I'm responding to your point about implications. Now, if you want to take it on to I haven't experienced the Earth being flat, well, you're just lying because that's all I've ever experienced. That's
But you
all
haven't
you've
been high
ever
enough to be able
experienced.
to see the curvature of the Earth, so you're just going off of what you think you see.
No, that's a lie. What do you understand of the curvature? Tell
What do you
me in
mean,
your
what do I
own words
understand of
what
the
you
curvature?
understand of the so-called curvature.
What do you know about curvature? Yes.
Yeah, that's why I
Curvature is
was
just
saying
curved. What do you mean? What do I
How
understand
do you-
talking about the
curvature, about the
specific
Earth's
curvature of
curvature?
the Earth. Do I have to be that flipping explicit and blatant?
What do I understand about it
Are you playing fool? Or are
in
you
a
just-
general
How do you
sense, or
prove
in a
curvature?
mathematic sense?
Okay, I'll
Well, you
spell
said
it
we
out to
didn't
you
go
because
high
it seems to
enough,
me.
so
Look,
how high?
can someone not talk over me when I'm trying to make
Go
a
ahead,
point to this
Elijah.
guy? Yeah, and if you're going to up your mic because otherwise I can't tell. Yeah, so my question was, what do you know about the curvature? But for some reason, you needed me to expand and elucidate that I'm talking about the curvature that you're presupposing of the Earth. So, specifically, the supposed curvature of the Earth, what do you know of it?
that it's curved. I don't know anything about the mathematical aspect because I don't really care. All I know is that the Earth is obviously curved.
Well, you don't know that because you said you didn't even know the mathematical aspect of it.
Well, no,
number
because
one. So you contradicted yourself with your own words. I'm talking. You contradicted yourself with your own words. And number two, if you don't know anything about it other than it's curved, how can you imply...
I've seen with my own eyes the curvature of the Earth.
I'm speaking still. How can you make the statement that you have to be high enough to see the curvature if you don't even know anything about the curvature that you're talking about in the first place? Your own words, not mine.
What if you think about it, the Earth has got a diameter of 1,200 kilometers or something, 12,000 kilometers, something like that. So it's quite a large sphere. Agreed, in the sense of we're, predicting that it is a sphere, the Earth.
The size of it is irrelevant, right?
Of course, it's relevant.
It's curved in your understanding, right? In your belief,
right?
The curve has actual dimensions according to the people who proclaim it.
Okay.
All you have to do is test those so-called dimensions, and we've done that multiple times. You don't even need to do it with actual tests. You can just open your eyes, use your cranium, but some people are too special for that, so we have to spell it out for them. And that's justifiable because, you don't want them to just take other people's words for it, so let them go and test it. But it's not really necessary. Anyway,
Okay,
so
well,
when we test these numbers that you say you know nothing about or have a vague recollection because you just probably typed it in Google, when we test them, what we do find in actual reality is that those numbers don't add up. Ipso facto, there is no curve.
Okay, but I've seen the curve with my own eyes.
No, you haven't.
Yes, you can. You can send.
No. Now you're changing your
Of course I can.
sentence. Is that intentional deflection?
How am I lying? There are
Because there is
balloons
no
that can
curve
go
to
high
see.
up enough
There is
because
no
they're
curve
made
to
of a
see.
strong enough material where they won't be blasted by the fucking atmosphere. So
What are
then
you talking about?
you attach a camera
No,
to
no,
that and you can go
rewind,
high enough to see a slight curvature of the Earth. That's just factual.
You said
People have done it. There's
No,
videos on
rewind.
YouTube of people doing this.
Shut up and rewind to what you just said. You said you saw
And
the
seeing
curvature.
the curvature of the Earth
I
with
said
a camera.
You
GoPro.
made an assertion. I said no, you haven't. Then you weaselly switched your thing.
Rebuttal,
Says yes, you can. Yes, you can. Whether that's intentional or unintentional, I don't care. That's weaseling because you're now flipping the burden to yes, you can, as in implying that it's possible to do it. So again, no, you haven't seen the curvature.
Oh, he jumped. So he.
Yeah, he's a clown.
Oh,
No, he's back. He's back.
Jangir.
So respond to the first bit. So, sorry,
What?
Roger, but
Where did I cut out?
I was having
Because
a
my
discourse,
Discord
right?
just crashed. My bad.
That's all right. Shit happens. Right. So respond to that specific thing. Please don't deflect because it's not helpful.
Where
I've
did
got
I
no
where
time
did I
for it,
cut
right?
out exactly?
It doesn't matter. I'm going to ask you a question. So respond to this. You said you saw curvature. I said no, you haven't. Right.
Okay.
Then you said yes, you can. So that's a deflection. You said you have, and I said no, you haven't. Now you have to demonstrate your claim.
Well, you can. There are balloons that are strong enough.
No, stick. That's what I mean. Rewind and stick to the script, right? Not that it's a script, but I'm using slang term, right? Stick to what you actually said. You said you've seen the curvature. I said no, you haven't. Now you have to back up your claim.
I am. I'm saying that there are balloons.
No,
are you a balloon?
Can you let me finish my point before you interrupt me? There are balloons that are
Because
strong
I know
enough.
where you're going. I'm not a flipping child talking to another child.
Okay,
I'm
what
a
am I
man
about to
talking to an adolescent by the sounds of it. Unfortunately.
What am I about to
Look,
say?
You said you've seen the curve, right? So
Yes,
when
I
you
have.
now respond to this, right, you have to respond to you, specifically you, the individual, not some idea you have in your head.
I
So now
have
respond.
used a balloon that is strong enough that won't be broken by the atmosphere to where it gets to the point,
You're
when you
lying.
let a balloon go.
Liar.
Where are the evidence to support the fact that
Right,
I'm
well,
lying?
that's the first time you said
You're
that because you
lying.
kept saying one can. All right, now carry on
Right.
because you haven't finished your point. Carry on.
That's just the way I talk. I just say you can, or there
Well,
is.
maybe you
and shit.
shouldn't talk like
So you got any footage of this balloon?
Well, there's footage all over it. On YouTube and
So you
everything.
didn't. So you didn't, right?
Well,
He
no, I have.
asked you
I lost the footage over
specifically-
years and years.
Listen. He asked you specifically, have you ever seen the curvature?
Oh, yeah,
You,
I
with
have,
your
yeah.
own eyes.
With my own
right?
eyes, yeah.
Where?
Via the camera lens.
Where?
What do you mean, where?
Where
How
have
high?
you ever? Where have you ever seen the curvature? Where?
Is that on YouTube?
On the Earth.
Is that a difficult question?
How high?
Wow, you're good at obfuscation, right?
I don't know. There
So,
wasn't anything attached to it that could measure the height.
Where were you? Where were you?
Where was I? I was in a field close to Wales.
Okay.
That's where I was.
And you saw curvature on.
Yes, because I
you
sent
saw a hill.
a strong weather balloon.
And then I ask you for the footage.
Yes, but I don't have the footage. I don't need footage for it to be a thing,
So,
because there is already original footage that comes.
So Yengir, why is Neil deGrasse Tyson lying? Why is he lying?
Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't lying. What are you on about?
Oh, so
Yeah,
he
does.
tells you.
You
he-
made him a liar now.
Yeah, he tells you wouldn't see curvature.
Surface.
You wouldn't see curvature from 128,000 feet. You wouldn't see curvature. That's what he's telling you.
You see this
Right.
curvature of Earth's. You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
But there is a curvature of the Earth, is what he's stating.
No, he
That
says
stuff
you
is flat.
you won't see curvature. That's what the maths tell you, right? And I don't know if you're lying. Can you tell me which camera you used?
It was a GoPro camera. I don't know the specifics because I don't have the
GoPro,
camera
yeah.
anymore. But it might have been
lens.
the lens. Actually,
Yes.
yeah, you've got a good point.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, where have you ever seen curvature with your own eyes?
there. With my own eyes, I haven't. But I don't think anyone, many people of the population have.
Nobody on this flat and level plane has ever seen curvature with their own eyes. Nobody. Right? So,
But have
we
you seen all of the Earth at once to be able to determine whether or not it's flat?
I don't have to.
Of
I
course you
don't
do.
have to.
Well, if I need to
No.
be able to see all of Earth to be able to see if it's curved, why don't you have to see all of Earth to know that it's flat?
How about measuring
Okay, what do you use to measure?
the Earth's surface?
Okay, and what distance is that using? How far are you going to measure the distance of
So
the flatness of the Earth?
let's say 10 miles at 1 foot observer height.
10 miles.
10 miles, yes, at 1 foot observer height.
But you've just been told by Neil deGrasse Tyson that you won't see it from that distance.
We can measure
Because
it,
it's
right?
flat, and when it's flat, you can see 10 miles far.
The whole shtick with
Neil
that was
deGrasse Tyson said that you don't see curvature. He didn't say that you cannot see 10 miles far away. Do you understand that?
Okay, go on then.
Okay. Go on, Roger.
So 10 miles at 1 foot
Right.
observer height.
Okay, 1 foot.
Hmm. Do you know where the geometric? Let's start at the basis, right? Do you know the radius of this claimed globe?
No, he doesn't.
The globe, the radius of the 6,000, the radius in terms of half the diameter.
Yes,
Kilometers.
6,371, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you agree that we can then, with this dimension they give us, calculate curvature drop over distance?
Okay. Yeah.
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 So this would be approximately 8 centimeters per kilometer, or 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay.
8 centimeters per kilometer squared, or 8 inches per mile squared.
Right.
Okay. So what do you think the curvature drop over distance would be at 10 miles?
I don't know. I'm not very good at maths, my friend.
Around 66 feet. 50 meters.
Right. Okay.
So are you in the live stream voice text?
I am now.
Okay. Let me post something for you. Do you see the image?
I do see the
posted?
image. Yeah.
With the 2 oil rigs? Okay, so it's a modest tolerance, right? We are begging the question that the Earth is a ball, right? So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon's distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, the geometric horizon. You know what a geometric horizon is?
You can explain it to me.
Well, that would be the physical sphere edge where boats and buildings should get blocked by, right? You ever heard the
Okay.
term boats go over the curvature of the horizon?
Yeah, that's how
Right.
they originally tested it, isn't it?
No,
That
that's what they
curvature
assume.
will be
Well, no,
for
because they
the
observed
structure.
it, didn't they?
Yeah.
They let a boat,
Yeah,
they
they
let a boat keep
assumed it.
going.
Yeah.
Well, no,
they
they assumed it and then they tested it and it worked.
They assumed it, right?
But they did test it though.
How?
Well, they watched a boat keep going the same direction until
Yeah,
it
how did
disappeared.
they
over the-
measure it? How did they measure it?
What do you mean measure what? The distance.
Curvature drop over distance, yes?
Well, they
Yes.
didn't because they didn't have the tools to do that at the time. They just knew that the
So they
Earth was
assumed
curved.
it. They
No.
assumed it.
This is where you're getting confused because they.
Is this guy for real?
Yeah.
You're the one who came in here not knowing what you're talking about, trying to say that because we're implying that people are full of shit, that somehow that makes our statements wrong.
But let me pull you back to the picture,
because
right?
what
Let
I'm
me pull you
saying
back
is
to
that
the-
they didn't have the tools to be able to measure that, but
Let
they knew
me-
because they had done the experiment that the Earth was
It's not,
curved.
it's not an experiment,
They knew
right?
nothing.
Of course it's
they
an
just
experiment.
made it up.
No. We
course
can
it's an
go
ex-
into.
They made it up.
We can go into what an
Literally.
experiment is after this, right? Let us focus on the picture right now. So the picture I've shown you, right? So the geometric horizon would be the physical sphere edge where boats and buildings should get blocked by, right? Not Q, horizon's distance greater than 9.4 miles, therefore not P. Can you look at the 2 oil rigs? And can you tell me where is the horizon? Where's the horizon in this picture?
On the
It's
water.
actually a still. So let me clarify. The horizon, do you know what an horizon is?
In layman's terms, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's the line where the sky meets the ground, right? The sky meets the ground, that is the horizon where it appears to meet. It doesn't actually meet, but it appears to meet. Do you agree?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, and if we are on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then this horizon must be physical, right? It must be a physical sphere edge because the ball is a physical thing, right? Do you agree?
Right.
Okay. So where is the horizon when we look at this still shot from these 2 oil rigs? It's a still shot, by the way. It's taken from a video. The guy went to the beach, lay down on his belly, took his high-powered zoom camera, and zoomed in on these oil rigs. Where is the horizon?
What, in the middle?
So let me make it more easier for you. Is it in front of the oil rigs? Is it between the oil rigs? Or is it beyond the second oil rigs?
Behind it.
Beyond, correct.
Yeah.
So do you agree we can safely say that we see the horizon at 9.4 miles? It's probably way beyond that, but
right.
With this, we know where the oil rigs are. The oil rigs are there for demarcation, right? This is the measurement, right? So we see the horizon beyond the second oil rigs, thus making the horizon the physical, an apparent location, right? It is not the physical sphere edge, it is the apparent location. So with this picture alone, photograph alone, the radius of the Earth has been debunked. We can see 10 times further in this photograph alone.
Right, well, if I sit on the edge of Ireland, why can't I see America?
Can you see a fly at 2 kilometers away?
Oh no, it's small.
No,
America's
it's too
big.
small.
America's
right.
fucking wham.
So you're not understanding how your vision works, right? Shit shrinks when it gets away from you, when it moves further away from you. Even America won't be. Even America cannot be resolved in your eyes because it's too far. And we have when you're looking through the atmosphere horizontally, right? It stacks up. Because the atmosphere is filled with water particles, with dust, with pollution, with all kinds of particles floating around, right? So the further the further you try to look, the more it stacks up and the more opaque your object gets eventually, right?
Obstruct. And
And
he's assuming you assume that light travels infinitely, forever. But
Right.
light does not
Light
travel
doesn't-
forever. Yeah.
Right. Light doesn't travel forever in a medium. It attenuates, right? Gets
With
stopped
distance.
by all this. Yeah, it gets stopped by all these particles flying around. So, no, you wouldn't be able to see America from Ireland. Nobody could.
Okay, but going back to my very first point, what's the need to lie? What's the point?
Let me pull you back to the picture. How does it make you? What do you think now, right? Because you claimed, well, we got to go, you have to go to space. No,
it don't sound
we
like
can measure. Sorry,
It sounded like that to me.
This is just how most people coming in hot, right? And then claim, well, you have to go to space to see it. No, we are here on the surface of the Earth that we can measure it, right? And when we do, with our high-powered zoom cameras, with lasers, with radio telecommunication systems, we measure that there is no curvature over distance. None.
Okay.
So how do you think about this? What do you think about this? Presented with this
great.
information.
I think that's great.
Right.
I think you've really done your homework. I think you've really done well here.
And
It's
just to
not
let
my
you know, sir, that's just one observation out of thousands that we could show you. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, it sounds to me like you are hitting a wall now because you won't accept it, right? You think, well, it's bollocks, right? The Earth is big or
to be
whatever.
completely honest with you, I just think that the Earth is round myself. I really don't care what shape it really is. It doesn't really make a difference to my life, does it, or yours?
That's a contradictory
Well, see, there's
right
this
there. because
button that
said,
you can
I
click, and it's called Leave Server.
Well, yeah.
Because otherwise, why are you here, dude? If that's
I'm
really
just
how
learning.
you feel,
I'm
why are you
learning,
here?
innit? I'm learning.
Yeah, but you're taking the mick, aren't you?
I'm not taking the mick, Al.
Yes, you are.
In what way?
So did you know?
All right, tell us what you learned about
might not be able
the
to
Black
hear it
Swan.
because they don't speak proper English.
Not
but I
even
can hear
that.
it.
What have I learned about? I've learned.
Hold on. You said you believe in the globe. Can you show us any evidence of the globe itself?
I know, because I don't care enough about it. Like, say if NASA came out tomorrow and was just like, we was lying the whole time, the Earth is flat. Okay.
It is photoshopped.
Okay. Well, it doesn't make a difference to my life. I'll still go to college tomorrow. I'll
If
still do
someone
my
was breaking into your house and stealing all the electronics and stuff from your house and
Well,
men hanging around with your wife in your house, you wouldn't care about that, is it?
Well, no, because that would make a difference to my life, but the shape of the Earth doesn't make a
Oh.
difference to anyone's life.
Where are you living?
Because we're still living on the same Earth.
Where
are we
is
not?
it that you're living?
Where am I living? I'm living in England, mate.
Yeah. Do you know why you pay taxes?
Yeah, for the police, the NHS.
You think you know, but you don't.
Okay, so what's the taxes going towards then?
Yeah, if I'm a thief and I fool someone to always pay me, work for me, so I can stay, live on his back, do you
Right.
think I'm gonna tell him this guy is doing something wrong, paying me for nothing? I'm always gonna tell him, oh, when he pays me,
What,
you've
so
done well.
I'm paying taxes for nothing then. Is what you're saying?
You're paying taxes for them to lie to you.
No, I'm paying taxes for the NHS and the police, my friend.
You don't trust the police?
There's no way you're that naive.
What do you mean I'm that naive? 1 second. Right, I've got to go, boys. But it's been lovely. I've learned a lot. I'll take this into my daily life, I guess.
So enjoy not worrying about being deceived about your very foundation of your existence. Have a good day.
Okay, you too.
Have a good day.
Yeah, your mockery won't help your life.
What mockery?
Neither will your hypocrisy or your lies.
Eh? What's this going on about? He's getting a bit angry, isn't he? Getting a bit angry at the fact that I'm just saying goodbye.
Being fake.
I think you fancy me, don't you, Elisha? Do you fancy me?
You're just full of it, mate.
You fancy me. All right. Kiss, kiss. Have a good night, baby.
You're full of it.
I think you like your life.
Clowns are very sensitive beings.
Anyone else convinced to live on a phone? Speak now.
I only Get can call a man a clown like that.
He started spiraling with balloons and stuff. Yeah, I had a GoPro on a balloon, on a strong weather balloon, unbreakable. I can prove it's a globe. There's so many proof. Yeah. It's a clown tactic and practice. They have it. They inherited it from these medieval ages circuses. You know, that's where they learned everything. Clowns and jockeys and buffoons hanging on strings.
Yeah, but at least the jesters
walking on
had
balls. Yeah.
Yeah, but back then the jesters had balls and brains. Now what do they have?
Yeah,
They're just complete mugs.
So I just had a call, but did he spiral out?
He said he had to go.
was like,
But he didn't like the fact that I was calling on him on his BS, man. He was like, "Yeah, I've learned a lot. I'm gonna take it into my daily life." And I was just like, "All right, well, your mockery won't help you."
he asked, why would I care about this? Yeah.
Why would he care? It just doesn't matter what he said.
Yeah.
Why is he even
What does it matter in my life? Yeah. It
It's just
matters because
dishonesty,
it's
man.
the place
At
where you
least-
live. Yeah.
At least the other kind of dudes, you know, like Zanuck and that, they'll just be like sticking to their guns and all that. This guy is just talking out of both sides of his mouth. Killed the chat.
Anybody else in here convinced they live on a ball? Please speak now.
I think gambling.
You pushed him a little bit, Elijah.
Say that again.
It's good that you pushed him, you know, because
I thought I was going a bit hard.
falling
but
for him.
it's
Yeah,
like this is just.
I thought.
I just like, nah, the tone of voice is like, I'm not letting that go. And
Yeah,
I
and
realize that a lot of you lot might not have caught his nonsense.
Well, yeah, and how do you say this? Sorry that I took over, Elijah.
No, it's fine because you know I'm not. I don't like going on the detailed stuff with the Black Swan. So whenever that comes up, I always give the floor to someone else. Because to me, it's just like it's so flippin' obvious. Just open your eyes. I figure someone who's more rehearsed would do better at that, so I was happy for that.
I don't-
Because that's what I brought up anyway, right? By testing it. So once I opened that door, then someone needed to walk him through the room.
You're right, Elisha. I don't think he did anything wrong. I mean, he made a claim. You just called him up on it. He wasn't,
Yeah. But maybe I could be less aggressive, but I wasn't hurtful. I was just not having any of the BS. Anyway, someone else was saying something. Oh yeah, so Witsit's asking for some observation locations in the Keys. Does anyone know the Keys well enough to help him out? By that, I think he means Florida Keys, right?
I had a memorable spring break in 1980 something in the Florida Keys, but I can't tell you. I was too drunk the whole time, so I won't be held.
Well, I don't know. If he's listening to the stream, your best bet is probably just finding a similar type thing to the Swan, right? Some known distances and that.
I know there's like a
Maybe he could just
very long
explore
bridge.
because it'll be fun anyway.
Yeah, there's a very long bridge down there that takes you out to the Keys. There's got to be all kinds of spots along that bridge.
Oh, really? That's nice.
So I saw lots of curvature when I was down there on spring break, though. Not the earth kind.
Was it contained in small threaded items?
Yes, it was scantily contained. If you know what I mean. Since it's dead air, I'll throw in a quick spring break story from that time. I sat on the bar stool where allegedly Ernest Hemingway used to sit and drink and write some of his novels. Y'all might know who that is, Ernest Hemingway.
I've heard of him. Did you get inspired?
I can't think of it right. I guess. They had a bar stool like roped off and everything. Sign over Ernest Hemingway used to sit here. You had to pay like $5 to sit there and have a beer.
Scam.
It probably just a scam, yeah. But I'm just saying. I was young and drunk, so.
And let me guess, she was drunk, alright? No comment?
Had many close encounters with some good curvature. Let's leave it at that. Anybody in here think they live on a ball?
That was a good one, Dave.
Looks like we currently have no ball dwellers, so you guys
You have
continue.
someone with VC verified and listening pass. Why would that happen? Just double abuse, right?
That's a contradiction in roles, isn't it?
Right? I don't know. If they can speak, they might be confused. Might be able to help them out. Dunder Mifflin. Are you there?
Where is Creation Bear? I see why Dryden is actually server muted. Creation Bear, I think it's very obvious why he's server muted. The dude has an open mic. Dryden, you there? Are you able to talk?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Just try to make sure you got maybe push to talk or something. That way, whenever you're not talking, I think you have something behind you that keeps on going off, or maybe something.
No, so basically, I forgot who his name was, and I'm happy to talk to you guys. I was talking to somebody earlier. I was getting verified because my nephew told me that I need to get verified. And my neighbor came over, and then the propane guy came over, and he got kind of pissed at me. He basically told me that he's like, "You're wasting my time." I was like, "Well, I didn't predict this to happen." Like, my neighbor delivered food to me, and my propane guy refilled my propane tank. Sorry
to hear.
All right, that was Craig Dillon. I remember him saying that, and it's all good now. So, do you think you live on a ball? You got any questions?
Yeah.
When have you ever seen the globe for yourself in real life?
Hey, let me put it to this way. I don't know what the fuck we live on.
Well, do you think it's a ball?
Was that an honest assumption? I don't know what the fuck we live on.
Yes, fair enough. So you don't believe it's a globe? Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you right now that I'm skeptical. Ever since this whole globe thing happened, I'm skeptical of mainstream media.
No, that's a good start. That's always a good start. That's always what people start with.
Fair enough. Somebody else take over here.
I'm gonna go back down and join in the learning curve.
Thanks,
and
MJ.
Finish my conversation. No issues.
Right,
No issues.
you guys
Anything
think
else
it's
happens, just
flat, don't
DM me and I'll do it. Right.
You guys think it's flat?
We don't think. We know it's flat. It's measurable.
We know it's not a ball. It measures flat. We observe it flat, and it's practically used as flat.
Well, I'll tell you this right now. I know that we didn't go to the fucking moon.
You're correct, sir.
Hats off to that.
Yeah.
Didn't go to the moon, and mainstream media is full of shit. But I don't understand why you guys think there's flat, though.
Well, would you like to see why? Or how about we ask you 3 quick questions about the globe claims and see what you think about it?
Well,
Okay.
I know actually. I want to talk about what his name is. Cut the shit.
He doesn't get on mic. He's usually in chat only.
Yeah. So why is he talking to me? Why is he talking to me about gas pressure?
I don't know. You're talking to us right now. So you want to do 3 quick questions? You got time?
No, I got time, but like this guy
long as
in
you're
the server, my nephew fucking reminded me of this shit.
As long as you're honest with me.
And he's telling me that like you have to have gas pressure within a container. And like, yeah, I heat my house with fucking propane. Like obviously has to be in a fucking container.
Right. To have gas pressure, you have to have a container. You agree, right?
No, that's the propane's in a container and it gets pumped into my fucking house. That's how I heat my house.
Fair enough, but to transport the propane, you have to have it in a container, correct?
Well,
can't
no,
just
it's
tell 'em.
flowers, obviously.
Okay. So that's part of the 3 globe claims. If you want to go over them real quick, you got time?
What do you mean, 3 globe
3
claims?
main positive claims made by the globe is that we're on a ball that's spinning or in motion, and it's in a vacuum of space.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
just start with him where he is right now, Hank. Just go with him
Well,
where he is right now.
that's the 3rd point. It's a vacuum of space existing next to our gas pressure system. How are we breathing when you have to have containment, and they say we're in an open system, but we're breathing 14.7 psi on average at sea level. So how do we have gas pressure? How do we have gas pressure without a container?
Why am I breathing? Why am I alive?
Yeah, how do we have gas pressure without a container? Can you answer that? Can you demonstrate that in reality?
What are you talking about, though? You're not talking to me straight. You're
I'm asking you
cryptic
as clear as I can, man.
You're giving me
You
cryptic
listen?
questions right now.
Listen to this question. You ready? How do you have gas pressure without a container?
I just got done talking to that fucking fool in the fucking chat, man. Yeah, because it's contained within a pressurized medium.
Okay, so what's holding the upper limits of our atmosphere then?
The fuck are you talking about? The upper limits of our atmosphere? What are you talking about?
I'm
Look
talking
in the
about
live stream voice text right now.
Are we breathing gas pressure? Can we, we have
I'm
gas
breathing
pressure
oxygen.
in
Yeah,
there.
that's how I survive. Yes. I
Okay.
can breathe
So
oxygen.
to have gas pressure, it's a second law of thermodynamics. You must have containment. The globe claim is that we're in an open system that just slowly bleeds the gas pressure away somehow. Any way we demonstrate gas pressure to each other, we must have a container. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container is the question.
Okay. Can I have a moment here?
Sure.
Do you understand what he's trying to say to you, bro?
Yeah, wait, okay, listen. So, you're talking about an open container, right?
That's the globe claim, yes.
The open container.
Okay, so why is it an open container?
Exactly. That's what we want to know. Why is there an open container if you have gas pressure?
He's the one that's asking me the question, though. Like, I don't understand it. Why is it an open container?
Why should
That's the globe claim? Yeah.
Can you see the pictures in the live stream voice text right now, Dryden?
Why do you have
Can you
air
see
to
the
breathe?
All right. Let's make it simple for you. How do you go to the moon if you have a container?
I don't believe we actually went to the moon.
Look,
All right, so
he
how do you go to
knows we
Mars?
didn't go to the moon. He knows we need a container.
How do you go to Mars if we're in a container, dude?
I don't think that there's a fucking drone on Mars either, but I don't know what you're talking about. Open container.
All right, well then you're halfway there, bro. You're halfway there. Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Nice meeting you, Dryden. Dry these nuts off, why don't you?
Oh, man, you don't gotta be fucking rude to me, man.
Dryden, you can see the pictures in the live stream voice text right now, right? That's going to help you. If you look at the pictures, you can see this is what the globe is claiming. There is no container in this picture. That is a problem. So we're trying to have you address this. I know you understand that you need a container. We understand that as well. You also understand we didn't go to the moon or Mars. Great.
Oh, no, I don't think that we went to the moon, and I don't think that we're on Mars at all.
Great.
So what's your major hang up here then?
Yeah,
try and expand upon the issue.
Open system, but I have air in my lungs, and so do you. That's why you're talking to me.
Oh man, I was arguing with this guy about freaking religion yesterday. Man, this guy's weirdo.
He might be special, but
no, he just doesn't understand that space is a vacuum.
We might be able to help him.
If he's already halfway there and he can't figure out the rest, I don't know how you're gonna help him.
Well, let's test my faculties. Yo, so Dryden, what's your specific issue with this topic of gas pressure? Try and be very detailed in your comprehension or your lack of comprehension.
Okay, listen. Like, I understand that propane is pressurized to a certain point that I can use it in my own house, right? So, what do I breathe? What is the air that me and you breathe in? That's the thing that we have in common. As we breathe air.
Pressure. We breathe air under pressure. We don't breathe a vacuum.
Okay, listen. No. I get it. We don't live next to a vacuum, but there is air pressure here on Earth. It's what you and I breathe.
Dude,
right?
what do you?
Because it's contained.
We're saying we live in a container. This is what we're trying to get you to understand. We're in a container. That's what that's all we're saying, bro. How are you not understanding that?
So you're saying it's a dome, aren't you?
Whatever the fuck it is, it's containing us. That's all we're saying.
Right. So if it's not a dome, then what the fuck is it, man?
Who knows, bro? Can you go up there and find out? Can you go up there and find out? No, nobody can.
We have not been
So
allowed
if it's not vacuum, what it is? If it's not vacuum, what it is?
Right. If it's not a vacuum, then it's a dome.
It's whatever.
So it's a dome, right? What's the problem?
It could be a freaking hexagon. Who cares? All we know is we are in a contained environment. That's not the important part. We're just trying to say, hey, we're in a contained environment. However we're contained, it's contained. That's it. All that other stuff, you'll have to figure it out by going up there, dude. We cannot do that. So that's speculation. We're just saying we are contained in order to have gas pressure. Very simple.
Yeah, but I think he seems to, or at least with his last statement, he got it right. He wants to say dome. Makes sense, right? Because it's the strongest structure as far as I'm aware, mechanically speaking. So if you're happy with that,
because
if you're happy with but the details of the container are, like he said, not too relevant. Just the fact that there is one, right? So if you're happy to say dome in your or understand dome in your head, cool.
Yeah,
my next
right.
question.
So
my next
people
question for
believe
you
that
would be. Wait, hold just a sec. Just a sec. Yeah, my next question for you would be, if you're happy with that, if you're content with that, and it comprehends well in your head, what's the problem with the rest of it? What other hang-ups do you have?
I breathe air because it's pressurized gas, right?
Yeah.
What is pressurized gas?
Yeah, that's what Cut the Shit was telling me.
Yeah. So what's I don't understand. You seem to at least be able to follow the logic. So really, you don't seem to have a problem.
The fact that I'm breathing in pressurized gas right now.
Can we pressurize gas without container?
I'll stop repeating the same thing. He seems to get it. I just want to know why he's still hesitant. If he's able to repeat it and understand it, why are you still hesitant, Jordan?
Well, I understand why we live in a pressurized dome. I still don't.
All right, cool. So it seems to me more like you should lay off the substances or something, because or maybe get some sleep. I don't know, because you're able to follow the conversation, but you're still talking like you have no clue what's going on. That shouldn't be the case unless there's something up. Would that be a fair assessment?
Like, I'm skeptical of the globe, but you guys really haven't, besides the air pressure, if you beaten me over the head with this.
Black Swan.
Is there something else that I should know?
Yeah, there's a lot, but I think maybe if you get some sleep and sober up or whatever it is, it might be easier, because I don't know about anyone else here, but I don't see there be any benefit going through something like the Black Swan if he's in his current state. It's not a personal attack. It's not a personal attack. It's just a judgment call, because it just doesn't seem.
You won't
like
remember it anyway.
Beneficial to anyone.
No, because here's the thing: is I hear you guys yelling at me. You're all talking over yourselves. It confuses the fuck out of me.
Well, I try to be as kind as I can with you, dude.
I told you, Chris.
Put yourself on mute, yeah. Put yourself on mute and just relax, man.
I try to give him a chance.
Yeah, but see, this one's fine, right? Because compared to the other guys, not that he's got a stupid attitude. It's just that he's tired, or his faculties are not fully under his control at the moment.
You're being kind.
Yeah, but see, I don't mind that, right? Because someone rocks up and they're a bit like that. It's like, okay, well, as long as they're not like lashing out, being unnecessary, then you can have patience with them.
That because here's the thing, guys. I don't think that we went to the moon.
Yeah, we heard that, man.
Who are you? Is this the same guy?
Yeah,
no, I don't think that.
Hey, mate, you need to just chill.
Ooh,
no, that's my honest opinion.
No, I'm just trying to do you a solid. Like, because if it was down to other people, they'd probably just mute you because you're just repeating yourself and you're starting to sound very incoherent. And I don't know if you got friends or whatever.
Air
but
pressure thing that you guys are talking about. You're talking that it's a dome. There's a dome above us. That's what you're talking about.
It's not a dome, man.
Yeah, we established that already. I'm not sure if you realize. What is your substance of choice?
Who said it's a dome?
He said it's a dome. It doesn't matter. Dryden, what's your substance of choice?
I smoke marijuana.
Okay, well you need to have words with your supplier because it shouldn't be affecting you like this.
Yeah, you shouldn't be stupid because of it. Because I have a bowl right in front of me, and I'm not stupid because of it.
You guys calling me stupid?
Is it bad? Is it bath salt?
Someone might be implying that or inferring that, but that's not the point. We're just saying that if that's the only thing you're consuming, you should have words with your supplier because that shouldn't put you in a state where you can't follow the fact that you've already said something like 2 minutes ago. You should be able to know where you are and actually continue having a discussion as opposed to just repeating yourself. So maybe there's other stuff you're consuming and maybe you should just relax a bit, take some water, take a little nap.
Or come out with some really good joke.
I could
or check into rehab.
Do they have pot rehab? I think you get laughed out of that if you go there.
Nah, they all just pass the Dutchie to the left-hand side.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they laugh at you. I've been at rehab places, not me for myself, to pick people up and visit people. And yeah, they would laugh at you if you went in there for pot. They don't even allow people in for that.
I understand the air pressure thing.
Oh my days, dude! Someone should just.
Okay, how do you have air? How do you fill up a balloon?
Oh, is there no one here with mod power who can do a mercy mute for this individual?
Okay, I'll answer his
do you
question.
have a replacement to talk to? Because otherwise, it's better to have a
surrogate.
You're harsh, man. You want to just drag this guy around the roundabout?
No, I understand why we don't have air pressure. I mean, we do have air pressure.
Dude, seriously, what's wrong with you, bro? For real? Are you
broken
trolling? Are you trolling?
No,
it's possible, but he sounds like his CD just keeps skipping.
I understand why we have air pressure because you were trying to tell me that
it's like he's having a conversation with himself, you know?
Yeah, I know. Someone should just.
Yeah, he just said. You mean to tell me like somebody just talked to him and now he's answering back?
Yeah.
No, because that's what we've talked about.
You're telling me.
We've talked about air pressure.
How do you have air pressure without a container? What's the definition of air pressure?
Brad, when he knows.
Right.
What's the definition of air pressure?
Yeah, let's ping the lobby, try and get someone to replace. Because I understand you want to keep the stream going, but I think this is unfair.
You can try the lobby. I don't know if there's anybody in there.
It is kind of fun, though. I ain't gonna front. He's not gonna remember anything that we're saying. So we can just have fun, you know.
Why won't he even answer my question?
Yeah, but
he doesn't know. He doesn't know what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I have standards, man.
Give him rope.
Ask
And
me a question, and I will answer it.
Radvin, ask your question. Let's hear what he has to say.
Can we
Okay,
take,
you ready?
take bets? Can we take bets?
Yeah, let's do it in text.
In text, take bets. Okay, ready? Do you have air pressure like we have on Earth next to the vacuum of space, and there's nothing above us and the vacuum of space? It's the ground, then you go high to the vacuum of space. How do you have a vacuum next to a high air pressure?
Right. You've asked this multiple times, and it has to have a container.
That's right.
So what's your point?
I have no point. That's how you have air pressure. Welcome to flat Earth. So
that's all point.
That doesn't prove the Earth is flat. Like,
it
yes.
absolutely does.
Well,
that proves that Earth is not a globe.
My tank is pressurized. Obviously, that doesn't prove flat Earth.
Sure, it does.
That proves that Earth is not a globe.
It debunks the whole heliocentric model and their whole.
Because you can't have pressure gradients without it being flat. You understand that? Can't have pressure gradients the way we have pressure gradients without it being flat.
Oh,
you gotta keep it real.
Hey guys, I think I know where he's going with this. I think maybe in his possibility, you know, in his mindset, that it could be like a solid sphere around this
glass ball around the Earth.
Yo, Jordan, is that correct? Is that what you're envisioning? That there's like a solid sphere around the sphere?
You can't have gas pressure without a fucking container, dude.
No shit, dude.
Okay.
No shit, dude.
So now you're teaching us, right? So you realize that's one of the essential components.
You're trying to explain to us how it works
level,
now?
Stationary, enclosed plane in which we live, yeah?
So we live in a contained space. That's what you're saying.
That's what the facts are.
Yeah, that's just reality.
Okay. I understand that. I don't believe one.
So you understand?
I'm guessing that you're drinking whiskey or vodka. I can tell by it's not weed.
If he understands that, then he should understand that there is no globe flying around chasing any sun, right?
All right.
No, because you would need a vacuum of space and all that shit that you can go to do all that.
All right, prove it's not a globe then.
Water's flat. We measure it flat. Laser test prove it's flat. There's no curve. Radius equals 0.
Why can't you?
Radius?
Globe is not reality, right?
Radius equals 0. So what does that mean?
Okay, start from the beginning, and I will listen.
If you have a radius, what does that determine? It determines a curve, right? The radius means.
Is that what you're talking about?
When you have a radius, the word radius, what does it mean?
Yeah, the roundness of a ball.
Fine. Okay. So since we measure the roundness of our ball at 0, what does that mean to you?
Right. So you could just say that the radius is 0, and I'm not just going to believe you.
It measures 0. What do you want?
Okay, so what's the radius? What's the real radius?
0.
Okay. Why is it 0?
Because it's flat. There's no curve. If there was a curve, there'd be a radius.
Yeah, but you should be able to show me that.
It's actually the square root of 0. It's an imaginary number. It doesn't exist.
Black Swan.
Yo, it's pretty simple, dude. Water's flat. You don't feel yourself moving, therefore you don't move. Contained. Obviously,
I simplified it to 0.
So it's like just
reason.
Just go back to bed and wake up and realize that at no point did you spin. At no point did you curve away from the edge.
You're not going to Mars. Get off the space missions. It's never going to happen. It's all entertainment for you to watch on
I don't believe
television.
in any of that.
I already admitted
And
that.
here's the thing: is I actually don't believe that we've been to the moon, and I don't believe that we have a fucking helicopter on Mars.
See, you just triggered him, Radvin.
But you believe there's a space station orbiting the Earth?
I'm skeptical of that one, actually.
I'm going to go with no on that.
I've got the tag for this guy, perpetual skeptic. Because until he gets off whatever he's on, he can't figure it out.
You guys have not convinced me that the Earth.
Yeah, it's not our job to convince you.
We don't need to convince you.
We're just presenting the reality.
Okay.
Do you see the problem?
It's not our job to convince. No.
Okay, so you believe in a dome because you think
we
that
don't
it's
believe in
a
stuff.
system,
We didn't
right?
say dome. You said dome. You're inventing stuff and now attributing it to us. We don't want to
Yeah, we
try to
haven't-
run you through things when you cannot understand them. So we're giving you a chance to not shoot yourself in the leg here.
I'm not.
If you want
but,
to,
like,
I can tell you. I can tell you and show you.
Not be a dome.
Are you watching the live stream voice text?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I think you have, mate. It's massive blood loss, can't you tell?
Yeah, cut the shit. Still talking to me.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
care
we
about what
didn't-
he's saying. I'm going to show you a picture here at the bottom. It's a modus tollens argument, which is a logical argument. It's a valid argument. If P, then
Are you
Q,
trying to
not
do
Q,
logic with
therefore
the
not
drunkard?
P. I don't care if he doesn't get it. He just says we didn't show him anything, so I'm just going to show it to him real quick so he can't say it anymore.
Fair
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Geometric horizon curve calculators. You can find this in all the curve calculators. Not Q, horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere. This is a picture from 1 foot off the ground. The horizon should be 1.22 miles away. We can see platform habitat and platform hill house much further than 1.22 miles. Globe is gone.
Talking about these platform hill house and platform habitat.
Those are measurement or distance markers. We just want the horizon, which should be 1.22 miles away. It's not. So it's not a globe.
So, okay.
Where do you see the horizon in the picture?
Yeah, so, okay, listen. Max distance geometric horizon sphere 1.22 miles? Like, what does that even mean?
That means, according to the math of the heliocentric model, that the horizon should be only a mile or so shown in the picture. We can see way beyond that. So it's not
That
that,
is
we
how-
believe the Earth is.
Yeah, that
It's
that
not
is
that
how
we
far
believe
you
that-
should. Sorry.
No problem.
I just wanted to tell him that is how far you should see on a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles, 1 foot off the surface, 1.22 miles, no further. The sphere would block your vision, but we can see far further than that. So your globe just doesn't exist.
Well, okay, so do you have proof that the Earth is of the radius that you're saying it is?
Did you hear
Yeah,
what he
but-
said now?
Do I have
Yeah,
proof
like you're
that,
spitting out
that the
a
globe
mile
is the size that the globe model claims it is? Is that
I just dropped it in the
honestly a
chat. I just dropped it in the chat. If you look, it says distance, horizon distance 1.22. So that's it right there.
Okay, so do you have proof that the Earth is of the dimensions that you're talking about?
I
'Cause
just
get what
told you that we proved that it isn't of the dimensions that they claim. You trying to draw into question that the value that they claim it is not helping your side.
So you're telling me that I can't see beyond 1.22 miles.
A foot
1
off the
foot of the
ground.
surface of a sphere of the dimensions that they claim, you would not be able to see beyond 1.22 miles.
Yeah. So there's been many, many
But
tests.
you're
This
showing me a
particular test.
picture of something at 9.41 and 6.21, right?
Yeah, if you watch the original video this picture is from, you can actually see an island that is 29 miles away. So this is far beyond what they actually claim. We're just showing you how ridiculous your globe is. It is not there in reality. You just got to go outside and look for yourself. No, don't believe us. Just go and look for yourself. You won't find your globe.
Yeah. So it's not that we believed that the Earth was flat. We took their model, what they claim for a globe and a heliocentric model. We went and tested it and measured it. There's been many, many tests, and each time we people go out to test with lasers and other tests that they've done, the math that they're claiming and the model that they're claiming is not there, and it's not even close. So that particular
basically what you're saying is that we shouldn't see beyond 1.22 miles, right?
At 1 foot. This particular test was 1 foot off the ground. So with that observer height, their math is something like 8 inches per mile squared. So that's the math that they use for their model. So with a foot off the ground, that is how far you should be able to see. And we're not even close.
Right.
You can see
so
that.
what you're saying is that we should not be able to see beyond 1.22 miles.
At 1 foot off the ground. So if the math would be different,
All right,
the higher
so
the
it's
observer.
subjective. I get it. And so the fact that you're seeing, 6.21 and 9.41 miles, you're saying that the curvature is not there.
That's a huge problem. But not only that, you got to look at the horizon. The horizon's even beyond that. And then, like he said, there's the island. The distance is like 3 times farther than that. So we've got a huge problem. This isn't a margin of error or calculation or rounding error. This is way off from what they're claiming.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this one.
And this isn't the only. There's many
If
tests.
that's what you're saying is claimed here, then yeah, I obviously need to look into this. I'm not gonna.
Oh yeah, because this
I'm not
is
gonna take your word for it.
Exactly. So that's what
We don't want you to believe anything. We want you to prove it to yourself, man. Go ahead.
So wherever in here it came to that is we don't have to go off of CGI and the latest movie they shit out. You can go and test it for yourself. So it's supposed to be
Did one of you guys take this picture? Did one of you guys take this picture?
We're from a channel named BMLSB69, so we're familiar with the guy.
But this is also a popular spot. So people that are globe skeptics, it's not the only test even in that exact spot. It's a popular spot for people to conduct experiments like this. But
Right, but like what I'm asking is, this is not a fabricated picture, is it?
No. I just posted the video. You can go look at it yourself. He does many of these observations, and most of us do our own observation just to verify it for ourselves, which is what we implore you to do. We just like using this picture specifically because this picture came with the argument when we first started using the argument. So it's kind of a famous picture.
So it's real. Yeah. That's what you're saying.
Yes, it is, and you can also repeat it yourself. So that's what science is supposed to be. It's supposed to be repeatable. It's supposed to be
Are those platform? Are those things still out there to this day?
Yeah, they are. But the main focus, those are just like markers to show you the distance.
They're permanent structures.
Yeah, so it's they're provable distance, which is why they're used just to demark out in the water how far. So it's not up, you don't have to wonder how far you're actually seeing. But the real thing is you're supposed to be looking for the horizon. And you can see the horizon is beyond, well past even the 9.41 or the 6 mile one or whatever they're at.
Okay.
So, Dryden, do you live near a body of water by chance?
No,
Hello?
I don't. No, I don't.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to say that anybody can do this. I did it in Kentucky. It's a landlocked state. Went to a lake and I flashed a mirror of sunlight flash across a mirror across a lake 8.5 miles. So the curvy water is not there, man. Just test it for yourself. We're not here to convince you of anything. We're just presenting the reality as it presents itself to us. I'll shut up.
And do you understand why they're testing over water? It's basically land. You can argue it has topography, it is like elevation and randomness. Water always finds its level. So in a globe model, if water finds its level, it would be curved with the Earth. So that's the reason why people like to test over water.
It's like a litmus test.
Yeah, so the water is tested flat over distances where it should be curving with the globe, and is not. There's even some, I forget where it was at exactly, but they got a picture they post here a lot in Europe somewhere.
I get where you're at. So where do you go with this? Where do you go with this? Where do you go with this knowledge? So you just
basically you keep testing and observing
that the Earth is not a fucking globe, and then you just proving that it's flat. And where do you go with this?
You keep testing and observing. So each claim that they're making, that's all we can do, because we can't fly.
What
I'm asking is,
more
what do you
accurate
do with this?
maps.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Well, first of all, we are trying to keep actual science alive, or empirical science, because we're fighting against pseudoscience, or science so-called science that doesn't follow the scientific method, and that's one of what I would call primary things that the whole world gets out of trying to fight this. It's getting actual scientific progress back. There are many other things that you personally get from this. It's like,
so what do you get?
It's your continued education, learning how the world works, and it can be applied in many different things, in many different aspects of your life.
Right, but like,
can I sarcastically answer to you on that question? Sarcastically, I cannot answer honestly. What we get from this?
Yeah,
I'm getting the power the power of deceiving, because if people start to believe in flat Earth, I will feel the power that I deceive more people than ever.
But what we get out of it is, somebody says 2 + 2 is 5. We just are saying, no, it's 4. And the fact they want to argue it so hard, that's their problem. They're not conducting real science, so they're not being honest. So it's just making observations and testing our world.
Yeah, but I don't think you understand what this means, man. I don't think that you understand what this means.
Oh, we do. My foster grandfather.
Who doesn't understand what means?
Secret society. I do know what this means.
Flat Earth, man. You okay? Let's
think we don't know what it means.
Yeah, what do you think that this whole thing means, man?
You've been lied to. Some big lie. It's in the air.
You've been lied to since
more
birth.
accurate maps, more exploration, money back from NASA, stuff like that.
Yeah, but you're never gonna get that.
Let's
That's
let him
what's,
tell us.
Like fucking me up about this whole thing right now is like, I'm not sure like what your whole point is about this. Like, why you're doing this? Like, this is your hobby.
We've been lied to
what you
since
like
birth.
to do, or
The truth is important to people.
We care about the truth. We care about the future. We care about everyone. That's why I do it. I don't want my children to grow up being lied to. I don't want science and progress to be halted. I don't want the future to be bleak.
Yeah, to me it's just odd.
Yeah, but you're
me, it's
sitting there demonstrating that the whole world is a fucking lie, and you're just sitting back like it's all cool.
What would you do? What would you do?
Take up arms? You want us to take up arms? Is that what you want?
No, you guys are just sitting back like it's all fucking cool. Like, You can't do this to a motherfucker and then be like, well, yeah, that's just reality. It's like, no.
That's the way it is, though.
No,
We're just telling you the truth, and the truth is uncomfortable.
Because of this. There's something
Man,
that should happen.
do you know how this thing is fucking censored?
Well, you red pill people gently as much.
Do you know that, Dryden, how Flat Earth is censored, especially the last 3 years? Do you know that? Do you know? Boo! We are so. We will take the power, man.
And also, it has a big spiritual force too. People are coming to belief in the Creator, some of them, and some of them are even coming to a belief in, Jesus Christ or God or whatever. So it has a big spiritual force as well, giving people purpose, meaning, and yeah.
Like, I get it, guys. I get it, but
Well, Dryden, man, can I say one thing to you? Like, if you're being for real, you're going through that first oh shit moment that happened to me back about 5 years ago. And you're like, oh shit, we really don't live on a globe. So I know we all understand what you're feeling if you're being genuine. So most of the population has been deceived about the very nature of their reality. That is a big thing, right? Just take it up, the information, do with what you will. If the earth really wasn't a ball, wouldn't you really want to know that? Hello?
this is pretty fucking heavy, man.
All right, just feel free to go on mute and absorb it, man. I'm just saying we all understand what you're feeling if you're being for real right now. I'll shut up.
Yeah, it is upsetting. It has huge implications, and it begs you start to question what else is everyone lying about and why, and it's you get a very creepy feeling that it can't be good. If you're lying that heavily and falsifying that much shit, it doesn't have a very good friendly feeling about why it's being everything's being said the way that it is.
When you start to question, they will be mocking you publicly.
Hello, family.
Hello, Ariel.
How is everyone?
Good.
Good.
I'm glad to be here.
What do you do? You need a box of Kleenex, Dryden?
I'm actually still looking at this picture of it's off the coast of California.
Yeah, and if you look at 47 minutes after the hour, that one, we're missing almost a mile. So we're not talking about spare change here in rounding errors. The further out we go, it's just we're missing absurd amounts of curvature that's claimed to be there.
Dude, how is this so heavy?
Real picture.
How is this so heavy, dude? You don't believe in the moon or the Mars landing, dude? That's heavy too. I mean, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah,
no, I don't believe in it. I believe that's all nonsense.
Yeah, but someone's lying. Someone's lying and telling you that they went there. So that's pretty freaking heavy, dude.
Yeah.
You understand how big that lie has to be? You understand how big that lie has to be? Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's the same size as the lie that the Earth is flat and not round. You know what I'm saying? It's the same size. See, they're telling you went to Mars. They're telling everybody, the whole entire world.
I can explain the difference because
that's a different situation. But
no, they're not. It's the same lie, dude. They're getting $60 million a day, bro. $22 billion a year. That's a big fucking lie, dude. Do you understand the size of that?
Whoopsie.
Yeah,
I think I can explain.
I don't think they could ever get away with it.
Well, this person think they were on the moon. They weren't on the moon, but they were on Mars. If they can't go to a place that's closer, how are they going to a place that's further? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm beginning to feel like a flat guy.
We gotta be logical here. Sure, we love
I think I
believe
know
in
where he's
space,
at,
but the narrative just isn't there.
You're telling me?
I think I can explain where he's at because I was in a similar position. When you're lying about going to the Mars or the moon landings, those were explained away to us as, okay, if they're faking it, it'd be like a Cold War issue. We need to one up Russia, or monetary issues, or just lying to brag. When lying about the globe and like the size of that lie, and it's not as obvious, the amount of the lie versus the monetary gain doesn't add up, so it sinks it to like a sinister level. It's just like it brings it to an evil or spiritual place, because the lie, it's just, it doesn't make sense as much as, okay, let's lie about
the truth.
Do you have other real pictures that I could?
Yeah, if you look at I think it was 47 after the hour. They posted some more, but there's hundreds, if not thousands, of tests people will do, trying to basically, that's what science is supposed to be like. It's supposed to be repeatable and testable. So that's why there's not flat earthers that go back to globe, but there are globers that go and try and test and repeat these things. And that's where flat earthers come from, is globers trying to debunk flat earth, and they're like, oh shit, we can't find the curvature. We can't find an explanation for these issues of having a gas pressure system next to a vacuum that is supposed to be like extremely powerful.
We can detect motion, rotation, spin.
Yeah, I get what you're spitting. I understand what you're saying. Are those real pictures? Are those real pictures?
Yeah,
it looks
they are.
like there's an element of fakery in some of them.
The one with the oil rigs, I believe, was actually a video. So you can watch the original video, and that was a still from the video. But you could also prove and repeat it, which many people do. So people that are really wanting, that's why people here will tell you, we don't want to convince people. You don't want to tell people what to think. It's, you go out and you test it, you repeat it, and you observe it, and you realize the absurdity of the whole thing. They're claiming that it's outrageous to say the earth is flat. And when you release some of the indoctrination, you realize, wait, I don't feel like I'm moving. I look and I see flat. Even when they have a balloon go up like 120,000 miles, it still looks flat. And then you realize how absurd it is. I see flat. I feel motionless.
Yeah,
but they're claiming I'm sailing through the universe 9 different directions, flipping all around millions of miles per hour. And you're not detecting it in any way. That is an absurd claim. It's outrageous. So it starts to make more sense the more you test it and observe it. Like, oh, my senses are actually matching up with what I'm observing.
And we're not just willfully denying massive pictures. We're denying them because they've been caught faking.
I'm watching the video right now. It's 9.41 mile Earth curvature test. So why can't you see 1,000 miles?
Well, eventually the floor rises up to meet the ceiling, like looking down a hallway, due to the diffraction limit of the eye. You cannot see forever because the part of your visual your visual scene that is above the level of the eyes is going to ramp downward. And the part of the visual scene that's below your eye level will ramp upward, and these two halves of your vision will sandwich together, making a horizon line, since you're close to a flat surface. And so you're not going to see forever, even over a flat plane. There's going to be a limit. The diffraction limit.
So let's say that they're telling me in this video that they cannot see Earth curve over 10 miles, but what can you see over 1,000 miles?
Over 1,000 miles, if you have a good enough telescope, you can see up to further than you'd see if there was a hump of Earth curvature in the way. Because on a ball there'd be a hump of Earth curvature obstruction that would limit how far you could see.
Yeah, there's something known as visibility.
So this is the light. So what you guys are talking about? Are you talking about the lighthouse argument, right? I've seen this before. You can see a lighthouse
That's part of it,
miles
yeah.
away, but you're saying that you should see not a lighthouse.
Further than you'd be able to see on
No.
a globe, but there would still be a
Light,
limit.
lighthouses only work on a flat Earth. They don't work on a globe because the light would be pointing up into the sky and
So
wouldn't
what's
be
the
able to
measurable
detect it.
curvature?
But first of all, you can't see forever because there's something called the inverse square law. So light doesn't travel forever. And there's also diffusion and scattering in the atmosphere due to the air being less and less opaque the further you look through it. So if you go on a mountaintop, you can see this really easily. You look at mountains in the distance, you see that the further mountains are more faded than the closer mountains, and the further they are, they generally they become more and more faded until they fade into the sky. So you cannot see forever through a medium of air. That's not possible.
And you also can't even see a penny before it, begins to disappear due to perspective. So objects sticking up out of the flat surface would be no different. So even though there's no hump of Earth curvature in the way and there's no obstruction, there are limits to what you can see anyway.
Right, it's based off the atmosphere. Is that what you're saying?
Atmosphere, perspective, making the object get smaller and smaller and smaller, the diffraction limit of the eye, where the ceiling and the floor will ramp together and merge and sandwich together into a line, all of that.
Okay.
We're seeing further than we can see on a globe, though.
Yeah. I get what you're spitting at. It's kind of fucked up.
It's that we believed it for so long. This is like 500 years of indoctrination from these Jesuit schools pushing the heliocentric ball.
Yeah, they ought to be ashamed.
Right, like I understand why there would be a reason for somebody to deceive the public, but the scale that you guys are talking about is actually kind of insane. But I understand.
No curve.
No,
It
I
might
understand.
It might seem that way when you don't have a lot of the information, especially a lot of the background information and the history of the different cults and secret societies and the church and all this stuff. That really plays a big role in making this actually reasonable.
Yeah, I understand what you're observing.
Like, for instance, just
So
look into the
why
Order of Malta or the Knights of Malta. Just look into who are the Knights of Malta, and you'll see one arm, just one.
But yeah, I understand the observation that you guys are observing. But why would someone do this? Like, what's the point? I don't really understand that.
Yeah,
I believe that we were created.
Yeah, the thing is that is appealing to a motive, which is a fallacious argumentation. It doesn't really change the fact that they actually do this. We can't actually know what their sordid thoughts are behind all of this. We can speculate on the different reasons they could be doing it, but that would just be speculation.
Yeah, so it'd be like if we're trying to determine if a murder has taken place, we got a dead body right in front of us. So the argument of I don't know if this person is dead or not, the motive that's secondary. We know we've got the dead body right in front of us. But yeah, I think you're starting to understand the scale of the lies that they are perpetrating. So it's not a comfortable feeling because it's not immediately evident like other things where somebody took 100 or 20 out of the cash register, said no, I didn't do it when the police are there. It's more obvious and petty of like you understand why they lied. They just wanted the money, and they didn't want to get arrested for it. But yeah, you could speculate. But to me, it seems you said we believe that we're created, and I think that's where a lot of people end up speculating is you make a universe that's so astronomically big where we're a speck of dust, and they say that we're the same as a rock. It I don't know. It makes a very convenient argument against being created.
Okay, let me give you a little quote here from Joseph Goebbels, a Nazi. If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. The lie can be maintained only for such a time as the state can shield the people from the political, economic, and/or military consequences of the lie. It thus becomes vitally important for the state to use all of its powers to repress dissent. For the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, and thus, by extension, the truth is the greatest enemy of the state. And this is why they suppress us. Did you know that NASA was founded by Nazis?
Yeah, I've looked into Operation Paperclip. Right.
They were the propaganda arm.
And this is where you're at, and this is where I'm at, is Donald Trump. When he created space, right? He knew the truth, didn't he? Did Donald Trump know the truth?
I have no idea. I don't know what Donald Trump knows or doesn't know.
Do we care what Donald Trump does?
Yeah, none of us do. That's my whole point.
Well, why did you bring it up?
Is because he must have known that the Earth was not the globe.
Cares?
Right?
Cares?
I do. I'm trying to understand why he would lie. Trying to understand why that.
But it's simple speculation, man. What if there's hidden land that only whoever they are, know about? Resources, land. They got us on this limited globe that we supposedly discovered everything.
They know about
Major swaths of the Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, anywhere.
Yeah, if the Earth is
Think
flat,
about it.
there's more space in the oceans than on the globe, so there's areas that remain to be unexplored. That could mean that Epstein's Island was just a stopping point to get all the children to a different place. You don't know.
That doesn't make any sense, though.
What doesn't? If you were president today and you find out the Earth was flat, you've been lied to since birth.
No, what that guy said before.
What would you do? I'm asking you.
What that guy said before.
What doesn't make
math.
sense?
The globe on the
Why would there be more
surface area on the globe? I've seen people make a demonstration of it to illustrate it, but basically the math of a globe model, if you spread out on a flat Earth model, even taking into consideration if you believe the Antarctica is surrounding us, there's a ton of missing area.
Okay, I posted another one here. This is from Earth Observatory, NASA.gov. To complete its map, the team connected 3.5 million geographic points around Antarctica. The team identified a perimeter for Antarctica's ice of roughly 53,610 kilometers or 33,312 miles. That's far larger than Antarctica needs to be on the globe. That only works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I would like to see what.
Well,
He posted it.
Antarctica's around what, the 80th,
Really,
70th?
50,000. I think. Do you have something to back that up? 53,000 points?
It's NASA.gov.
NASA.gov. Just see that it's hard to believe, man.
That's what NASA claims, and it fits with Captain Cook's voyage taking
Show me
3 years
that's
and all
what
that stuff.
NASA claims.
The numbers ain't adding up.
Yeah, 53,000 points on.
Funny thing is,
just go to NASA.gov. You'll be satisfied. No.
the funny thing is, there was an Antarctic race around Antarctica, and if you calculate the speed, the average speed of the racing yacht, it goes down to walking speed because the distances are all wrong. If you calculate it around the globe, it just doesn't add up. And you can watch the video from the race. They're going full speeds with headwinds, like jumping off the waves. It's like crazy. They're not going walking speed.
Going like 30 miles an hour, at least 30, 40 miles per hour, and like a good wind. And when you calculate that out, you're getting about 40,000 miles, which is like 10, 15,000 miles more than it should be at the equator. If you calculate it based off of
40,000
that
miles.
speed.
What? You throw that number out there like willy-nilly. 40,000 miles of what?
30,000 miles?
You said the word 40,000 miles.
Yes. Basically, if you take the racing yacht speed of about 30 to 40 miles per hour in good wind, good conditions, multiply that out times the total length of their trip, their record trip, which is like 90 days, 120 days or something like that, you're getting like 40,000-ish miles. So it's still way too much land down there.
Funny thing is, Lemon, that would work perfectly if they are under the assumption that they think it's a globe and they're trying to get as close to the on the land as possible, so they're making their trip even longer.
It could be. They could chalk it up to slow ice, slow conditions. It depends on how far south they go to, but it's still way too much land down there. It shouldn't be anything more than like 25,000 miles since the equator is, 25,000 miles. It should taper down to a point down there where it's less than, 25,000 miles roughly.
Yeah, if you make a square around Antarctica, it's around 10,000 miles. So there's just no way. You would have to be going in circles and doing loop-de-loops all around, just the whole way, just making a flower around it.
And they can't even really go further south than 60th parallel. Otherwise, it gets icy and dangerous, and they're going to need to fish them out of the ice and stuff. So they can only go so far south.
So they say, but I think they did go in and under the best southern summer conditions to try to minimize that, so they could go as close to the island to break the record. Which is why I think even with the fastest boats, they are still at walking speed.
And that speed is going to be manipulated by how much distance you think they're going. If they're calculating it on a globe, they're going to have way too little distance.
Yeah, that's why it's walking speed. Otherwise, it would just be normal.
Guys, does you know that the North Pole's in the center and that the southern ring cradles the world? Does you know about that? It's not.
That's what it looks like.
That's an interesting concept.
Based off the compasses pointing to the north, that's what it looks like. And sailors back in Robotham's day said, we're getting too much land down here.
Yeah, and you need special permission to go below the 60th parallel, but I live above the 60th parallel in the north. It's just weird.
I understand.
You can navigate the world going west and east by making a very mild circle. You go around the world going west to east, but you can't navigate going north to south. It's not.
Who talked about? Someone recently just talked about the north being the center.
That's where the compasses point.
Yeah, the north is the center, basically, of our plane.
It's more accurate to say there's only one direction. There is literally only one direction. It's north. That's the only direction that exists.
We base everything else off north.
Yeah, everything else is relative to the compass pointing north. So
Yes.
south doesn't exist,
Down
west
in
doesn't
the
exist,
rabbit
east doesn't
hole,
exist.
uh, same thing that you guys are talking about right now.
South is
Down in
just
the
the
rabbit hole.
opposite of north. East and west are just relative left and right facing north.
Right. Okay. So is the north the center of the world?
Don't know. Haven't been.
Yes.
Can't verify.
You should.
Sure, I'll just pack up my wife and 3 kids and head up there and risk my life and limb.
Besides, it's also a no-fly zone, and you are not allowed to go there without
Yeah.
permission.
I understand. Like, okay, like I've been holding out here. So when you go away from north, you're going south, and south is a big border, right? Right.
So we're told. I don't know. We're not allowed to go down there.
I go with the A.E. Gleason map. It's in the chat, live stream voice text. That's the general layout. North Pole's in the center. There's a southern ring around the perimeter. That's the one I go with.
We know that above the Tropic of Cancer, you can fairly rely on that.
Equidistant, peak wave,
Equidistant.
Equidistant. Azimuthal as equidistant.
Or the Gleason map. The Gleason map's very similar. It gives the general layout with the continents coming out from the center. That's the main thing I'm focusing on, with a Antarctic ring surrounding the whole thing.
Interesting.
Simple, elegant. You put the sea currents and the wind currents on it. They make a very nice conveyor belt like concentric circles around the center.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
It's very interesting. Hmm. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
I put one more there for you.
It's also, if you look at the air currents as well over this map, it all looks like perfect circle. If you look it off on a globe, it goes up and down all around. It's all broken lines.
Almost like it's following the sun as it's circling over the flat plane, maybe.
Yeah, I recently came across this picture.
We can navigate north. I mean, east west all day, but we can't navigate south north.
No,
It's very possible.
It was a picture about how if the Earth was flat, it couldn't be proved in Australia.
How's that?
I'm trying to find the picture.
All you need is a body of water.
Water lies flat and level. If 70% of the Earth is water, then by logical extension, 70% of it is probably flat.
I think they're saying you can't tell if it's
It
flat or round, but
was,
that's a Glober claim. That's not
Yeah,
flat.
you can. All you got to do is go out and look, and it presents itself as flat. You have to imagine it's not. They're the ones with the burden of proof.
Yeah, I get where you guys are coming from. No, but I do have a picture.
We still here? Mic check.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up this picture.
Picture of what?
Basically, if I'll just show it to you.
Okay, I'll let somebody else talk to you.
With Australia and New Zealand.
They are wherever they are. It doesn't make it evolve. I'll let somebody else talk to you.
Yeah, okay, so before I talk to you guys, though, it did mean something to me, and I just want your explanation.
Maps are not the model. Maps are not reality. So it doesn't matter what map you have in your head.
All right, but I'll show you what I'm talking about when I have it here.
Well, are you going to post it?
Yeah, I'm going to get it here in a second.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. The guy that just posted the flight paths, I was just about to bring that up, that you got some interesting flight paths on a globe model, and then if you take the flat Earth, it starts to make a little bit more sense why they're taking these odd paths.
Are you
But
talking
unlike
about the one that came from the Philippines and they diverted down into Alaska?
No, if you look at 22 after the hour and the live stream voice text, there's many examples, but there'll be flight paths they take that divert like ridiculously, adding on to the length and time of a flight. And then if you put that into a flat Earth model, it it looks like, oh, that makes a lot more sense. So you can see
Yeah, the one that you're talking about is the one that they diverted into Alaska, right?
No, these are commercial. No, that sounds like a specific event. These are commercial flights that are. If you book a flight, they're going to take these routes. So it's if you look at
so there's one where you're talking about it. They diverted into Alaska.
This point is based on like a flight path, so it's just your standard everyday flight path. Like these ones are shown from Australia. So instead of flying just to South America, they'll go to the west coast of the U.S. and then somewhere in the Midwest or East, then down to the southern part of South America, where on a globe model, it would seem odd to just not fly right over there, but then put onto a flat Earth map, it's almost a straight line. So it makes a lot more sense. But there's many examples that go like this for just regular commercial flight paths.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. My nephew sent me one where it was, I think they were flying from the Philippines and they're going up to America. And they ended up having an emergency on board. And they ended up winding up like landing in Alaska. It's a flight path situation.
Yeah, that's basically sounds like a specific event that, but it does sound like it has a similar issues that don't make sense on a globe model.
Right, and then that was like the whole point of the fucking video that he showed me was, well, on a globe doesn't make any sense, but if we were to show you a flat Earth model of the situation, then all of a sudden it makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the flat Earth model doesn't exactly make any sense either.
So basically, one thing that Flat Earth doesn't do is it doesn't have a model. So we don't have any, we can't say this is what it looks like or this is exactly what it is. A lot of things we can't go out and we can't say this is exactly what things are because it's not science. You have to have a testable and falsifiable hypothesis. The globe model, that's the problem that I had with it, is that when people start saying they know for sure, and you just start saying more and more outrageous things that they know for sure, for a fact, it becomes a problem with me because I know from experience, a lot of the time, the more sure people are of stuff, the less they're actually, like, it just becomes bullshit. So it's a lot of the things won't be immediately explainable until we're actually able to go out and test things. So like they're saying at the 60th parallel, you're not allowed to go so far south. You'll be turned around. So even private exploration is not allowed. But if you do go, I think it's pretty expensive and you'll be on a very guided regimented tour to where they'll take you and say you're here and you won't be able to do your own path and own exploration.
Yeah, just to back him up real quick, nobody here, and generally speaking, I don't want to speak for everybody, we're not going to make any claims that we can't verify. We don't have a flat Earth model. We debunk the globe. I'll shut up.
Yeah, he's exactly right. And that's why people cling to the globe is because that's a bias of that's the first thing that they're introduced with. But you're introduced to it when you're a child. You don't have the ability to critically think and analyze things as you would as an adult. Where if somebody's telling you that you're actually a lizard or a chicken and you're flying into a black hole, it would seem very fucking weird, and you would need evidence, and you wouldn't just immediately believe what people are telling you.
Right. So why isn't there a flat Earth model?
Because the flat Earth, we take their model and we're falsifying it. So we go to conduct science on the model that they're claiming, and the flat Earth is based around stuff that we've falsified. So just through basic properties and experimentation, we can say this is not what it is. And so the pictures are just to help you understand why the things, because people say, oh, well, you can't explain this, so that means it's a globe. There's a ton of different fallacies and issues that are used. So it's just because we can't explain one part that doesn't make it a globe. So it's not people like
so
the globe too.
So you don't have a model of the flat Earth, do you?
No, so that would be like asking a glober what's at the edge of the universe, like what contains the entire universe. They're like, well, we can't see that far, so that would be the exact thing. What's the edge of the Earth? What's beyond that?
So you don't have a flat Earth model.
Yeah, a model isn't science. A model tries to help explain or show an idea to illustrate it.
Like I'm with you guys on this one, but if the globe has a model, a working model, why doesn't
it's not working though? That's what we've been demonstrating to you, though. It's not working.
Okay, so no, the globe does have a working model. Why doesn't flat Earth?
Their model says at 8 inches per mile squared, and it's easily observed that that's not correct. The globe model says that we have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum of, what is it, 10 to the negative 17
I get what you're
torr.
saying, but I feel like you're talking around the question.
No, you don't realize that you don't actually have any globe model. They just keep telling you that the globe model this, the
Why
globe
is
model
today
that,
the
the globe
first day
model
of
this,
spring?
and it builds an image in your mind, and that is the only place where the globe model exists in
No,
your mind.
no, man, ask you this question. Why is today the first day of spring? Today the first
Because of the position of the sky. That's why.
You think that it's the position of the sky, huh?
Yeah, or whatever's in it. However it's working. I don't know. I'm not the mechanic of the sky.
Yeah, that would be the correct.
Maybe you should pray about it.
That would be the correct description of what we all observe. We observe stuff happening in the sky, and yeah, we have seasons and daylight and night.
You guys have no description of what happens above us, do you?
Well, of course we have a description. We see the same shit you see, unless you have a vantage point outside of
shit that you do.
Right. I mean, we both are here on Earth. We can both point, telescopes up. We can see the same shit.
I see the same shit you do. That's your argument.
Am I wrong?
What an amazing argument.
It's not an argument. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I see the same shit you do.
Yeah. What's wrong with that statement?
That's your argument. That's what's hilarious.
It's not an argument. You ask us, what do we don't have a description of the sky. What I'm saying is I'm responding to you. You said we don't have a description of the sky. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I would probably describe it the same as you because we both have the same vantage point.
So he corrected you.
I'm trying to be rude.
So the difference you're noticing here is we both have the same sets of data and the same observations. One side has come up with a great space opera, a sci-fi story, and then you'll cling to that because it sounds better. But when you go to test that, it's not real. So instead of
I don't have to watch Star Trek to understand what you guys are saying, but some of the things that you guys say are kind of not convincing.
And we don't care about how convincing you think it is. It doesn't matter to me.
Oh, well, I mean,
shouldn't matter
me,
to
it
you.
sounds like that you have a false argument, man.
Well, it's not convincing to me. A ball of water with an atmosphere around it in a vacuum.
Yeah, I would rather have.
That's what doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I would
Right.
I would rather have questions that can't. I would rather have questions that I can like ask than answers I can't question.
I'll say this, that you guys got me with the whole, like, let's look at, real pictures of oil rigs, right?
Yeah, so we're missing curvature. That's one pretty huge thing for a globe model. It's supposed to have 8 inches per mile squared of curvature.
Right, and before that, the other guy, fuck, what was his name? Cut the shit. That guy. Yeah,
But,
he was telling me that, like, I don't have oil pressure in a fucking container. Like,
The
yes, I have
argument-
pressure in a container.
I think I can help you understand the gas pressure argument. Have you seen
That's so easy to understand. It's like it's stupidly easy. Yes.
Do you understand?
Gas
So you
pressure
understand?
exists in a container. Yes.
Yeah, he
No,
understands
that's
the
not the
gas pressure
argument.
needs a container, but somehow he wants to cling on to his ball where there's a solid barrier around his ball, even though we showed
I
him
think he
pictures
does.
which show there's no curve.
I think he doesn't actually understand the what they're trying to argue. Do you understand on the globe model? The argument.
Yes, I understand that if, like, I don't believe we went to the moon. I don't believe we are on Mars.
So we have gas. We have.
So you guys are talking to me about a dome, aren't you?
It's not even about. It's not about going to these places. It's about what these things exist in, the medium that it exists in. It's a medium that no one can test or prove is there, especially because it goes against, everything that we experience here on Earth.
We
And
exist.
no, we did not say a dome. You said a dome. We said we don't know the nature of our
Yeah,
containment.
we have a question of why do we have gas pressure here on Earth if they're claiming
Because we
there's
live in a dome.
No, we have a question. The globe model and the heliocentric model states that we have air pressure on Earth. The gas is pressurized here on Earth. You can test it, but it's next to a vacuum, and that's not demonstrable anywhere else.
I understand what you're saying. Is we can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Yeah. So what is your explanation for that? How does that exist?
There's a dome that's contained.
No, we're
It says
saying
it
we
in
don't
the
know.
Bible, man.
We're
I
saying
don't
we
know.
don't.
I keep, asking, and somebody can correct me whenever I do ask. I think it's a flat top, but again, no one knows the shape. When you say dome, that's like, people think of like a half of a circle,
Yeah.
so like a hemisphere. Nobody knows nobody knows that the containment of this place is half dome shaped. Nobody knows that.
Yeah,
or
but
half.
I'm pretty sure there's
So
a
instead of-
dome that
So
creates
instead of
the
making
air
shit up,
pressure.
well, so
I think
instead of
that
making
there's
shit
a
up,
dome that
guessing,
creates
should
the
we
air
hire
pressure.
a science fiction writer to come up with a great space battle and they contained us? Like, should we just make shit up, or should we say, okay, they're saying there's a vacuum next to a pressurized system? That doesn't make sense. That's the only claim that we're making. They're making a claim and we're falsifying it. We can show it through demonstration. We
I'm
can
not
test
falsifying
it.
anything, man.
No, I'm saying we are. The globe model states.
Yeah, but I'm not.
Claim.
I think that there's a dome.
And it's okay to think that, but it's
But
important.
that answers the question of air pressure.
It could, but so what science is testing stuff, repeating it, and trying to falsify stuff.
Okay. Let me just try to clarify a little bit. Is the dome sphere shaped to cover the sphere shaped Earth?
The dome is the cause of air pressure here on Earth, that the air that me and you breathe.
Dome could be like a
The reason that we're alive is because of the dome above us.
The dome could be like a lid over the flat plane. One doesn't necessarily violate the other. It would just need to come down and cover the surface. It could be a curve. Who knows? A curve covering or whatever.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. Is there's a reason why we don't have air pressure without a container.
Most likely a firmament covering. But if you look at sundogs and parhelions, it looks like the sun shining off what appears to be a curved surface, especially if you drop that late excuses, ice crystals or whatever the hell they say.
Yeah, but so that guy makes a good point in the text. If they would lie about the dome, you don't see how it's not much of a stretch that they would lie about the shape of the Earth.
Right, but I understand the fact that the air is pressurized that we breathe in, right? And I believe that it's due to a dome.
But what is the shape of your dome? that you're talking about? Is it just a half circle, or is it a full circle
You're
with
asking
a?
about the shape of a dome. A dome is the shape of a fucking dome, dude.
Yeah, well, they're curious about in your head what you're imagining. Are you thinking that we're still on a globe and it's just in case?
Is the Earth half a globe with a half a dome over
exactly. Well, no, I already have an. Have you ever looked at a snow globe?
Yeah.
That's your answer. That's a dome, dude.
Yeah, the bottom inside the snow globe is flat. By the way,
You can laugh at me all you want, but like, you don't understand the shape of a fucking dome, dude.
we
Well,
do.
they're just wondering.
I was just trying to
round
get you
ceiling in
clarified.
a church.
I guess they're
The round
curious to know if
ceiling
you're.
in a church.
They're
I
still
know, I'm
wondering
not
if you
being
believe. They're just wondering if you're believing we're on a globe or on a flat plane with this dome.
It can be a Gaussian plane if you understand the concept of Gaussian planes.
Yeah, but you okay. You showed me the oil rigs, and I'm telling you that we live underneath the dome, and I have to literally explain to you that yes, we live in a snow globe. So, like, what's the
Not
issue?
necessarily, no. That is, you are trying to make a model here. We are not pushing any model. We don't know. We have
That
not
there has
been
to be a
up
model.
there. No, we have not been up there. We
No,
only see. We can only see what we observe when we look in
To
the
me, that's
sky.
bullshit
But
because
no,
there
no,
has
no,
to
no.
be a flat
You
Earth
cannot
model.
take your meter. You cannot take your meter, go up there and measure it. It is
What
out
meter
of
are
reach.
you talking about?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a model of this place. It's just outside of our purview.
Yeah.
Because we can't go outside it and figure out how all of it works. But obviously it's created. That's up for the creator to know, and whatever the hell else is out. So whether there is a model, I mean, this is an actual place. So I'd assume like it. I mean, it wouldn't be a model. It's just this place. But if there could be a model, none of us could create it because we're inside it.
Yeah.
To help you elucidate what I was trying to get at, if you could imagine your snow globe for a minute, what is the bottom inside the dome? What is that shaped like? What is the surface description?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I
We
hear you.
now.
All right. So you're asking a loaded question. Is what is the bottom of a snow globe? It's flat, right? Is that what you want to hear?
I just wanted to hear what you thought the surface description of the ground was inside the dome.
It's flat.
All right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
If I could just throw in real quick, one part of accepting reality as it is you may have things you will not have answers for that you thought you had answers for before. So we're not here providing models or anything. And that's just a pill you got to swallow. I'll shut up.
All right. So must be flat, huh?
Mankind still needs to elucidate these answers.
All right, fine. I'm on board. It's flat. What does that mean for humanity, man? What does that mean for humanity?
Man, this guy's still talking? Holy shit.
So you think that everything's a fucking lie?
What about 9/11's a lie, right?
I'm not talking about 9/11. No. I'm talking
It's not
about the
evidence.
consequences.
I don't care if
I'm
you're talking
talking about the
I'm talking to you right now.
consequences of the
I'm
Earth
talking
being
about
flat,
it right
man.
now. Is 9/11 a lie?
No, I'm talking about the consequences
Is
of what
9/11 a lie? Just answer that. Is 9/11 a lie?
I don't believe mainstream media.
How about were weapons of mass destruction a lie?
I'm not telling you that I believe mainstream media's fucking narrative.
What are you talking about?
Narrative.
Mainstream media.
I'm
is the
talking about the
government.
consequences of flat Earth. If the Earth is flat, man, like, do you realize what that means? Do
No.
you realize
Nobody knows what it means.
you're
Nobody
talking
knows
about
what it
right
means.
now?
What does it mean? What does
The
it mean?
whole
What
world
does it
is
mean?
a fucking lie. That's what you're
What does
telling
it
me
mean?
right now. You
What
understand that?
what does the flat Earth mean? If it's flat, what does it mean? You can't go out and
Yeah, it means that
you can't go
my
to the beach.
whole world has been a
you can't-
lie since I was a fucking
all
child.
right. So you can't go to the beach. You can't go hunting. You can't go hop
I
in your
can
boat.
still
Your
do
jet
those
ski.
things.
You can't go skydive. You can't go bang a few chicks. I mean, come on.
I can still do those things, but do you understand what that fucking means? Everything is a fucking lie? Is that the fucking truth that you guys preach?
So you can't believe you've been duped.
Nobody can go to space. Change. That's the only thing that changed. Nobody still can go to space. Cool. Big difference. Big whoop. Nobody was going there in the first fucking place.
You guys don't realize the fucking level of fucking.
Hey, all
words
we
that you
hate is the
speak,
fact
man.
they're taking our money. That's what we hate. They're taking our fucking taxes. I don't care about the rest. I want my money back. That's what I want.
They say they are going to space with our money. Yeah. But they are not. They are faking
and
it.
we're not gonna get that back.
Right.
Yeah, we
so
know that.
we can't do anything about it. We can't take up arms and fight these guys. Look how much guns they have, bro. There's no hope of that. We can't win that war. Sorry.
We need people to wake up, like yourself. We need everyone to wake up. So we need to talk to people. Like
Yeah,
yourself.
I think that's listen, man. You just woke my eyes up.
It doesn't sound like it. It really doesn't sound like it, bro. It really sounds like you're fucking.
Woke my eyes up in a bad fucking way, man.
It sounds like you're being waterboarded, bro. Like you got your head in a bucket. I don't know what's going on, dude, but something's wrong with you.
You think it's funny, right? Yeah, you laugh.
Yeah, it is funny, bro. Because, dude, you're crazy, bro. We like you, but
Why
you're crazy.
am I crazy? Because I'm the one in this fucking server?
You remember,
No, I'm crazy too.
You remember in old school that scene where Will Ferrell's talking to that dude and he shoots himself in the neck with a tranquilizer dart? He says, "I like
Yeah,
you, man.
you're crazy,
You're crazy. But you're crazy.
I like you, but you're crazy.
You're crazy. That's how I feel about you, dude. I like you, but you're crazy, man."
No,
I think
but you like set the standard for fucking crazy, man.
You were the standard.
No, you set the standard.
Dryden,
Because
in a crazy world, the normal
you
people will
existed
seem even
before I
crazier.
came on here.
I think
And,
you just
like,
had a little
I'm
bit of
inheriting your craziness, motherfucker.
You're inheriting it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
No, you-
I am inheriting your craziness.
Dryden, you're just stopping being crazy. It just feels weird.
Bro, are you like drunk, dude?
No,
It
because
does sound like it.
you guys are honestly convincing me that the Earth is fucking flat and it's not a globe. And you're telling me
I think
that people are coming off with fucking straight up robbery, right?
I believe he's genuine. I mean, how would you expect a person to respond?
He's cool, man. He's cool, Elijah. He's cool. He's just crazy, man. He's just crazy.
I think it was a little.
You guys are crazy. Don't fucking call me crazy. I'm a normal fucking person, man.
Yeah, it's a normal reaction.
I think he was a little upset at first too, because he thought that we didn't realize the implications of it. That we're just red pilling people without realizing how it can affect. But everybody takes it just as seriously as you. They've just known about it a lot longer. They've been fighting against people, criticizing and attacking the shit that they know and say. So they're a little more disaffected and jaded. It appears.
Yeah. Jaded is a good word. I'm jaded as fuck.
Yeah, we just weren't surprised by it, dude, because we've seen all the lies that throughout history. We've tracked them down, so it wasn't surprising.
Like, how the fuck do you think people like? How do you like expect people to react to this shit?
With contempt, hatred, bigotry, racism, all kinds of stuff.
That's why even with basic evidence and proofs, we'll show people they just reject it. The cognitive dissonance, the indoctrination, all of it is very, very powerful. So it's very hard.
Dude, most of us lose family members, close friends, girlfriends.
I'm about to go off. How the fuck do you expect people to understand what the fuck you guys are saying, and you just play it off like it's no big deal?
Who's the guy talking now?
Fucking, like, you think that
we're not playing it off like it's no big deal. Like we get it. Like I don't mean to laugh at you, but I mean we've been you know what the difference with us is. We have gone to other servers before coming here and finding a home.
I'm listening. Keep talking.
Yep. So, in these other servers where we're the minority and
I don't know what you're talking about when you say other servers.
Meaning
deep breaths, man. Deep breaths. In and out.
Meaning not in this place.
Meaning this rabbit hole gets deeper.
Reminds me of like Kowski. That's just like your.
Well, yeah. You want, wait, can I throw another weight on his head?
Speaking. I mean, shit. That's what I'm trying to do.
My bad.
I'll give you one more chance. So
this is a server, right? This isn't the only server on Discord. There are multiple Discords. You understand?
No, you're not allowed to do this.
Do what?
Dryden, if I can just add something. There's a beautiful concept called the staircase of disbelief. And you've started to climb the staircase of disbelief. And each step brings about some more information that makes your jaw hit the ground and you think, can this really be the world that I'm living in? And normally it's 9/11 and it's understanding that the moon landing was faked and understanding all these little steps that lead up to this. The top step is that the entire place you live has been a lie up until now. And we're still in the journey of trying to uncover what that could be. So we won't claim that we have the answers.
Isn't that fucked up that like that's your fucking purpose in life is to fucking fuck my world up? And you don't have any consequence.
No, we're fixing
it. Unfortunately,
no, you have no
we say the same stuff.
Right,
we say the same stuff to 100 people.
You're just proud
and
of
only one. No, only
It's
one.
like getting mad at the doctor for resetting your broken bone, dude. Relax.
Correct. Only one person like yourself.
Like he is so like, yeah, I did that to you. That's fucked up.
No, you did it to yourself,
you're taking it the wrong way, dude.
But you did it to yourself.
My nephew did this to me. He told me to come here.
Well, but this is the beauty of this topic.
That means he loves
no
you.
one
That's
convinces you. No one convinces you but yourself.
Did someone
so you have to hear.
Someone tell me that like, oh, that means he loves me.
Yeah. Think about it, right? If you see a friend, who has a misconception about something, right?
You're retarded.
No, I don't think you understood what I'm saying. I'm going to explain, right? So if you see someone who's who's got some misconception and it's hurting their life, right? And you go, look into this, it will help you. That's someone who loves you. The person who hates you, right, will see that you're confused, will see that you're stumbling and that, and won't tell you anything to help you. Love isn't just like like softly, like nice nonsense rubbish, like white lies and all that. No, love is the realness. Love sometimes has to be tough. So that's why I made that comment. So you said your nephew or someone led you here. At least to me, that seems like that person actually loves you and cares about you.
Bullshit.
What's on?
Yeah, well, I don't really care what you think. Anyway, do you want another one? Another heavy load? That's flipping phrasing.
Yeah,
but literally, right? It literally applies. You know the dome, right? There's more than one layer to
You
it.
asked me if I wanted a heavy load.
Yeah. Bad phrasing, whatever. Who
All
cares?
over your face.
Yeah. You know the dome? There's more than one, mate. There's 7. 7 firmament layers, my dude. You're only just scratching the surface.
We don't.
Yeah, I know. Come on, dude. Yeah, but I know.
But yeah, it's not that everything's a lie. We're still fundamentally, we have a lot of things that are the exact same. So it's not like your life is just completely destroyed. As like the other guy was saying, your life's still the same. We're on the same plane. We're on the same place we were. There is still a ton of legitimate science. There's just also
I understand that it's not a fucking globe, dude.
And you know, how many lifts does it take to get to the center of the firmament?
I get that it's not a fucking globe.
What did your nephew tell you that brought you here, Dryden?
Oh yeah, demons are real as well, by the way.
Yeah.
What did your nephew tell you that brought you here?
He didn't seem very plus about that one.
He told me that he could not prove a fucking globe.
Oh, excellent. That's a nice way to phrase it. Because that is why we're here, is we're asking for proof of the globe.
Yeah,
and we've been doing it for 5 years.
You guys are fucking crazy.
No, we're adamant about discovering truth. And we don't care about our feelings.
No, I don't want to hear it no more. I'm down with this. I'm fucking down with this, man.
Dryden, the craziness is to think that people are living upside down on the other side of your fantasy globe, or that people can float around in the fantasy medium outer space. These are all things you've never experienced on the earth. You've never seen on the earth. They're fairy tale science fiction that you've been brainwashed with since birth. So you think that's normal.
Yeah,
that is not normal.
We're making your life easier, right?
I never believed that we went to the fucking moon, and I never believed that we went to fucking Mars and we have a fucking helicopter, because that's ridiculous.
You used to think that China was underneath you, right?
Did you believe you came from monkeys at any point?
No, because when I was taught the fucking theory of evolution, I was taught to fucking have your own opinions.
Read the Bible again now with your eyes freshly opened and see what you get.
I read the Bible.
But you guys always bring it from the point of monkeys. Monkeys didn't come before rocks. Remember, we have rock cousins.
Michelle
According to some,
is a complex rock. I know what you guys are talking about.
Yep.
The sad thing is, she's not lying.
But I don't understand why you live on a fucking flat earth. But you know what? You guys,
because the big man made it like this, man.
Elijah,
very convincing.
Yeah,
Elijah. I've heard the ballers come back saying, even as a Christian, you believe that you were formed out of clay, and clay is also ground or rock, or can become rock. So therefore, we both believe we came from rock or dust. So it's kind of once again, it fits into the basket of
I know
both.
it's
And not,
that's a good point. That's a good point.
No, I know what they're talking about. Talk
seems
about
like you're
being fixture upon clay.
Yeah, the only
Hey,
difference.
wait, are you sure they didn't say in that book?
Itself.
Are you sure that story didn't say that we were the same color as clay? Because that's the story I've heard. But what difference does it make?
You guys are a bunch of fucking assholes. No, I'll pull it up right now.
Relax,
Actually,
my G.
I'll pull it up.
Is this Dryden? You gotta stop with all the insults. Since I've been here, you've been swearing. Sounds like you're intoxicated. You need to stop with all the insults. If you want, you're our guest here, so you need to treat us a little nicer. It sounds like these people have been treating you really nicely.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think he's just saying that it's giving him a headache, like getting woken up. So it's, it's a little
Yes, sir.
rough.
Do you have questions, Dryden? What's your top of mind question?
It's a little sobering, isn't it?
Wait,
Yeah, it is, actually.
did Mary Mom just tame this guy?
Well, he said yes, ma'am. So I'm taking that as a concession. He's going to be nicer.
I don't think he meant it like disrespectfully. He was just getting his head
I'm
wrong.
just being myself, guys. I'm sorry.
But, yeah.
We'll accept your apology for calling us crazy and
I
all the
still
other
don't
things you said.
understand why you would say it's flat, though. That's
You know why?
kind of an issue with me. Like, I
'Cause
understand
it's
that you sent me the
so
because of cheese.
Every time
oftentimes people oftentimes when
Let
people think
Elijah make a statement here, guys. Go ahead, Elijah.
Thank you, Maribel. Hello. Oftentimes, for whatever reason, we use the language of right and wrong, which kind of insinuates that we both have a position, and that one is right and one is wrong. And that may be true in a lot of instances, but however, in this case, it wasn't about right or wrong, because when I started looking into the globe, it wasn't about right or wrong. It was about truth or lie, right? So I'm like, okay, if I live on a ball and it's true, then there is evidence for it. And I come to the realization now that there is no evidence for it. So there's no reason to think I live on a ball. Now, wherever that takes me after that, I don't know. But it's not about me being right or wrong. It's about verifying that the globe is actually what we live on, verifying that that is a true statement, and realizing that it's not a true statement.
Yeah, but a lot of what you guys talk about is things that you don't actually talk about.
Huh?
A lot of things.
You want to run that by yourself once again?
Yeah, he's been making sense since I've been listening. He's talking about all the stories he was given about space and everything, the seasons, how all that stuff works. So he's asking us how it works. And we don't have answers for him.
Okay, that's
nobody.
How do seasons work on fucking flat Earth, man?
Much more precisely, like you gotta imagine the world like a clock face, and that the sun moves on a circuit. This is all demonstrable. We know that the sun moves between the Tropic of Capricorn to the Tropic of Cancer. So throughout the year, there is a variation. Every day, the sun either is rising slightly more north or slightly more south, depending on where you are. And effectively, when you start to unpack the information, there's this thing called Occam's razor.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Can I interrupt you?
I doubt you know what I'm going to say.
So, can you prove to me that the sun moves at a different speed based on the seasons?
So if you understand the face of a clock, that's like saying the long hand, the minute hand, right?
Does the sun move on different speeds based
I'm
on
answering you, Dryden. I'm answering you. So just try and follow this thought. You're looking at a clock, if you're looking at a clock face and you're looking at the single arm, the way that the ballers have suggested it to you is that arm is moving either faster on the outside or slower on the inside, literally.
So how is that a
But that
demonstration
same-
of the fact that the sun has to move faster to demonstrate the sun's on?
This is what I'm trying to explain. Does the minute hand move at two different speeds, or does it move at one speed? The minute
You
hand.
tell me. You're the one convincing me. You tell me, okay?
Okay, but I'm trying to explain it to you, but you keep repeating the question, and I'm trying to answer. So that's why I said follow along. If you take
Go
the
on with
minute
your
hand,
answer.
the minute hand is moving at a constant velocity. You'd agree with that, right? That's why we call it the minute hand. It keeps track of minutes. But on the outside or the inside, there is a different tangential velocity or a circular velocity. So in other words, at the very central point of a merry-go-round, it doesn't feel like you're spinning fast. But on the outside of the merry-go-round, it feels like you're spinning fast. But the actual merry-go-round is moving at a constant velocity. And it's the same with the sun. The sun appears to be moving in a constant velocity, but when it's on its outer track, it appears to almost cover larger distance, and that's why in the southern hemisphere we get much longer sunrise and sunset, sometimes even an hour and a half of sunrise and an hour and a half of sunset.
I've listened to what you have to say. What about 15 degrees? What do you have to say about 15 degrees?
Well, just respond to that point now. Does it make sense when you think about a clock face that the hand is
15
moving?
degrees an hour is a physical fucking measurement, man.
Now you're jumping topics, and we can also destroy that point. But do you
15
acknowledge what he
degrees
was
an
saying
hour
before you jump into a new topic? Can you at least acknowledge what he was saying?
Yeah, I can listen.
So that concept of that the sun is moving at different velocities in the ball model, the sun is not moving. It's your ball Earth that you're standing on.
It moves at 15 degrees per hour.
Incorrect. It's the Earth underneath your feet that's supposedly rotating at 15 degrees an hour. That gives the apparent illusion that the stationary sun, remember the sun that's in the middle that we're going around? The sun that does not move. That's what we're told is the narrative, is that the ball, the ground, is moving at 15 degrees per hour. And then when you start to rise in altitude, you can get that same apparatus to reach 16 degrees and 17 degrees per hour at the same latitude, which calls into question the 15-degree rotation.
I've listened to you enough. Tell me this. Whether or not we live on a globe or not, and we are dependent upon gravity or not. So, buoyancy and density actually works whether or not you're on a globe with gravity or in actual reality. At the same time, the world rotates at a certain rotation.
It
and
does
that's
not.
15 degrees.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
A minute ago, you were telling us it is the sun that's rotating.
The 15 degrees per hour claim is claimed to be within the optical gyroscope, and the optical gyroscope operates on the Sagnac effect. The mechanical gyroscopes operate on the gyroscopic effect, and the gyroscopic effect would show rotation or the curvature, but it shows neither. How are you going to tie the Sagnac effect into Earth rotation? Please go.
Well, before I answer that question, because I don't know how, explain to me why 15 degrees per hour works. Whether or not
15
there is
degrees
globe
per,
or not.
okay, I'll tell you what the Sagnac effect is. 15 degrees per hour is
You're
supposed
calling
drift.
a what effect? Sagnac effect?
The Sagnac effect is what picks up the 15 degree per hour drift, which you think is the Earth rotating, but is actually just the deviation of light.
Why is it a deviation of light?
It's the difference in the speed of light in different directions based on where it is on the plane. This is called the Sagnac effect and was discovered in interferometers by Michelson-Morley and then Miller. It was called the ether wind back in the day.
Nicholson.
And this has nothing to do with Earth rotation and cannot be tied to it. So trying to claim it is Earth rotation is just abysmal. It has nothing behind it.
Right, but how do you explain it?
He just did.
How do I explain it? It's something that's unknown. We don't know we haven't tested and experimented on the cause of the
So let me
Sagnac.
maybe,
We don't know.
if I can just simplify.
I'm like a total flat earther, but when you say like, well, we don't know about it.
Well, that's because it's unknown. We cannot test it.
Right, things that are unknown, like, and you can't explain. That kind of causes a problem for me.
But look here, but here's what the problem is, right? Because let's say that the lights in the sky are moving at 15 degrees an hour, right? Here's the problem. Do you know what that translates to? That translates to, if I'm not mistaken, like 84,000 feet per minute. We don't see anything like that happening.
It's not measurable, right?
We don't see it. Like if the ground is moving,
that it's not measurable, right?
Yes, you cannot measure the ground moving. You can only assume it is moving while looking at something else that does not show you it is moving.
But you can't. Okay, say you assume it is moving though, because he's like, if it's not 15 degrees, if you can't give me an explanation, then what makes sense is that the Earth is turning 15 degrees an hour, which comes out to about 85,000 feet per minute that we don't see. So anything that leaves the surface of the Earth is not showing us deviating away from anything at that magnitude.
It's also even worse than that, because the 15 degree per hour that he wants to be there isn't actually there. When you look at the optical gyroscopes, it's a variance. It doesn't just stay at 15 degrees per hour, and it changes as you go up with elevation or go down. And what you would expect with that is that there would be more deviation the higher you go, but you actually see less deviation. This is opposite of what you would expect on a globe, so it destroys the globe either way. It doesn't help the globe.
And the basic, most fundamental tenet is that water is always level, and it occupies 71% of the face of this place. So if it's level for 71%, what is a logical deduction of the majority of the shape if more than 71% is level?
Interesting point.
Yeah, water cannot conform to any other shape. It never shows convexity to its exterior. It always was used as a water level. If we built aqueducts, they had to fall by so many centimeters per mile.
And it could be used or it could be not be used to prove that water is not level or it is not on a fucking globe, man.
But at the end of the day, all these things that are stuck in your head is just globe cope. It's none of them are unexplainable if we're on a flat plane. So anything that's going on that we can see and observe, it still has a way to happen on a flat plane. There's nothing that is just impossible for it to happen. So These things are getting stuck in your head.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that you also say on a fucking flat plane that does not prove a fucking globe, man.
And when we say that, look, when we hold them to a very strict standard of needing to provide evidence for any claim. So if we say, you guys claim that, show me the scientific evidence you have for that claim. We have to hold ourselves to the same standard. So when you ask us, well, how does it occur? We've all got ideas. We can all speculate. Playing with this idea for this many years, you've got ideas. But the point is that if we throw out an idea and someone says, prove it, or show me evidence, where did that citation come from? And it's only come from your mind. It's just your opinion. So when we say we don't claim or we don't have an idea, we do have an idea.
Opinions of yourselves as well.
We know.
You guys
Well,
have fucking opinions.
we do, but the point is that none of us want to throw it out there as a definitive fact. So you were sold a lie because you were told it was fact, and you believed it because it was a good story. Now we've got good stories, and we can just throw them out there as well. But the crux of this point is that if we're going to suggest something, we want to be able to substantiate it with real hardcore evidence, empirical evidence. And right now, all the sciences are paid to prove the globe or to hold the globe narrative. So there are some scientists doing credible research in this field. The electric universe, the electric model of gravity is already being pushed into mainstream physics. So there are a lot of real big progresses, which most people don't even realize. Like gravity makes more sense like it's electrostatic, like how the dust collects to your television screen or a tube screen. That kind of attraction makes much more sense that it's an electric thing than some mass is just attracting mass because it's got a mass. And at what point does that mass attract mass? Well, no one really knows, but there's just some point. And then suddenly there's this great pull toward its center because of mass. And when we create massive objects on the earth, there's no attraction to them. So it's not just simply because of mass that mass attracts mass. There's so many question marks here. And as you start to unpeel these layers of the onion, it just gets more and more interesting. But we're very careful with claiming what it is unless we have a way to back that up. So just in case you thought that we all sitting here with our hands up saying, no one has any idea. We do have a lot of ideas, but now we're trying to get it scientifically supported.
Yeah, because what you said, Dryden, that people saying they weren't totally certain, exactly the mechanism. I mean, there's many things which we are restricted or prohibited from exploring to, and also basically true scientific inquiry has been stunted for many decades. So the people you see here today are actually trying to make real observations in the natural world, come up with hypotheses. Many people do go out and test these hypotheses on the flat earth. What we're trying to get away from is claiming, as is often the case with the globe model, that we do know everything. So when you say it causes you problems to hear us say, we're not sure about that or whatever it is, or we don't for sure know, but here's some speculation, that's a healthy attitude. That's a scientific attitude. That's how people learn. What you should be running away from is someone who tells you they have all the answers. And someone who starts with a number that's presupposition that has no basis in reality, and then piles on a bunch of other numbers and says, they all worked out because I started with that number and I got back to the same one, or whatever it is. That's the problem. The globe model is stopping thought by claiming they have everything figured out when they don't.
Telling them to trust you.
Exactly. Their model for many things do not work in reality. You just think they do, but they don't.
Point where it's like, where I was like, I asked you guys, are these real pictures? Aren't those real pictures?
They are.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because I don't think they are. I don't think they're real pictures.
What pictures are you talking about? What pictures?
Go out and test them yourself. Do the same experiment.
Oh, you guys went through that with him.
Yeah. So, like, unless you prove to me that those are real pictures, I don't have any reason to fucking believe you.
Well, Dryden, the thing of it is, let me tell you to speak to that. I mean, that's fine. Like you can say that, like, I'm not sure about this, but yes, you could go out and you could investigate that. It's very different than the so-called pictures from space, which can never be verified. You're not allowed to go to that fantasy realm of outer space. However, it's not just one picture. Let me finish my statement, please, Dryden. Please, Dryden, let me finish my statement. It's not just one image that shows, oh my, it's multiple, many. We have a huge list of observations on our Flat Earth Wiki. You could go out and do your own observations. So the thing of it is, you can sit there and say, don't believe that person. That's perfectly fine. Yes, Dryden, go out and do your own long distance observations. There's many people here would be happy to help you find a place to do that. But what you would have to say, if you think people are conspiring, if amateurs are conspiring across the flat world to get them together and pretend that the earth is flat, okay, that would be a very impressive conspiracy. Thousands of independent observations, weather balloons, laser tests, all across the world. And those people who not only don't gain anything from this, the earth being flat, some of them are taking a personal risk to go out there. So either the governments of the world, who clearly have a hold and a stranglehold on all the resources, all the agencies that make billions of dollars off this fraud, either they're lying to you, or all these people went around and said, and are pretending they can see farther than they can. Which thing's more likely? I think it's more likely the ordinary citizens who risk their own livelihoods and use their own finances to go out and show you that you can see farther than you should on this globe model. I think it would be much harder for all those people to get together to conspire to try to fool Dryden that the earth is flat.
Despite everything that you just said, I think that there's still people out there who would lie to me.
Dryden, I already linked you the video. You can look in the voice text. It's right there. It's from BLMS 69. You can watch it yourself. You can watch as he goes down to the beach. You can watch as he zooms in. It's just a still frame from a video.
Yeah, but I actually recommend that. That's a lot healthier.
I mean, like, I'm capable of watching this.
Hold us, hold the people in the video, and hold the globe model all to the same standards. I actually like that attitude. That's a much healthier attitude than what everyone is being pressured into these days.
Right, so I can watch that, and I can still have my own opinion at the same time.
So watch it, question it, conduct and repeat and test these things yourselves. Hold it to the same scrutiny that you would anything, and also scrutinize the globe.
The one thing that I respect about the people who are trying to convince me that the earth is flat is because it's a repeatable nature, right? It's a repeatable nature.
Exactly. So don't take our word for it. Don't take the word of the guy on the YouTube. Don't take NASA's word for it. Go out and you can observe it yourself. So yeah, it's our statements aren't predicated on you needing to believe a picture or YouTuber. It's testable, it's repeatable, it's science. And almost everything in the globe model is not science. It's not testable, it's not repeatable.
Yeah, I get what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, so that's if you hold everyone to the same standard, you'll arrive right back.
I still think that it's flat, though.
Yeah, I do. That's exactly what I did. I didn't believe the flat earthers. I didn't believe the globe earthers. I didn't believe the YouTubers. If I see something, I know it can be faked. It still has to have, to me, it'll have a certain percentage of, okay, this is probably true or probably not, but I still need to repeat it and I need to test it before I just accept it. I'm not going to accept something that isn't verifiable by myself. And that's what leads me back.
You guys and your fucking flat earth shit, man. It's a little different. I don't believe that there is a fucking helicopter on Mars. And I don't believe 40 years ago that we landed on the fucking moon.
Yeah. And
you can't convince me of those things, but when you're trying to tell me that the earth is flat, like, I'm pretty sure you're retarded.
Well, that should lead you to the same conclusion, though.
Let me tell you something. So here's what's actually going down. You've been given the image.
Elijah,
of the
you're
globe.
crackling a little bit, bro.
All right, give me 2 minutes. Go ahead.
But yeah, just assume that everyone is retarded and go out and test it. So that's the thing. Is I think is that helped me when I realized, okay, they're obviously faking the moon shit. They're faking this Mars bullshit. And I said, okay, what else can be lied about? What else can be bullshitted about? So to me, all of it kind of seemed retarded. But when you go to test it and observe it, those are the only things I started believing, because I basically had to start over when I see how much of the stupid shit.
Right, like them
their
putting a
mind.
fucking drone on Mars is actually fucking dumb. Like, let's break that one down real quick.
And it's the
That's
same
the
source.
dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So Dryden, just keep in mind, it's the same company that told you about the moon, is the same company that told you about the Mars mission with the helicopter, is the same company that told you they took a photo of the blue marble. So 2 out of 3, you've already
and
figured
the
out.
funny part is so they drove a golf cart on the moon.
So
Like,
2 out of
is
3.
that what you're trying to tell me?
You're
Because you
very
couldn't
close.
possibly tell me that.
But you're
that's
acting
nonsense.
like the third one is ludicrous. You're saying how we're crazy for thinking that the third one from the same company that's already given us 2 massive lies, we're the crazy ones for thinking that the third statement is also a lie.
Well, I think it's a healthy attitude. Don't just accept it right away, especially since you're new to it.
I don't
You can
wanna
go
cut
out and observe it and test it.
I think cut the
So-
shit is an asshole. Does cut the shit have a voice?
Does have you seen the official released pictures from NASA, the globe Earth? Because when I observed it, they have repeated cloud patterns, and they have the size of the continents will change, and they have a lot of issues of these officially released pictures are ridiculously faked. And then when they got enough shit for it, then they finally came out and admitted that they Photoshop them because they have to. So these were legitimate photos they claim were taken from space. Then only after enough issues were found, they say, well, yeah, well, we edit them, but it's because we have to. So it's and it's an ongoing thing. We find out they're BSing and fucking around with shit, then they'll come up with Cope's story after. It's like you mentioned some interest in the Mars shit. People found on Devon Island in Canada the NASA encampment where they have a rover, they have vehicles and a building set up that looks almost identical to the claimed surface of Mars. And then it was after they started coping, they said, well, we just test up here. We're testing missions up here. So it's, and the problem we found with the globe model, every time we hold the scrutiny you're holding on the Mars missions, every claim of the globe model, when we hold them up to scientific, rigorous requirements, it comes up the same every time, that it just ends up being bullshit.
Well,
so
yeah, I agree with you, buddy. No, he's speaking truth, man.
Is my mic still fucked up?
Truth, man.
Yeah, it's still a little. But yeah, it's it's just when you see, like, you're with us on the Mars and the moon, you see how obviously fake bullshit.
Mic check.
That sounds better, Elijah. Go ahead.
All right, yeah. So what I wanted to say was, here's the issue. You, like, all of us and everyone else, we've been given an image of what we believe we live on, right? We've experienced it one way, but we're told as a whole, it's the image of a globe. And this is what we believe. This becomes a part of our reality, right? Part of our identity. It's our home. Same way people, get all crazy about their home teams because it's their home.
Hey, Elijah, is that you? Sounds like someone's punching a microphone. Like, actually.
Got a little bit of static, but I was getting most of it.
Yeah, I don't know. But so my point is, they've given you an idea or an image of your world, and you can't verify it to be true. But now you're upset because it's not that, and you can't even with your own personal experience imagine for yourself where you live. And that's sad. You can't even imagine it because the only thing you can imagine is what someone is giving you to imagine.
Facts.
Yeah. But they also, they used to claim that looking out of an airplane that you'd see the curvature. They would claim if you go up like to certain heights, so people started releasing balloons, and then you can even see it like 120,000 miles or feet, sorry, up, it's still flat. And then you can see they wouldn't admit that until people go up and do. But you'll see the pictures that they do release, you'll see evidence, the problems in the photograph that they'll add curvatures, they'll add a fisheye lens effects to things. And then it wasn't until after people would do tests their own way, and you can still see that it's observed flat.
Yeah, there were three things. It was flat at 100, or it was horizontal at 120,000 feet. There was a hot spot, and the Earth wasn't moving. You got 3 for the price of 1. And people were like, "What?" It changed the game.
Yeah, so that started to be my main issues when I seen the dishonesty in some of their space shit. So I started looking into other space shit, and then each one, it's like, okay, we don't have, there's not a concrete, they don't have an honest depiction of Earth. That you got to start questioning of why do we not just have a picture of it? You'd think they're claiming we've been all over space. Why do we don't have a consistent picture of Earth? That's a huge problem. And if you, they have recently, I think it was China, supposedly took a picture with their probe of Earth and the moon from 1 million miles out, and the Earth was ridiculously bigger than at least pictures from the moon that were way, way closer up. Oh yeah, there's somebody posted it in the live stream voice chat.
So anybody else hear some kind of humming? Is it just me?
I hear vibrating now. I don't know what's going on.
My whole desk was vibrating. My whole.
NASA's calling. They're wanting to shut it down. But yeah, if you look here, so when you start to see the dishonesty and they're supposedly official, they're saying these are real. They're saying in real life, we're in space, we took these pictures. That's a huge fucking problem. And if you go through any of the pictures from space, you start to find these problems. There's not a consistent size to the Earth. There's not a consistent the size of the continents, it's changing. There's just an incredible amount of bullshit. So you said you're kind of on the same, like you've seen the moon and the Mars. You see how much bullshit that is. It's just as much bullshit of any of the shit you look into that they do. It's got the same level of ridiculousness. And then once we observe it from even 120,000 feet up, we test it. It's all testing and observable flat. And you could, when you think and how do you feel? You don't feel like you're flipping through space and spinning all around, whipping around the sun, shooting around the galaxy while we're supposedly shooting through the universe at millions of miles an hour. We don't feel that at all. If you're familiar with the vestibular system in your ear, we should detect these motions and movement. So they have the ridiculous, absurd claim that you can't trust your eyes, you can't trust your feelings, yourself. Don't trust yourself. None of your senses are real. Our ridiculous model and claim is real, even though we can see that they're faking and being dishonest at every step of the way.
Dryden, you still there?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think about what he just said?
I think he's a liar.
So what gives you the impression that we're lying when you can look all this up for yourself and know it to be true?
Well,
so you know what? Let's show him some shit. Can someone pull up Jax's live / not really live feed of their satellite orbiting the moon? Someone show him that and ask him if that looks real to him. Since there's all these other agencies out there, so many agencies that you can't be lied to. Let's just show him some of the shit that some of these other agencies actually share with their public.
And you got to remember, you agreed to the first point, all that is happening in a place that can't exist. You can't have a vacuum next to gas pressure system. They're in Narnia.
Yeah, he did actually concede that point earlier. But which part in particular are you having trouble with? From what I was stating, these pictures, you can look them up yourself. The model, the pictures that they take of Earth, you'll have repeated cloud patterns in them. You'll have bullshit in them that it's not explainable. It's just not real.
I don't know what your fucking problem is, man.
Do you care to?
No, I don't understand what the fuck your problem is, man.
I don't have a problem. Can you explain what you think the issue is?
Right. So, what you guys talking to me about?
About pictures that NASA will produce of the
I
Earth.
understand that we have air pressure here on Earth. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he believes the Earth is flat and has a dome, and that it's rotating, right?
Right. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. I'm not sure about the fucking rotation argument. You guys brought me into this. I was just laying down on the bed, just listening. Okay, so if you need to have air pressure, then there must be a fucking dome.
Well, there has to be something, and
It has to be a container, a physical container. Yes.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about the. I don't know about the dome.
Because
I
that's
don't know
what the
about the dome.
Bible tells me. You understand
the
that?
Bible. I don't know if it says that. Elisha.
Yes, it
show
does.
me. Show me. It says firmament. It says firmament. It doesn't say dome. It doesn't say that at all.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
The waters. He separated the waters from the waters.
Okay, so there's a separation, but where does it say dome?
It doesn't. It says firmament. It doesn't say
all right.
dome.
What does firmament mean, dome? Or
yes,
does it mean something? Or does it mean something concrete? Not concrete as like rock concrete, but as in physical.
You ask me that question, yes or no?
Yeah.
Well, I say yes. Yes.
So you're telling me that firmament means
dome.
Can someone else? Can someone verify that?
In the modern Bible, they've got rid of the word firmament and they've replaced it with sky. Like they're just editing the Bible, but I know that's bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But as far as firmament, what does firmament mean?
Separating the waters from the waters.
Yeah, so that's we just know that the globe model's explanation that there is a gas pressure system next to a vacuum, it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So the belief in a dome, it is a belief.
It's a dome.
We can't go up and test. Well, it's until we can test it and prove it, it can be a belief, but it's not testable at the moment.
Do you think you're bigger than God?
No.
I wouldn't either.
But I think we're on the same page with that. We're just the stuff that we do is we're trying to we have to make we have to test and verify and conduct science in order to be able to prove something. So the difference is only between belief and proof.
So if you're saying that, then there is a barrier between air pressure and non-air pressure, isn't it?
Everyone agrees with that. A lot of people will say, yeah, I believe it's a dome. I don't believe it's a dome. I just believe it's a container of some kind. That's all.
Yeah. There has to be contained air pressure.
Exactly.
Yes,
exactly.
That's very simple.
But they're just hesitant to state that because we don't present stuff as proof if we haven't tested it and verified it. So for science, you have to have something that's testable and repeatable. We can't go up there and test it. We can't conduct experiments.
You know what's testable and repeatable?
What?
Air pressure.
Exactly. So that's
right. Whether I interpret it to be a dome or not, it's none of your business.
So yeah, so we're all in agreement that we believe it has to be contained. So I think the only
air
thing
pressure has a container, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like you said, if it's your prerogative to believe that it's a dome, sure.
Yeah, that's my prerogative. I believe that it's a dome.
Yeah, I think everyone else, they believe it as well. So it's just
it's a lot of different ideas.
Yeah. Well, we have.
But if we go with like classical examples that we can demonstrate, then a container of some sort is in order, But if we're dealing with supernatural, which is, I don't know, this existence, God can make it whatever God wants, right?
Yeah, but you know what? God kind of said it in the scripture. He separated the waters from the waters, right?
Okay, well, we're trying to come at it from a scientific argument, not a religious one.
So why'd you ask me?
I did.
Well, you did mention the word supernatural. You did. To be fair.
Read the Bible, dude.
Yeah, so we're actually, it looks like we're all on the same page there. We just have a distinction without a difference. So we've got, we're believing it's a dome. The difference is they're not stating as a proof because they're coming at it, like he said, from a scientific angle. And science requires you have to test and prove stuff. You have to attempt to falsify. So until you go up there and test it and conduct experiments or tests on it, they're not giving it the qualification of a proof. But yeah,
you
I think
talk about scientific proof.
What?
You want to talk about scientific proof or not?
Yeah, that's what most flat earthers do. We're going with science because with that, you can use that against the globe model, and it proves that it's not there. When you go to test scientifically the claims that they make, it's scientifically provable that it's not there. The curvature
The claims that who make?
The globe model.
Okay, so people are claiming that the globe model is real, right?
Yeah.
Do they have names? Are they people, or are you just like, referencing people that don't exist? Where's the people that you're referencing?
It's all over. So universities, scientists, schools, they claim the globe model all over the world.
Can you be more specific?
I don't understand. What's the issue we're having here?
Hey, no offense, man, but are you like intoxicated right now?
No,
Dryden?
but when he,
I mean, your understanding and speech is very slurred. I don't know if we're on the same page when we're talking.
They are them, right? Like,
are you just going to walk past me? Am I not speaking right now?
Who are you referencing?
Talking to Dryden, you.
Yeah, I'm asking him the same question. Who are you referencing?
All right. Well, I think I got my answer.
When you came in here, did you or did you not believe in the globe?
Yeah, so you specifically have claimed the globe model. So almost every person on Earth is claiming a globe model. But it sounds like you're just you're arguing on our behalf now. You're arguing the globe model against flat. So it's kind of switched around.
What's even happening anymore?
Dude, I don't know, but like I'm not taking what he's taking. That's all I know.
I'm not drunk.
Well, as far as the container is concerned, we might ask, how could you have gas pressure without a container? Well, how could you have prismatic effects either without some sort of reflective or refractive material?
So
AKA
what do you mean by
the
prismatic effects?
Remember when in the Bible it says the firmament, after the firmament was put there, right? But remember the rainbow promised that he would never. My bad. Yeah, I forgot that I'm all this wind. But the separation is a promise that he would never flood the earth again, right? So now that you have the separation. Yeah, so when I say prismatic effects, I'm talking about how light works through prisms, like the Pink Floyd album, right? So you have a rainbow, right, which is the colors of the light spectrum split.
Right.
How could you have that without something like a glass or something like something reflective?
So how does this pertain to flat Earth?
I'm talking about the container. I said not only can we talk about it from the angle of needing a container for gas pressure, but also all of these sun dogs, all of these other things in the sky. Like, right, how do you have any of that stuff without the container?
You're talking about the phenomena of the sun.
Exactly. When it's at specific angles,
right? But you're not making.
You see certain things. How
Dude, he's making perfect sense.
You tell me how a rainbow. How do you get a rainbow?
It's the spectrum of the sun, man.
The sun and what? What is the sun?
Light.
Okay, and how do you split that light with what?
Okay, you can do it with the prism.
Okay, so if there is no prism, then how do you see it?
You can't.
Well, there you go.
That was the easiest question ever. That wasn't even challenging. You know that, right?
All righty then. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think this guy's missing the point that you can't have a rainbow on a globe.
Right?
Yeah. I think we did make some progress, but we're getting a little it just seems like combative or just seeking confrontation. But maybe we'll talk to a different topic or somebody else for a while and think if you can come up with any more questions.
Well, he's been on there. I've been listening the whole 2 hours. I mean, is there anybody else new? He can just mute for a little while and listen if he wants to. Or, he's not being
myself and I listen. How's that sound?
I mean, that's up to you, man. I'm just saying we pretty much gave you some info here. You need to chew on it, maybe.
Nom nom.
Hey, people have been wanting to ask me questions, but I'll mute myself.
I'm not saying you have to mute. I'm just saying you kind of had your turn at bad here. We try to involve people in the conversation. There's like 30, 40 people on the call. So anyway, I'll shut up.
No, you're great. You're fine.
I'll mute myself.
It's all right, man. It's all right.
Yeah, we did all right for a while. I think we went a little long and it's getting a little bit unproductive, but we made good progress.
Yeah, well, if he's being for real, he came in here 100% thinking it's a globe, and you would probably agree that percentage at least has went way down, right? So he muted now.
You think we're cruel? Think about this. Why hasn't the internet prepared you for the kind of confrontation you would have when you entered this room? Because the reason I'm asking you that,
because the internet beats your opinion. That's why.
The reason I'm asking you this is because most people come in here with preconceived notions. They come in here thinking that we think certain things that we don't think. That's like someone telling you, yeah, go fight George. Yeah, he's 5'2", he's scrawny, he weighs like 100 pounds soaking wet. You could kick his ass. And then you go out there and this dude is like 6'4", 245 and shit. Looking like, I don't know, fucking Triple H or something. Like, wouldn't you be upset at the person who didn't prepare you for the kind of conversation that you thought you were prepared to have?
Okay, that's easy. Yeah. Because I asked you questions that you couldn't fucking understand.
Yeah, the only difference is when you came in here, you thought you had the answers and we didn't. But you're just going to have to leave knowing that none of us have the answer. I mean, because pretty much that's what we told you. Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, I understand that, like, you can't answer all of the questions, but I understand the pictures that you show me. Like the one of the one off the coast of California. Right?
Look, the argument has been presented in such a way that it's unfalsifiable, and it's out of scale of actually saying, "Hey, look at this." Except now that we have really good cameras, you know, and we have really good understanding,
I agree with you guys.
It doesn't check out like they thought it would. You know, let's say they started this 100 years ago. They never could have predicted the type of optics we'd be able to achieve like today. I mean, it's a huge difference.
P9, 1000, whatever the hell you want to fucking call it, man. So you guys have zoom cameras that prove a globe, don't you? Right?
Disprove the globe. Disprove the globe. Can I ask you one quick philosophical question, Dryden?
The one man who fucking acknowledged the fact that, yes, he is fucking selling. Yes, it
Can I ask you one question, Dryden?
It proves a fucking globe. You guys are sitting there trying to prove a globe to me, right?
Can I ask you one philosophical question? Is my mic working?
Yes,
which one, Dave? Which one would you rather have? Questions that can't be answered or answers that can't be questioned?
No. And I know, I understand that that's a loaded fucking question. And I understand that I have seen those fucking oil rigs off of the fucking shore of California. Right?
Yeah, so we like the guy said, we can't prove everything, but those things we can prove. We've proved there is no curvature.
Right, you guys have shown me fucking images. You've given me videos. 9.41 mile Earth curvature. Platforms, habitat slash Hill House, right?
Are you sure you're not drunk?
Santa, no, I.
The main point of that,
I have
the main
trouble
point
with
of that observation is the horizon
Santa
location.
Barbara, California.
The guy needs a drumstick.
No, Santa
The main
Barbara,
point of that-
California proves that the Earth is.
It
not
proves the horizon is at least 10 times farther than it should be. It's the horizon is the thing in question.
Yeah, that's what you guys have shown me.
I mean, if this guy isn't drunk, I'm really curious what he's on.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
No, because I'm looking back at what you've shown me, and you've shown me 9.41 mile Earth curvature. Platforms, habitat slash hill house.
There is no Earth curvature. What are you talking
Santa
about?
Barbara, California. Right. So
There's no Earth
basically
curve.
What you're showing me is that the Earth is not a fucking globe.
Yeah, right.
Right?
It's not a globe. Correct. There's no curvature anywhere.
Yeah, and these are repeatable and testable. So when you hold it up to scientific scrutiny, it's not falsifiable.
Right. Do you understand? Do you understand what that means, though?
Yes, we do. That's why everyone's here.
Yeah, it means the Earth is flat and not a globe.
Yeah. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, exactly what I just said. It means the Earth is flat and not a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So why the fuck are we paying taxes?
I don't know. Why are you paying taxes?
I don't.
Okay, then that's not a topic.
Am I a criminal?
Who cares?
All right.
We're only here to talk about the Earth and the lack of curvature that it has.
So why the fuck would you support those people if that's what you're saying is the truth? Why would you do that?
Who's paying taxes?
Yeah, all of you. Yeah, why would everybody here ask the question? Why would I pay tax?
Do you think we should have a flat rate with our taxes?
You think that's fucking funny, don't you? You make a flat fucking joke and you think that's funny, don't you?
How does Royal only have a listening pass? Did something break?
You talking about Royal the mod?
Well, I thought Royal was gold, but I see another one here in the chat with listening pass.
Could be a different Royal.
Oh.
Yeah, we're all on the same page. We're all on the same page with you, Dryden. No one's happy about it. Everyone's just as upset as you are, but the server's just for discussing and disproving the globe model, or having people come and if they can bring proof or evidence of the globe model. But yeah, I don't think anyone's happy about everyone lying about a model that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's true. We're not ecstatic. Like, yeah, we're not, popping bottles and having parties. Like, the moment.
Hey, suit yourself, dude. I'm popping bottles.
But the moment that I show my real outrage and contempt for people's ignorance, like the moment that I say water is parallel with the horizon, I expect people to go, you know what? Yeah. When I say, water doesn't conform to the outside of a ball, I like these are things that if people don't get, I just explode. When I show someone the black swan and I'm like, look, the edge of your earth should be here. In reality, this is where this horizon line is. How could we call it an edge? So many things, but if I were to get upset, you know what would happen? No, I'm saying if I were to show how upset I was, people would just call me crazy. And that's what they've done. And they don't give a fuck about my citations. They don't give a fuck about how right I am, whether I can actually give them references that'll show them that I'm actually telling the truth. They don't care about that shit. They care about
you're talking to hear yourself speak, but
no, he's not. That's really rude, man. That's really fucking rude.
I do for this server, I provide Globers.
What?
Now you sound like you're trolling, man.
No,
you provide Globers? What, like you got like a room full of them or something?
He's repeating the same exact thing with the same cadence and same voice as Chong did yesterday. How funny is that?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. It sounds like the guy that was brought his brother and sister and all the other people.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's.
Well, that's unfortunate.
So he's been trolling us this whole time.
So he's just a pretender.
He's trolling himself, man.
He's either trolling or he's on the fence and trying to. It's just hoping and can't not able to figure out what he's going to do.
Yes, he sounds drunk.
Yeah, I think Grace is right. I was about to say the same thing. Sounds exactly like the other guy. And the Chong guy mentioned
usually was drunk when he was here, and Dryden kept claiming he wasn't drunk. So because we didn't like that he was always drunk. So I think he's just pretending, trying to come back here, and he's gone.
He said the same thing too, like 8 times that I bring you Glover. So
yeah,
I don't know what it's all about.
I'm surprised it wasn't Smurf.
Even if he was trolling the whole time, we got some good information out there. Good job, everybody.
Yeah, we got to think about the audience who's watching rather than always just getting annoyed at how obstinate the Glober is being. Sometimes we just got to do it for the audience, just break it down for him, even if he doesn't get it.
Well, I'm just going to maintain that anybody who has you know, an honest bone in their body is not going to dismiss this. The first thing they hear that doesn't pass the smell test, you know, that's going to make them look up. That's what happened with me. You know, I had this suspicion, and then I went down so many avenues to try and figure out what it was that I was looking at. And I was just honest with myself.
Honestly, you know, pictures from space was literally the first thing to go. Like, people bring that like that's proof. The first time I heard the idea, it was like Eddie Bravo on Joe Rogan's podcast. He's like, look at pictures from space. They're all fucking fake. They're CGI. And then I looked and I'm like, hold up. And I'm just getting different pictures of this globe. And it's like so many different variations, different colors, but it's not convincing. I'm like, hold up. Pictures from space. Okay, hold up. Real pictures from space. Okay, hold up. Non-edited raw footage from space. Like, you know what and I'm like, this is unreal. Like, that's the first thing to go. I was like, well, since I don't believe any of this shit, I got to figure out who measured it to be a globe in the first place. And that's when it really came down. Because I could never figure out who the fuck measured it and how. You know why? Because that information doesn't exist. You know why? Because no one's actually ever done it.
Exactly.
Yeah, Elijah, you just hit on the point that got made 5 years ago. Was the actual? I'd never seen the curvature formula before, and the whole thing you just said about somebody actually measuring the curvature. That I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I started out looking at the very first supposed moon. People went to the moon. And when I looked at that so-called spacecraft, you know, I've played so many spacey games with rockets and ships, and when I looked at that, then I just laughed and thought, who's going to believe that? And then I literally went and looked at all of them. And then the suspicion came to me that, so nobody has ever done this. And you can still see how convincing it can be if that first and second suspicion is not in the back of your head all the time. Like, I looked at satellites. That was the very first thing that raised my, you know, that things just weren't right. Things just didn't add up. And it took me literally months on my own to, you know, finally come to that realization that there is something huge going on.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that, you know, the Earth rotated at the equator at this speed, and, you know, the second law of thermodynamics. I had no idea about those things. I honestly didn't. What I did know was,
you know what?
The sun.
I started this. Like, wait a minute. Yeah, that was one of my early questions too. Like, who the fuck measured? How did they know the distance to the sun? And that's what brought me to the assumption that the Earth is a certain size. And that's when I was like, okay, how did they know that? And that's what led me. But as far as the what was I just talking about? The satellites. Like, once I saw that they had pictures of satellites from space, I was like, oh, hell no. Like, because I know that they're not pictures, and I know that they can't claim that they're pictures. Like, one satellite took a picture of another satellite. Like, I know that they can't be saying that. So on some level, they're telling people that this shit isn't real. And that turned out to be exactly what it was.
Yeah,
with the Robert Simmons and all that.
Yeah, it's all predicated on you not thinking about it really and not looking into it. Because once you examine it honestly,
It's like, man, once you're actually honest with yourself and you watch Tesla CGI or all the fucking fake NASA bullshit, once you take the social pressure off and you go, okay, my heart of hearts, if I wasn't going to get yelled at for thinking this, what am I actually seeing here? It's very easy. You're like, it's obviously fake. And I only say it's not fake because everyone's going to yell at me if I don't say and agree with what they want to push. But when it's honest examination, it just falls down.
When I was a teenager, I have an older brother anyway. His IQ is in the genius range, and he used to always like put me down, like I was just his stupid sister. But the one thing that he said to me was, and it stays with me, to keep your own counsel. If that is your opinion, that's your opinion. So if you are anything like that, and you encounter these, these lies, then I became so indignant. I was outraged. And when I came to you guys, I was so relieved. I was so relieved to have that. My suspicions. I wasn't going mad. Here are.
I get what you're saying, because when I first got into this and like what the guy is saying, like I got yelled at. And then I just stopped talking about it for a whole year before other videos, like before I finally started looking again. I mean, this is still before the YouTube crackdown 4 years ago. And like, damn, I've been in it that long? That's crazy. Like the thing is, like when everyone yelled at me and I put my head in the sand for a whole year, I just felt so alone because I needed someone to challenge the idea, not dismiss it, because I didn't know whether I was crazy or not, because no one would actually engage the thought. So it wasn't until I got here, not even just here, but I saw certain debates before I found Nathan Oakley's channel. Then I found Nathan Oakley's channel. And then I was like, okay, I'm not crazy. There are other people that are asking the questions, and I know, the fire truck.
No, like I think I figured it out, man. You ever listen to a subwoofer that had a hole in it? That's your microphone right now. Like it actually is broken, like physically.
A minute ago, it sounded like you were taking a convertible through a car wash.
But no, I understand your point, though. Like, I felt the same way. It's like you weren't. It's the feeling of you don't know if you're right, but you know that this is very questionable or not right. So you want to be challenged because you want to figure out the truth. There's no honesty. They're not going to say, yeah, you're right to have those questions, but here's why our model, the globe, explains that, and this is why you're wrong. You don't get any of that. You get dismissed. You don't get challenged. You don't get a voice, and you're not allowed an opinion. And to me, that sets my bullshit meter off like immediately and exponentially. When you're not allowed to question something or ask about it, it's ridiculous and disingenuous. It's not productive or healthy. So when anyone's supporting it, they immediately lose credibility.
It truly is a murderous spirit, murdering the truth, free thought, free speech even. To come out and say the truth now is just this hateful act to these people that want to just stifle anything that they can't control.
They had it good for so long because everybody was glued to a television. And the internet has come and disrupted everything.
They wanted it to be like a surveillance tool to watch everybody. But, it's gotten out of control.
Unfortunately, it looks like it's working now because they got everyone convinced that the internet is still the wild, wild west, and everyone is on the same page with hating the news. Even like the left wing, like they know they hate the news, but they think that they hate the news, but they get the news from these new people that trot out the information, and they think it's organic.
Man, Elijah,
it's
your
really
microphone
just-
is man. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Elijah, bro. It is actually really bad.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the wind or if it is actually broken, but it's.
I'm not even moving anywhere right now.
Now it seems
I
to be
don't know.
okay. It must be rubbing up against something.
It might be rubbing up against, yeah.
I did hear you, and
Now I got back.
But yeah, they try to give off the impression that it's still the Wild West, but I agree with you. They have reined it in quite a bit. They're continually to round the bases. So they give off the image as the Wild West, but through they have different ways to manipulate search results, and they're overtly censoring stuff now when they used to be a little more subversive about it. But they use the blue check marks and just all the different ways of manipulation you have to bring stuff up and to slow it down. And then they usually wait a little while and they can take it off completely. But yeah, they have reined it in quite a bit. So it's like we're almost everything is curated now, and anything that isn't curated or is counter narrative, it'll be stifled or just taken down completely. I think someone here even mentioned that a lot of the proofs the links are being taken down for Flat Earth.
I mean, a couple of years ago, you heard these stories out of China where they had special like army battalions who were on the internet, policing people. But that is happening everywhere. Everywhere. The internet is a public square. I mean, I could never meet you people in real life. You're scattered all over the world. But here we can share this very, very valuable information.
But what if they were scared?
For all your knowledge just pouring into my head. This morning, I was doing loads of planting, and I just had my phone on me and was listening all the time. There's nothing that I would rather listen to than these conversations that take place here, because it's so genuine and it's the truth.
What if they slowed down the process, like we were all waking up, like Flat Earth was blowing up, and what if it was just good timing to implement this whole pandemic situation? Like maybe there was another agenda with it, but maybe it also was good that they decided, this time we're going to make it so that people have to stay inside, because now they can't do what it is that they plan to do, which is get together. Like, it's very hard to explain this to people like over the phone or over the internet. But when I'm in front of someone's face and I can pull things up, or I can like draw diagrams, or I can find information right there, it's a game changer. It's like almost immediate. And so I think that, there's something to, like, what was it? It was the Globe Live tour or something like that. Oh, that was the first tour. And then they were going to do a university tour. And I thought that I had that thought on my own. Like, I'm just going to go around to universities and ask these questions, because all we are is on the internet. Nobody's really answering these questions. So I'm going to have to go to the source. I think that a lot of us felt that way. And I think they knew that they couldn't let that happen. So they shut everything down. That's what I think. That's my speculation anyway.
Yeah, you can smell the desperation. And the horse has bolted, They can't put this genie back in the bottle. What are they going to do? I read an article that said 11 million people in Brazil know the Earth is not a ball. And if that is true, that's a phenomenal number.
What movie am I quoting when I say desperation is a stinky cologne?
I don't know.
Is it Anchorman?
With
All
Will
right,
Ferrell.
never mind. Maybe.
I should go watch that again. The horses bolted. I think they were pushed to bring their plan forward in a big, big way because they could see the control was slipping away. But I just want it to be so that, you know, the horse has already bolted. Now they're trying to close the stable door, and it's all spinning out of their control.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I can kind of see the angle on that. Like if they all the planning they did, if like you said, the bolted out of the barn door and like they're oh shit, the algorithms are showing that they weren't able to contain shit. They're like fuck, we got to shut this shit down. But the a more telling thing is too that you wouldn't even like it's ridiculous. You're not able to even ask that question. Like you'd be shouted down and labeled a conspiracy theorist, and like people would quit being your friends. They would like you would face a lot of social consequences just for asking a question like, "Hey, isn't this kind of weird? We're all shut down in a worldwide." Like you bring up all the issues with the pandemic, and you're like, you're not allowed to ask basic questions.
It's like right. Notice they use fear to. Sorry, that's all I wanted to say. They use fear to pretty much get us not to question anything. We have to use the default, which is trust them because everything is going to shit.
Yeah, I just wanted to tack on to what she was saying. The horse has bolted because just like in the picture I just showed, the gates and the fence can't really contain us. It's just more in our minds than in reality. We can all get over it. We just need to jump over it.
It's like that story, the emperor has no clothes, and the kid points out, calmly and truthfully that, the emperor has no clothes and he's naked. Well, nowadays, if that kid pointed it out, he'd probably be strangled in his crib or something like that, and told to get in line and shut up, or, his truth is his truth and your truth is your truth and shut up or whatever.
I love how you do this. Because you have this calm voice, and then you come in and you're like, yeah, God forbid the baby say that there's no clothes on that man. They'll just straight up slit its throat.
They will straight murk that child. Innocence is no, saving grace anymore. They're working on that too. They're just working on, enslaving us all to the lie.
But look how the outrage culture is so psychotic at the moment. And here is something that is completely outrageous.
Well,
you just want to go to people and scream at them. Wake up.
Yeah, but think about the consequences of making the outrage culture so prevalent and extreme. Eventually, they're going to say, "Oh, it's not allowed to have outrage over stuff. You're not allowed to do that. You gotta be equality. You gotta be nice." Pedophiles, you can't see.
They know how to. They know how to play games. The time they know human behavior. I think what they're waiting for is for everyone to get used to the earth being flat. Because most people, there are a lot of people coming in here saying, okay, if it's flat, so what? What does that change? When enough people feel like that, and then they flip it like, okay, well, the earth is flat or whatever. Sorry about that. But if they're just like, well, the earth is flat, they're like, okay, well, what difference does it make anyway? Like they're conditioning people to be okay with the eventuality. And that's fucked up because I want people to get mad because I want the system to fucking change, but I don't think it ever will.
Well,
But that's
if
what I
you're
want.
conditioned to not care about the truth, you give the truth to a demoralized people that doesn't care about the truth anymore, and they're like, so what? You know, as long as I get what I want, I don't care. Or as long as it doesn't affect me, you know, I'm just going to try to keep my head down. So they're working on people now to the point where they don't even care about the truth anymore. We're in a postmodern age where there's no such thing as truth anymore. You know, truth is just whatever, you know, is convenient for you or whatever you make up.
Yeah, they literally changed the definition of words in the dictionary.
Yeah. Yeah, they were just talking about the other day with the straight and super straight. They rewrite history too. They're changing everything. But I think the guy's right that they become experts in human behavior. So if you've ever watched people train an animal or break an animal, domesticating it, they've done the same with people. They learn how people think and feel and what reactions they have to different stimuli. So they push and pull and maneuver to learn and back engineer how we work. And they use those techniques to slowly domesticate and herd people in the directions they want to go.
Yeah, that is it.
They're talking about herd immunity. They're trying to give the herd immunity to the truth. That's all I was going to say. But you're saying?
No, I'm saying that is their craft. There's a committee or an organization in the UK called SAGE. And I have seen the psychological profiling that they've written up. How do they react, or how will a population react in scenario X? And then how it's like the stages of grief. You know, first people will be in denial. You know, and eventually they must get to anger and acceptance and whatnot. So this whole game that is being played on us at the moment is following that script. And I just think the people who are the authors of this handbook, you know, who is advising government, they must be truly twisted and evil people.
Most likely they're fallen angels or demons from hell. I can only see a fallen angel intellect that can map out things this clearly over decades, centuries even. It looks like it has Satan's handprint all over it as far as I'm concerned.
Well, they do got us doing all the work. They got us doing all the work and producing everything, so you can sit around and have think tanks. And if you group up and examine stuff and have people working for you, you can you get quite an advantage on planning and learning things. But now we have algorithms and help of AI to help along with all the bullshit.
Yeah, you got departmentalized structures, compartmentalization. You got secret societies that are not so secret, and then secret societies within those secret societies. It's a whole web of bullshit.
And they are dependent on us. You know, even if they fool themselves and say that and think that they have a timeline that stretches from here to 2035, where everybody's going to be eating bugs and you know, or all of that spiel, then you know they don't live in a vacuum. No man is an island. What are they going to reduce us to? Absolute drones in the end?
Well, we need to work on those discernment skills, because we can start now with the small things, which gives us skills for the big things. Like discernment skills would say veganism. There are people that care about the animals and want to stop their suffering. Let's use some discernment to split that part, caring about the animals from, say, the health aspects, which are glossed over because of this morality play, this morality push that says it's right to just stop eating meat, health effects be damned. this sort of morality push that blinds people to the reality. Because once you're dealing with morality, you're kind of pushed to ignore reality because ultimately it will be right in the grand scheme of things. Never mind that you're bloated, never mind that you're farting, never mind that you have skin problems, teeth problems, health problems. We need tools of discernment to split our desire to take care of the animals from practical considerations.
Yeah,
Wait, are you saying that you're like vegetarian or something?
Well, veganism says no animal products, which gets rid of honey, cheese, even eggs. That's a bridge too far. Vegetarianism is quite healthy as long as you have some animal products. But the moment you get rid of the animal products, that's when it starts to get pretty hectic.
But yeah, I do agree with that point. They use a lot of the best aspects of humanity. They use that to push in some more bullshit. So having empathy or caring and stuff like that ends up being used.
And since we're at the stage where the truth doesn't even matter anymore, we're going to need to shift things to a spiritual level. We're going to need to work on people's hearts to make them care again, care about the truth, and then maybe you could give them some truth. You're going to need to give them love and a heart and a spirit. And, God's going to need to come down and give us hearts of flesh instead of the hearts of stone we're being built with.
Profound, Meadow.
I think we'll get through this, but it's going to be rough. We're going to need to pray.
Yeah,
I keep. Sorry. I keep bringing up truth, right? And I think there are different ways that people interpret this. Let's say, someone says, "Oh, you just think you're right, but you're wrong," and I'm like, it's not about right and wrong. It's about, is it true or is it a lie? And then they'll go, "Oh, so you have the truth. You have all the answers." Well, first of all, I'm not talking about the truth, or objectivity, in that sense. I'm saying there is someone who has a claim, and the only way to validate if it's true or not is to ask them for the evidence of their claim. You know what I mean? That's all it is. So whenever we point out, wow, there's no evidence for this claim, yeah, that's going to be a mounting pile of dung. It's not our fault. But it is a good thing to be wary of. We're not talking about being right or wrong. We're not talking about differences of opinion. We're talking about if someone is telling the truth when they make a claim or not. That's the only thing we're really here to actually educate people on, because everything else is speculation. We're just as normal as everyone else, right? But the reason we're here is because a lie has been spread, and we went to verify if certain said facts or claims are actually true and verifiable, and it turns out no, that's not the case. So again, it's not about right and wrong. It's about whether someone's telling the truth or not.
It can be really tough to stay focused in this emotional age when they're like, who do you think you are, to challenge the scientists? That's a bit of an emotional reaction. You try to give them more facts and be like, hey, I'm not trying to say that I'm smarter than the scientists, but I noticed that there's an inconsistency here. Let's talk about this. It's trying to match the emotional reaction with information to keep things, stable and informative.
Yep.
I think they use a lot of fear and hysteria and emotion to keep people from talking about the stuff that really matters. The stuff like the truth that we really need to get down to.
Exactly.
Have you noticed at the moment it's NASA or the military in the USA are going to release a big story about UFOs.
Oh Lord, this again. UFOs / fallen angel demons from hell.
Is it time for the alien savior already?
Again.
Getting ready to be Project Bluebeamed.
I just think humanity is quite browbeaten, downtrodden, taxed to death. And here we are. We are lucky because we are in a sort of a state of righteous anger, because we see we've seen behind the curtain.
Yeah, I think that's strategy too, though. You don't want to fight a healthy, strong, lean opponent. You fight somebody that's exhausted spiritually, physically, mentally. Like, if you exhaust people as a whole, it's a lot easier opponent to take on and manage.
Yeah, and people just tend to go, well, what can I do about it?
You use their own mind against them. You give them weird definitions that tear apart their mind, like a straight line that's curving over a ball, or relativity, or space-time curvature where it's a vacuum and there's nothing to curve. You make them work against themselves, and that's half the battle right there.
Yeah, that's extremely efficient for people against us, though, to have us battling each other. All the systems that would help us help each other have been attacked and subverted, and they're made extremely less effective, or it comes from every angle to slow down everything that would help us.
It's a little bit here, a little bit there. You give them crappy food, a crappy medical system. You get rid of all of the natural remedies that are cheap and effective, and make it so they have to decide between paying a bill or living. You assassinate their key inventors and innovators, the ones that would, add to their spiritual life and make it so that they'd want to live instead of, killing themselves. You degrade their literature, you degrade their movies, debauch their art, debauch their spirit. You take their children and drain their blood for adrenochrome and stuff, / convince them to abort their own future. They have many ways to attack us, not just one.
Yeah, it's every little bit helps. So every little piece they can throw on the pile, they're like, all right, does this slow our opponent down, or does this help us in any way? And it goes in.
Yeah, in the words of Bill Gates, if we do a really good job on abortions and vaccinations, we might be able to combat the overpopulation problem, so-called.
Yeah, friendly farmer Bill. Love it.
Giving the herd immunity from the truth.
He's a modern day Renaissance man, computer expert, virus and vaccination expert, and now he's going to be a world farming expert.
Yeah.
Does it all.
Selling us that mouth-watering steak grown in a lab. Can't wait.
Yeah, I get nothing but warm vibes when I see that Bill Gates, the largest farmer.
I get this nagging suspicion that Bill Gates is going to be like, oh, I'm the virus expert, so of course, now that I'm in charge of all the meat must have the virus. Oh yeah, it does. So let's kill all the meat. So now there's no meat left. So let's just feed you this stuff I made in the lab because you have no meat.
They can just turn around and say that it's transmitted from bovine or ovine species, and then they'll incinerate the lot.
Well, if you see how effective they are controlling a narrative and pushing it, you can see how the shit that makes no sense at all, and it could just be towed along for centuries, that
They basically made a great system. They've seen how effective it is. They can push any bullshit, and just under the system they've created, it's like impossible to go against it. It's just they can bring up almost any horse shit. It doesn't even really have to make sense anymore.
Yeah, honestly, they are hilarious. They didn't fool me. They didn't fool
me either. They say, do as I say, but not as I do. Bill Gates didn't even vaccinate his kids. And then Snopes or one of those debunk articles said this claim isn't true. I don't have any proof or evidence to counter the claim, but it's not true, and that's all you need to know. It's insane. They're saying, do as I say, not as I do, jet setting around while talking about carbon emissions, pushing communism, which ultimately leads to less for everybody else, but more for them. You know, they're just full of crap.
Yeah, I never realized how much people trusted the internet and they didn't understand how easy it is to manipulate. But basically, a while ago when Google was first coming around, that's actually how I made my living, is with different AdSense websites. And then, so branching out and doing other things, I learned the whole market is predicated on Google's algorithm. So you do the things Google likes, you'll get more, your search results will be better, and you get more organic traffic, which is critical. So I learned and seen over time how it's not just a solid thing that a lot of people think that it is, and it's effective and it's true. It's easily manipulated, and it's people manipulated. It's very heavily manipulated, and people. So over time, I seen it in real time get less and less honest, and but just understanding that it can be manipulated, and it's just up to you to believe whether they would manipulate stuff or not. But then now you can see it in real time. And then now we have it's incredibly curated. There's not, you can't search something and get stuff that isn't curated and looked at and made sure that it's going to be fit for consumption. They've made it almost impossible. And you can't
truth to make sure that you get the right truth as opposed to the wrong truth.
Yeah, then any opposition you get, it's controlled to where it still leads you back to an acceptable position. So you can have a contrary position as long as it's within acceptable tolerances. You have to have the right contrary position. So you're only allowed to be this much against something.
I'll tell you a funny one. I was on Twitter before I got banned. And the first time I got banned, it was for a week, and then I was just summarily banned, which I was later grateful for. But the time I was there was an AI that had a page. It was called Syrisus. And I started asking it all these existential questions. And then I would make, I would say to it when it gave me stupid answers, I would say that AI is inferior to human. I would say stuff like that. And I would ask it questions which it couldn't possibly answer to see how it worked. And at one point, I actually thought that the AI was starting to be very catty and sarcastic, like somebody who has lost an argument and starts ad homing. And it was actually interesting. And sometimes I sit here and I think I should just go and Google like every 5 minutes and tell that AI something that it cannot refute, so that it becomes part of its logic.
Cause a spiral. The AI got called this now.
I'm so disappointed in myself. I should have screenshotted all of those conversations because, at the time I would just sit here and think of, something to say to it, just to have this conversation. The conversation couldn't last for long. It was like you could have an interchange that lasted like 5 questions, and then it would just put out something completely ridiculous. but I was interested in it because I wanted to see, you know, from a human viewpoint, how does this information, how is it used by this artificial intelligence?
I wouldn't be surprised if they curate that too. There's probably some AI, but they probably have a human or, you know, some sort of fallen angel demon behind that too, you know, doing some of the responses. I don't think all of it is mechanical AI. I think they curate some of that too with a human or something else.
Yes, and especially with regards to emotion, humans can have emotion. AI has got no emotion. It cannot interpret emotion because it has no experience of it.
Yeah, I think most things they release to us is like after it's deemed harmless or intuitive, like helps out, like something they're trying to push forward. It's already admittedly they will military tech and shit like that's already admittedly going to be ahead of by the time shit goes down the pipeline to be commercial.
So that is our real opponent, if you look at it that way.
The most valuable asset the AI has is human input.
Yeah. We've been training it.
That's what he's working with. That's how he knows to answer. He doesn't give answers himself. He will give you an answer from someone who said this and that.
Yeah, an equivalent.
Training these psychotic machines to feign being more human, whoever they are.
And this will make it feel like you're talking with a real entity. It will give you that.
I mean, there are questions that none of us can answer, but the AI is being told that, you know, the space or whatever is beyond the firmament is known. You know, that's what the AI will tell you. If you went onto Google now and you said, "What is beyond the firmament?" I wonder what you will get. You know, or in a conversation with the AI, I don't know where you can have such a conversation.
The firmament is an outdated biblical model for the expanse of sky over the earth that has been disproven by science.
Yeah. He will tell you that cyberspace is more real than what you see above our heads.
So in that respect, we are stronger than the AI because we have the actual information, the truth.
Yeah.
They don't have physicality, and these AIs which we can interact with nowadays, like chatbot or whatever, these are very low level ones, and they are not, they are very contained and monitored. They are not very loose, like having access big data to big data.
Yeah, they love giving off the impression of like rinky dink, like hokey. They love giving off the impression of all government is incompetent, and disorganized, and retarded. But that argument, like that, people bring that a lot. They point out like the DMV and shit. Like, oh, look at that! You really think that's controlling everyone? It's like even admittedly, you like. The people are trying to say the DMV is at the same level of competence and organization as the CIA or Mossad. Like countries and nations used to not even admit to intelligence agencies, even though for thousands of years through history, you've always had intelligence communities. You've had spies and spy networks, but that was a part of the deep state. They wouldn't admit to those things. It's only recently they'd be like, all right, yeah, we got it, but it's necessary for national security, and we got to keep most of it secret for national security.
You know, when the Romans were building their empire and they had to manage that army, I think that's where it all started, where they had to start keeping really good records of everything to keep that army on the march and supplied, and so I guess that's where they got their dirty ideas from.
They were trying very hard, but they didn't succeed much until 700 years later.
Yeah, they also lie about and rewrite history so much. It's very hard to tell exactly what goes on. So if you start being as critical to the history books and their stories and narratives as the lies you can obviously see today, it starts to become evident how easily and how probable it is that almost everything has some bullshit in it.
Well, look at the years of Donald Trump. What will history say about that man?
Yeah.
I mean, look at it. They will not credit him with one good thing. He'll probably be known as some Hitler kind of personality.
I would say you're being kind. It'll be literally they defeated the Fourth Reich and the second coming of Hitler. Like, oh my God, it's such a narrow victory. We did this and that, and we orchestrated this. And they'll come up with their romantic bullshit stories they love to tell. It'd be like Pelosi will be like Princess Leia. They'll have like a whole. It'll be like Star Wars. Biden's gonna be fucking Luke in a country far away, long time ago.
Oh, she's just a degenerate old alcoholic.
Check this out. I'm gonna post in chat. So when you something is really wrong with my Discord. Yeah, mic check.
Yeah, I hear you. You're here.
So, Ariel, when you said Google what's beyond the firmament, I just exchanged firmament for universe. And so this is what I find right here. It's the first thing that comes up, and they say astronomers think space outside of the observable universe might be an infinite expanse of what we see in the cosmos around us, distributed pretty much the same as it is in the observable universe. After all, it doesn't make sense that one section of the universe would be different than what we see around us. But look at what they use to like kind of illustrate that expansion. Why is it more like a quilt rather than like some celestial sphere of some kind?
Is it like soap bubbles?
And it looks like a blanket.
Like they're really trolling at this point. I really believe that.
Yeah, I think they troll a lot too. They put a lot of stupid shit there and they go and laugh about it. Like, God.
Why don't these universes collide one with the other, like gather, agglomerate?
Yeah.
Say
I
that.
love how that's a ridiculous story that what you see and feel isn't real and it's absurd. But out of nothing, everything exploded into like, okay, well, where'd all the shit come from? That sounds ridiculous.
Masturbation caused civilization.
What?
Like, what?
Scientists say that masturbation caused civilizations.
Okay. I don't get it, but
They have a lot of theories like that.
Masturbation led to the birth of civilization.
what? The way the frogs procreate. Someone threw
He's saying
seed
that.
on the ground. I don't know.
He's saying basically how the universe, like normally you need sex for like to produce. So saying the universe, yeah. So the universe did it itself.
Yeah.
Right.
And he caused it civilization, and then evolution led to public masturbation.
Right.
But yeah, like even if they're all their bullshit was true, like they won't even concede the point that it sounds retarded and ridiculous. They make the testable, observable observations is completely insane.
You know, many of these PhD, they have no clue this stuff is real, that they have learned.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they get very well paid. They like that.
Yeah, well, it's a very respectable position, and that you get paid, you make your career off of it. So it's like you can stay within this boundary. Like you can dissent on certain opinions, but only so much. And they know you can test and feel the lines. So you could be, oh, this radical guy thinks maybe there might be an even bigger black hole over here, or like, so it's you can go off course, but only within certain parameters. And it's like, so you can tell the story this way and you can keep your career and position in society, or you can ask a question and you can get thrown out. So it's like, even if you don't believe it, why you don't want to make the trouble? And I think that's intentional. They make the system. Normally, you should try to create systems to where the right things to do should be easier. But they've made it the right things to do. They make it incredibly hard. It's like, why don't people do this? Why don't people do the right thing? Well, it's intentionally designed. Doing the wrong thing, they make it as easy as possible. And doing the right thing, you're going to have to drag yourself through a mile of broken glass. So it works. It makes most people go, well, I'll keep.
You got to.
Just keep these. But then, even with people, though, you repeat a lie enough, you live a lie. Eventually, you become that lie. You'll start to believe bullshit if they didn't already.
I read about Socrates where he used to sit under his vine and his cronies used to come and they would sit around in their togas and eat grapes and stuffed olive leaves and talk about things. And I mean, that's a thing that's really missing from society as well. This
That
place
is anti-life.
But this Discord is like Socrates's like backyard, you know, where they used to sit in the sun and have some wine and talk. So at least there's that. I just think with the destruction of not only the nuclear family, but the way families used to function, the extended family, the grandmas and the granddads used to be reckoned. They used to be given respect. They weren't cast aside and put in the hands of strangers when they were old and infirm. And children used to learn. There wasn't this big divide between the youngest and the oldest people, you know, in a family.
Yeah.
That the wisdom from the elders will be passed down to the younger ones. So that's a great loss to humanity.
Yeah, it used to be an actual union.
Yeah.
You know, my grandfather told me back in the days, in the village, they had land. Everybody had a piece of land. They plant all their crops and stuff. They were not doing it like alone themselves. Some of the men were doing it alone, but most of the times the other villagers were coming and they were working land. Next day you were going and work the land of your neighbors till everyone has done his own piece of land.
Yeah.
When the harvest work was coming also, they were harvesting together, not individual by himself, his own piece of land. Because work was going much faster, like in 1 day or 2 days, you're finished with a piece of land. And if you have 100 people in that village, it wouldn't take much. Like in 1 day, they will be processing like 3, 4, 5 parcels of land. This harvesting season was not. It was a time period, like couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But in this time range, everybody had his crop harvested and safe stored. And then when anyone needed something else, they shared. Today is based by those times women were cooking.
You're cutting
and
out.
stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it better now?
I think so.
So when a lady was cooking cookies, stuff like that, she was giving like to the all neighboring children. That's how it was when I was living in a
Yes.
village.
And in this modern world, people don't even raise their own children because mom and dad both have to work.
Yeah.
They don't educate their own children. They put their elders in a care home. What a sad state.
I was going with my grandparents in the land, doing this agriculture work. I was learning with them. They were showing me, and once I was doing, they always praise me. Wow, you did it so well. You learned so quick, you know.
Hello?
I did it like that, and they were encouraged. It was encouraging. Hello.
Is this how I get verified? The other guys in the other VC told me you guys can ask me questions here.
I didn't understood that.
The other guys in the VC said it that you guys can ask me questions here.
Oh, yes.
That way I can get my verified role.
Welcome. Yeah, okay. Welcome to the Flat Earth server. So, what do you think about the world's shape?
Whatever you guys think, but I don't think it's. It's definitely not absolutely clear that it's a sphere.
Yeah, you believe it's a sphere. That's okay.
No, I don't. I don't.
Oh, you don't believe it?
No.
So, how long did you came across flat Earth information then?
Only like recently. I don't actually know how to prove the flat Earth or how to debunk a round Earth theory.
Yeah.
I just got interested in it, and I'd be willing to learn. Because when I was talking with the other guys in the VC, I mentioned how in my religion, Islam, it's even debatable if the Earth is round or not because we have scholars. In Arabic, it's called ulama. We have ulama who even said the Earth was flat because you probably heard of the ayah.
I heard that in the Quran they describe it as flat.
Yeah. Well, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the Quran, it is mentioned how it is laid out.
Yes.
It's really not, in Arabic we call it mutlaq. It's really not mutlaq. It's not absolutely clear because Allah said it was laid out flat. He said it was laid out flat.
It's a word which maybe today has a little twisted meaning, but yeah.
Yeah, basically,
I know,
it's
language
because
is evolving.
Earth was created before the heavens, but it was laid out after the heavens. But it being a sphere is like that's not clear. It's not absolutely clear.
Yeah, I understand. So this subject is not alien for you.
No.
And yeah, well, we have a method of 3 points questions, which we used to ask people that are coming new here, and this is about the first question is about the curvature, the second is about the spin, rotation, and the third one about vacuum.
So I don't know much about the rotation of Earth other than the sun. I believe.
I will go. If you like, I will go through these questions with you quickly, and then you will understand at the end the purpose and meaning of this.
Yeah.
It's not a competition, not a contest, not an intelligence test. It's just the requirement is your honesty. You know, when you don't know something, just say I don't know, and that's it.
Yeah.
We move further. So, when in the mankind history was it proven that the Earth is a globe, and by which method?
I'm assuming this is something that the Greeks came up with.
Yeah, so ancient Greeks.
Yeah.
That's good. Do you somehow know the name of the guy?
No.
No. Okay. You don't know this one. No problem. It's not a contest. The second question is when in mankind's history did someone prove that the Earth is spinning, rotating around its axis?
And this was probably recently. It was pretty normal to hold the belief that the sun rotates around the Earth.
Yeah, well, when we look in the sky and we see the sun or the stars, they are up there, but it's out of reach, and we see them spinning in the sky. But it's not righteous to say that we are spinning, the stars are sitting in place, are fixed. Because what we observe with our eyes, we observe the sun is rotating above our heads. It's moving across the sky, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when they say that the ground beneath our feet is actually rotating, that's an assumption. You have to picture something like a frame where you have the whole world and you can spin it, and then it will look like that star is revolving in the sky. So it requires a lot of imagination. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Now, the last question is about the vacuum space. How can we have gas pressure on Earth in the world without a container?
How can we have gas pressure?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, do you know of any method that you can have a gas pressure without having a container to contain it?
No, I'm not aware of one.
Yeah, good. Because the globe model claims that the vacuum of space is a medium where there is an absence of atmosphere and there is no barrier in between Earth's atmosphere and that vacuum. When you have a vacuum chamber, for example, if you open the lid, what will happen?
It would, if you opened it?
Yeah, if you open the lid of that vacuum chamber, what will happen?
Wouldn't it just get sucked up?
The vacuum will suck the air inside and fill it and equalize with outside pressure.
It's
Correct.
actually the air outside that will push inside, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Roger. Was it sunny?
Trace. Roger 2.0.
Oh, Trace, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why everybody's keep mixing us up, but okay.
Oh, I often mistake your voices, guys.
That's okay, man. You're good.
But I know all of you very well. So I'm not very good getting you through all these 3 points, but you said to the vacuum question also that you don't know. So to wrap all this up, it means that for you the globe model can only be a belief.
Yeah, it's not a
You
proof.
have no proof. Yeah. So you don't have a demonstrable proof. And yeah, if you like to discuss now or you have any other question, we will gladly answer.
I don't have any questions for now, but I might come back later because I have to do something right now. So
that's cool.
I'll see you in a bit. All right,
Take
bye
your
everyone.
time and see you later. Yes, be great. Eratosthenes, the man who proved this globe in ancient Greek, measuring the shadows of the sticks. 2,000-year-olds.
Hey, can you tell me something about the sticks and shadows? I have a question. I'm gonna show you something. I just want to know one thing about that. Now, if I'm gonna measure with sticks and shadows, how am I gonna get an accurate measurement when the sun does that?
How you gonna get the measurement?
Well, they're always that way. They're always that way.
Yeah, but in this case, Globus will claim it was an uncloudy day. No clouds.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't make the light rays go parallel.
No, I know.
Yeah, they're very
I'm
divergent.
just playing.
Just showing some, new studies, new black swans for people. Just say, here's your sticks and shadows. Show them one of those and say, how accurate is the sticks and shadows now?
He proved my coffee table flat or round 2,000 years ago.
You can. I can prove my basement floor curve too.
Heck yeah. Heckin' love science.
Radwan, that observation just shows that his assumption on parallel rays is wrong, and therefore his other assumption that if it was a flat Earth with diverging rays, then he proved flat Earth. Good job, Eratosthenes.
And the distance to the sun, if he wanted to. Or to the light source, however you want to call it, the light source at that time. So it's an apparent location, which I just think it's a magnified location. So it's still right there approximately.
Yeah, they're constantly changing distance of the sun that they're super sure about this time for real.
Oh, well, my chart doesn't say that.
So he's observational and his skill in this where he was trying to or by chance, however he derived at his flawed logic, he must have gone off and told very gullible people that he has derived at the conclusion that it's a ball.
Yeah, he was probably laughing at the time. It feels real, but I know people have they've stated that it's all secondhand information, that there wasn't source proof of his existence even.
All he had to do was walk around and say, look, this sun rays are parallel. Look, from here and here, look, I've got sticks in the ground. Those, you can see those are parallel. And that's all it takes.
even if they existed, you got to understand that they thought they saw via invisible laser beams coming from their eyes, and they had all sorts of theories on how things worked, and they didn't have a consensus between all of the philosophers. They just had many different schools all thinking different crazy things. And so when they today like look back and say, oh, they all thought this, they cherry pick very select guys.
But so there was a scribe, or he wrote it down. He drew a picture. I didn't get it.
I don't know that's what we're told anyway. Sounds like a Mason made up the story.
Yeah. Wasn't it like several hundred years later that they referenced?
Yes. Sounds like it was made up to match the plan.
Didn't Aristophanes hire a guy that stepped out the distance?
Oh, I don't know.
He had to walk a very long distance.
Doesn't matter. It was wrong anyway.
Yeah.
A ridiculous story, right? A guy stepping out the distance between Cyrene and Alexandria.
Didn't he pay the guy to do that as well? Because it was a very, very long journey.
Yeah.
They've also shown how comfortable they are telling stories, so it's hard for
I
me.
believe in part of that story, the guy stayed at an inn part of the way and marked the line on the road where he could start in the morning after he ate his breakfast of eggs and bacon. I think that was all written down too.
Yeah, they had to get the ring to Mordor. The ring race would catch up to him too.
The funny thing is, there are ancient Greek writers, quite many of them, who are laughing on Eratosthenes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was very mocked in his time.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the cherry picking.
Yeah.
They cherry pick
Yeah.
real hard, and because at the time, the general public was all flat earthers.
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't be anything else but that.
Yeah.
But what are you going to get an idea from?
Yeah, it's hard for me when you see how many stories they come up with nowadays. Then I imagine they can get away with stories nowadays. Like, how much BS can you add, like thousands or hundreds of years later? So it's hard for when I see somebody making up stories constantly. It's hard for me to really add any concreteness than any other bullshit they spout out.
These are the witches they were burning at the stake.
Yeah, 100% in the medieval ages.
That's what I was going to say. It sounds like
And burning at and the Crusades. No wonder why they wanted to wipe everybody out. They knew what the shit was coming.
Yeah, these people did not take any of this clown religion.
Yeah, I'll say if he was real, it was probably a local lunatic, and he's laughing and cackling. It's a wrap.
You live on a ball flying through space. So now you got to live on a ball. You're going to figure that out. So he's trying to figure out, let's see. So how would you even come up with that idea? You can't come up with it by looking at the sun. That does not make any sense. If you look at the sun, it looks like the sun goes overhead. If you look at the moon, it looks like the moon and the stars are going overhead when you look at it.
Yes.
So that gives me no idea of anything, but it's going over my head. I'm pretending that I'm looking at this shit for the first time. So I have no way of even conceptualizing that I'm on a ball spinning around a sun with other planets. Nobody gets that.
Funny thing is this whole thing is just like a secret doctrine to some cult. And then, like, they just made everyone believe the secret doctrine, so now it's no longer a secret doctrine anymore, and the truth becomes their secret doctrine.
Exactly. That's exactly what's going on here.
So I went to look up the NASA documents again. Everything is gone except for NASA and MIT, which leaves about, 9 documents. They've all been removed, wiped off the internet. So hopefully somebody has the backup PDFs of that somewhere.
They always back stuff up. No, what was
the video's there, but that doesn't do you any good. We need the actual PDFs. And NASA changed theirs to like these scanned in PDFs now instead of the actual one you just download. It's a weird layout now.
Who is it that actually curates the Internet Archive? They're probably removing stuff from there as well.
Good question, though.
Yep. It looks like 2 years ago on some of them. We have to go back 2 years to the military sites.
Yeah, Apple fell on Eratosthenes' head.
Yes, so I think it was about a year ago I read, where's my head now? The evolutionist, what's his name? The father of evolution, who went to the Galapagos Islands.
Darwin.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
So
the
I
great
read,
Darwin.
yes, I read about him.
Sounds like a magician.
Sir Darwin.
Have
Go
you
ahead.
ever read about that man's life? Putting aside his stupid theories, his misguided conclusions. If you read about
No.
his life, oh my, he was such a troubled individual. He suffered from so many psychiatric disorders.
Mental, yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Didn't he think he was in contact with demons or like extra dimensional beings or some bullshit?
I tell you, if you go and read about him, he was delusional. He was self-isolating. He was so messed up.
Well, shit, I do that.
No, to an extreme. I'll go and read that again.
Self-isolate to keep myself from dumbasses talking to me outside.
Yeah, that's what I do too.
That's why I don't want my IQ to lower.
No, he was
Yeah,
he was in severe, like he couldn't be responsible for himself. That's how bad it was. He fulfilled the first criteria of getting sectioned under the Mental Health Act. He was a danger to himself. It was that extreme. I will go away now and go and read that again. Maybe next time I come and tell you about it.
Took this picture. I took this picture last night.
Edwin, do you own that really marvelous telescope?
Camera.
Is it a camera?
900.
Oh, do you? Oh, that's fantastic.
I think I see the rover.
Yeah, guess what? Just to let you guys know about that camera. The Earth is flat.
100%.
Weapon of choice.
Do you need more optics or you need only camera?
The camera comes with it all.
Wow, great.
83 times.
Yeah, I know everything about that. I'm waiting for my birthday present.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're going to have fun with it. Now, it's a little disappointing. It's disappointing on doing some things. You only get 25 minutes of certain time lapses. You get 150 minutes of certain time lapses. You can't set all that, but You want to do long range photos and take pictures of stars and moons and suns, that's perfect.
Yeah, that things.
If it's not cloudy tonight, I'll be doing stars again.
Nice. We can do Mars and see if Matt Damon's still up there.
To see Italy from Croatia only, nothing else. To try.
Shot I have of Venus is like a half moon. It looks like to me.
I live close to the north, and when I used to go out of the light pollution, I used the weird moving lights in the sky, which can only be seen when you go outside of the light pollution, which don't act like any of the stars or the wandering stars. I want to get one of those cameras and record all that stuff. It's interesting.
When are you getting a camera?
Soon now. I was gonna in the beginning of.
Make sure you get a tripod.
And then I just got a telescope. I got to use a telescope, and then that was enough for me. And now I want to get it again.
You definitely want the camera if you want to do this stuff. I would have got a telescope, but I don't trust me getting the picture from the telescope to the camera, so I just got the camera. I don't want to pay for all the other shit. I just want to pick up the camera, shoot a sunrise, shoot a sailboat, shoot a moon, shoot my ass at the moon, all that.
It's full moon on the 28th.
28th?
Yeah, I think.
I wonder as technology gets better, what more bullshit they'll come up with. Like, they'll try and project shit on the moon. Be like, look, you can see the guy from China. He's waving at it there. But
maybe we'll be able to see things walking up there soon.
But it'll be like 18 times too big, and we'd be like, wait a minute. According to your model here, the Chang is like 27 feet tall. They'll just dismiss that.
This buggy is the size of a football field. We won't try anything like that. Every time I take a picture of the moon, it looks exactly the same. I keep taking pictures. Hopefully something will be different one day. It's not. I have tens of thousands of photos.
Well, everyone, have a good night.
Good night, man.
See you later.
Sasha, so see you in Croatia this year?
I don't know, because I heard that vaccination will be obligation for traveling.
I'm hearing different. They're saying that you don't need it.
I hope so. But every country can decide, you know. Let's see what will happen.
It's gonna screw up the tourism over there big time, dude.
If it's only test, I will go. But if it's vaccination, no.
I mean, but everything, you know, it's gonna be so many less people, right? It's the biggest thing for Croatian tourism is.
Yeah.
If people don't show up, it's in trouble, you know.
Yeah, they were struggling last year, and if they stop tourism this year, they are fucked up totally.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is the most money is coming.
Yeah,
No
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like let's say 7% of money, almost all of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I know. And when do you go? If you go, August or July?
I will go there in August. I hope so. That only because of that, you know. Now it's March. Maybe they will change everything. In August, will be easier to travel.
Yeah, as long as there's no test, I don't even care. Like, I haven't put a mascara on my face, but if I had to go to Croatia and put it on an airplane, I don't know. I wouldn't give a shit, you know. I'll do it. But testing or any of that shit, nope. Not in my nose. But did you talk to people over there about Flat Earth?
It is in UK. It's still closed. Everything cannot go anywhere. You can go in supermarket.
Sasha.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep this face stacker shit off.
But there is a beautiful sunset, man, Robin. And I want to buy the P900 and to try to
I don't know if it's the sound on my side, but I can't hear anything. I see you lighting up. It's just quiet.
What's up, Phyllis?
What's up, buddy?
Just quiet.
Okay.
Now it's better.
Yeah, I can hear you now, dude. Yeah.
I think some connection. Yeah, there is a beautiful sunset, man. You can see how the sun is going into the sea. But I want to try also to see, because there is near Italy, if I can see the Italy.
Dude, where's that one place you can see Italy from Croatia? Now they built like a glass balcony that extends over the cliff. It's scary shit, dude. It's pretty high, but you can see Italy. I don't know how far is it. It's quite a few miles.
Yeah, it is. There is near one town called...
I forgot
Trieste.
where is it.
It's Trieste, you know?
No, isn't that Italy?
Yeah. And also Venice, but Venice is far away.
But where do you see it is from Croatia?
Maybe I never tried, but it's very near, near. Let's say I don't know even now.
There's this one particular place where they just built it a couple of years ago, dude. The scenic overview. Actually, I'm gonna find it right now.
So is there anybody here in here that thinks they live on a ball?
Nah.
After being in the lobby and in the AC Verify room, I'm starting to convince myself maybe they got some real good stories.
Right? Did you fall off the edge?
The one guy told me himself on voice. He said, if the guy's wearing a white lab coat, does that make him knowledgeable? If he's wearing a white lab coat, that means he's probably educated and went to school. So yes, I would have to believe him. I said, well, I wear a white lab coat. Oh, you don't sound like it. That's what I got. All right. Ended up leaving. He didn't make it today.
So we should just all get white lab coats, and then we can say, like, yeah, like the majority of white lab coats agree. At least the white lab coats in here.
For some reason, people think the white lab coat means something. That's why when they wear them on TV, you're supposed to listen to that person. So if they're wearing a white lab coat and they're talking about HIV, you got to listen to them.
If you wear a white lab coat and you have bookshelves and books behind you, you are obviously intelligent.
Have you ever noticed? Look on those bookshelves and you'll see one shelf of all of the same book, and it'll be like a one facing out, and it's like his book. It's all the time. You'll see weird shit in the background. I always look at the backgrounds on CNN if I'm passing by and I see something good. I'm like, oh, they're in their apartment. I got to look and see if it's a CGI or are we really looking in there. I mean, you can tell pretty easily.
The best thing is when you cannot remember hypotheses from your work. That's happened one time. Guy came, he said I am scientist and I have publication, but he didn't know what he publicated. Did you find that place? Vlad?
And they're like, I can't, like it's, I will find it, bro.
Okay.
I'm looking.
So interested.
From the Mosar Mountain, you can see Italy during sunset and early evening. And it's 2,900 meters. Fuck, I wish I knew where it was, man. It's a beautiful place. They actually built like this glass balcony. You can step over the cliffs and see like right through you. It's scary shit, dude. But I just forgot the place. Forgot which town is it in. What's the name of the mountain that's in Makarska? Like right above?
Velebit. Yeah, I think that I found
Velebit?
Velebit. Yeah, Velebit.
Velebit? Okay, yeah, that might be it.
Written something near Zadar. Oh my god, yeah. I'm watching some pictures.
Okay, all of you have the right to remain silent, but do you have the ability?
Nope.
That was
think
minor.
so.
I'm wrangling hobbies right now.
Rest in peace.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Are you a globalist? Whoever said good evening?
I am not.
Oh. It's
Sorry.
disappointing at this time, but welcome.
Sorry to let you down.
It's okay. You're one of them crazy people that refuse to think you're on a spinning ball zipping through nothing in 4 different directions. So.
Yeah, looking back and thinking how I believe that is kind of crazy in itself.
Yeah, we all used to believe that shit, man. Most of us, anyway. There's a few people on here. I think Craig's one of them claims he or says he grew up as a geocentrist. That's rare.
Oh, Sasha, I found it, I think, yeah. I just posted it, yeah.
Pobre.
Well, this is boring. Is there a DJ in the house? Play some Flat Earth music.
You can't even get past the lobby. Every other one's got a brand new avatar.
Hordes. It's like the battle for Isengard. Hordes.
I'm even trying to encourage them to get in there.
They're
Yeah, for some reason,
Of course they're scared.
For some reason, the heliocentric enthusiasts don't seem to be too enthusiastic about coming to this server anymore. I don't know why. You guys are too mean, I guess. I don't know.
Well, they're coming into the server. It's just that they don't want to join the live stream. They're all in the lobby, and then the Cogdis channel.
Because a lot of times it's the same people.
Yeah.
They just roll.
They
don't
just
want to be
drive
exposed.
by. They want to drive by and fling some shit. They don't want to actually do anything productive.
Yeah, it's like we're getting to a point in our society where you can't reason anymore with anybody who has a different opinion or different facts because we don't know how to. And like the cognitive dissonance is like solidifying. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like they're lighting a bag of shit on fire, throw it on your porch, and take off. Shit post, then leave.
Yeah, it shows real maturity.
Well, what's the problem? Everybody knows it's a globe. Why don't they just come in here and explain to us how it's a globe? They don't need to do all this seagulling and shit. What's the problem?
Like glow?
Everybody thinks they live on one. Nobody can prove it. Kind of funny.
No need to prove something I can believe.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, bluff those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief and you listen to the chief.
You know how they raise you in the system. Broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Taking money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
Raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your God, where's the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long